Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Ch1 A New Life. A young teenage girl, hair black as night, skin fair as a porcelain doll, and eyes green like emerald sat miserably under a tree. Her hands covered her eyes as tears streamed down her face at the news she was told. Helena Potter, a boy with red hair, stood before the young girl. His face was uncharming and making an unpleasant expression at her while ignoring her friend. Helena Potter, the only daughter of James and Lily Potter and the girl who lived, groans at the voice speaking behind her. "What do you want, Ron?" The black-haired 14-year-old asked the unattractive boy behind her. "Can't you see both me and Hermione are going to our next class?" Helena states to the young wizard. Ron walks over to them like he owns the entire school, giving both Helena and a bushy-haired girl a disgusted face. Hermione steps in front of her friend, knowing all too well of Ron Weasley's tricks. "You better not do anything to us like you did before," Hermione claims, not trusting the boy. Ron smirks, crossing his arms. "This doesn't concern you, Granger. This is between you and my new fiancé." His eyes shift to Helena, who was shocked by what he called her. "Fine, no, I am not your fiancé, Ron." Helena steps forward, staking her grounds against his claims. "Not ever, or in my next life. I know for a fact that both your family and my uncles will let me or you ever get married," she claims. Hermione agreed with Helena. "That's right, you are rude, boorish, and worst of all, unfaithful." She stated the many reasons why he and Helena should not get married. Ron gave a loud chuckle, looking at Hermione. "You're done?" he asked, completely ignoring the worst traits that the Muggle-born describe him. "'Cause that doesn't matter," he said. Helena frowns, glaring at the red-haired boy, smelling something off. "What do you mean?" she asked. Ron took out an opened letter from the headmaster. "The headmaster sent me a letter stating that both you and I are to be wed after we graduate from Hogwarts," the red-haired boy stated, shoving the letter to the witch. "As you can see, Dumbledore deemed that in order to protect you from you-know-who, you must be wedded to a wizarding family," Ron explains with a mischievous smirk. "And me being the family of light, it's only natural for be life partners." He smiles. Helena took the letter from Ron's hands, wanting to disprove his claims. However, she saw Dumbledore's seal of approval at the end of the statement. "And no. Who could have signed this?" the black-haired girl stated, letting Hermione take a look at it for a second. "It can't be Sirius, he's my magical guardian and godfather now." "Read the bottom, Helena," Ron said. Hermione unfolded the bottom half of the letter. "Helena, this is your dash. Am I aunt and uncle's signatures?" Helena's eyes look up at Ron, smiling at the distraught news she got. Ron folded his arms. "That's right, Helena. Dumbledore has managed to convince your primary guardian, your aunt and uncle, to sign over your life to me." The red-haired Gryffindor walks over to her, closer than he was before. Helena steps back from the boy she dislikes at another level. "We'll see about this. I'm heading to the headmaster's office right now." She ran past both her friend and the red-haired boy. Hermione looks behind Ron, seeing the black-haired beauty running down the halls. Helena. Where do you think you're going?" the Muggle-born asked her best friend. She saw her disappearing in the halls, disregarding their next class. Ron scoffs, seeing the feeble attempt of the most sought-out girl in the entire school trying to prevent the inevitable. Try as she may, Dumbledore has already taken sides. He shrugs. "You boorish boy, you always ruin everything." Hermione turns around, trying to catch up with her best friend. Helena ran down the halls, determined to get the matter between Ron and herself resolved before it was too late. A greasy-haired man walks down the halls, scowling at every student he passes. His ears caught the sound of running echoing in the hallways. "Idiots, don't they know that running is prohibited in Hogwarts's halls?" he grumbles, approaching whoever is running down the hallway. A familiar figure came into view, his eyes lowered seeing the familiar face of his only friend's daughter. "Ms. Potter, do I need to remind you of the rules of Hogwarts once more? Snape sternly asked, seeing Helena coming up to him. Ignoring the potion master's warning, Helena dashed past him, seeing Dumbledore's office in her view. Snape steps to the side, avoiding a collision with Helena. "Ms. Potter! Come back here!" he cried out, ordering the black-haired girl to return. To no avail, Snape watches as Helena climbed the magic stairwell to the old wizard's office. The greasy-haired wizard gritted his teeth, frustrated with Potter's daughter ignoring his authority. "DMN girl, acting like her father every moment I see her," Snape grumbles, standing where he is. He then heard another sound running behind her, another one. He turns around and saw the Muggleborn coming up to him. "Ms. Granger." Helena ran up the stairs, entering the headmaster's office where she saw him writing down paperwork at his desk. "Headmaster Dumbledore," she called out to him, walking inside calmly. "Can I speak with you for a moment?" The old wizard looks up from his paperwork, giving a grandfatherly smile at the girl who lived. "Helena, of course, you can, my girl. Is there something you need?" Dumbledore asked the young witch. The black-haired girl walks over to Dumbledore's desk, standing firmly before him. "Headmaster, why did you and my relatives sign off on a marriage contract? I'm sure Mr. and Mrs. Weasley would not stand for this," Helena stated. "Helena, my dear." Dumbledore placed down his quill, looking at the young maiden. "You must understand, I did this so you can be safe from the pure-blood families that are aligned with Voldemort," he explains carefully. "But why Ron Weasley? He doesn't even know how to treat a person, let alone a girl, right?" Helena states to the headmaster of Hogwarts. "Plus he's been into more trouble than anyone." Dumbledore looks at the young witch who has gotten into trouble herself many times before. "Weren't you also gotten yourself into trouble as well, Helena my dear?" the old wizard asked the black-haired girl. "If memory serves me right, those times were with Mr. Weasley mostly." Helena was taken aback by Dumbledore's statement. "Yeah, but those were just a coincidence. He's the one who followed me and Hermione into those situations. Even the Chamber of Secrets," she stated. "Which is why Ronald Weasley is the perfect candidate for you to be your fiancé," Dumbledore stated, still firm in the decision he made. "You two were together in many dangerous situations, in the end, it was the both of you that overcome them." He smiles, disregarding her worries. Dumbledore smiles at Helena, who disagreed with that notion. "I have faith that with Mr. Weasley as your fiancé you will be safe," the old wizard stated. "But I don't want to marry him, headmaster," Helena retorted back. "Helena, please understand." Dumbledore stands up from his seat, walking to the young witch. "This is for the greater good, not just for the wizarding world but for your safety as well. Helena glares at Dumbledore, not believing what she was hearing. "Uncle Sirius won't have this. He's my magical guardian and I'm sorry, Helena. But Sirius does not have a say in this. Your aunt and uncle have agreed to the marriage arrangements and things have been finalized," Dumbledore explains, looking at her, not taking into her consideration. Helena steps back, approaching the door. "And no, I. Dumbledore smiles, "My girl, don't worry, everything will be Helena swiftly turns around, running out of the headmaster's office, not noticing that Dumbledore smirking behind her. "And that's pretty much it, Professor," Hermione explains why both she and Helena were running in the halls. "I see." Snape crosses his arms, "DMN that Dumbledore, so you're reeling in Potter by marrying her off to the least likely to get married. What are you planning?" he thought before his eyes caught Helena coming out of the headmaster's office. Snape and Hermione turned to the black-haired girl, coming out of the headmaster's office. "Ms. Potter, what happened?" He paused, seeing the tears coming down her face. Helena ran past both her friend and teacher. Helena." Hermione held onto her hand, watching her only friend running to the other end of the hall. "Helena, wait." Snape couldn't help but picture his friend, Lily, running away as she did when they have that fight many years ago. Something he regrets for some time, after seeing that again. Helena cries in her arms, feeling like no one cares what her opinion on certain matters is. The only person who cares is her one and only friend Hermione. She does have other friends, like Ginny, who often steps in when she needs it since she did save her from the basilisk in her second year. Luna Lovegood, she there whenever she wants to vent about being the girl who lived nonsense. Other than that, there aren't many boys around her age that aren't after her because of money or her title. One exception is Neville Longbottom, who is a sweet boy in her opinion that she finds herself defending him from the bullies, mainly Ron and Draco Malfoy. Other than those girls and her uncles and Ginny's parents, there aren't many friends in her life outside of Hogwarts. Helena hugged her knees tighter, feeling that's the one thing to do she's allowed to. I wish I could just run away. A place where no one expects or knows me for being a savior. She sniffs. Her ears then caught the flapping of wings approaching her. Looking up to see what it was, Hedwig approached her with a letter in her mouth. Hedwig? What are you doing out of the Ollery? She wipes away her tears and held out her hand. Hedwig landed on her owner's arm, handing over a letter to her. What do you got there, girl? Helena took the letter from her owl, opening it with one hand. She reads the writing that was inside out loud. I heard that you were going through a difficult time. If you truly want to get out of this predicament, then I suggest that you leave before it's too late. I heard deep within the Forbidden Forest that there's a mysterious ruin that takes people who are running from their old lives. It may be an old legend, but it's something. I also procure you some gems and gold to help you back to your feet and leave your belongings including your wand. The headmaster will track it and your owls too. Helena blinks, unsure why this person was willing to help her. She continues reading the note to get any hints about who this might be. Consider this as fixing old wounds. I hope you find what you are looking for. Don't come back. Wait, does he mean that I can never return? Helena got up, dropping a huge pouch assumed to be the gold and gems that this person gave her. She picks it up and places it in her pocket. I can't just leave, my friends are dash. Helena paused, hearing Ron's voice coming down from the school's entrance. Hedwig hoots, urging Helena to leave right away. Hedwig, no, I can't just dash. Ron's voice was closer than before. The snowy owl just flaps her wings, wanting her owner to leave the school before she gets caught. Helena slowly moves away from her owl, getting what she means. Are you sure, Hedwig? I won't be here to take care of you. The snow owl nodded, motioning for her to leave. All right. I'll miss you, Hedwig. Tell Hermione, Sirius, and Uncle Remus I'm sorry. She turns around and ran to the exit of Hogwarts's courtyard. Helena's eyes look back, seeing Hedwig return to the Ollery where she most likely never see her again. Goodbye. The black-haired witch was lucky that Hagrid is out of the school grounds for the week. This means she won't encounter the half-giant anytime soon, but she does wish that she got a chance to say goodbye. Helena stopped, now standing before the Forbidden Forest. So, I'm really doing this. She looks back at Hogwarts, thinking this is the place of no return. She turns to the forest, taking her wand out to defend herself. Alright, there's no turning back now. The young witch steps forward, now entering the Forbidden Forest determined to get out of this marriage proposal. Hours later, Helena treads on the forest's floor. She leaps over roots and jumps down from small cliffs. Helena looks around the area, searching for this ruin that this person said was here. Where is it? I'm already deep in the Forbidden Forest and yet I still see no ruin. This guy was talking of dash. Just as the witch places her foot down on the ground, it collapses under her. Gaga aha. Helena fell down the underground sinkhole, causing her to drop her wand behind her. She slides down further into the deep hole. The young witch saw a light coming from the end of the tunnel. Helena reached the end of the tunnel where she entered a strange underground cavern. Oh ow, my butt! Helena got up, rubbing her behind from sliding on the rough tunnel slide. Once she got a handle on herself, she looks up at the area she entered. Helena gasps seeing the mystical area, filled with nature but no animals around, just plants. Whoa, this place is beautiful and majestic. Her emerald eyes drew over to an old-looking open-air temple. The pillars were broken, wrapped by vines, and plants grew in the cracks of the marble floor. But the most intriguing part is the large structure at the end. It was like an altar with a strangely designed mirror, almost like a golden ring with 4 points at each side. The glass was rippling like a pebble dropping in water. Helena was wary of strange ruins like the Chamber of Secrets before. However, something compels her to approach it. The young witch gulps, walking towards the ruins. Her eyes look side to side, seeing hieroglyphics with what seem to be eyes in circles. Hermione would get a load of this if she was here, Helena chuckles, the 3 ancient pictures above the ring of creatures she never saw in books or lessons at Hogwarts. On the left was a 6-legged dragon with tattered wings, on the top was a bipedal dragon with an orange stone embedded in its shoulder, finally was a 4-legged dragon with a blue stone in the center of its chest. I never saw those dragons before in the magical creatures textbooks before. Helena steps into the middle of the ruin, taking a good look at those dragons. Suddenly the golden ring glowed, and the pictures of the dragons glowed as well. The 6-legged one has a dark hue, the bipedal one has a pink hue, and the 4-legged one has a blue hue. What are you doing here, human? A voice came out of nowhere, spooking Helena. This place is sacred, a place that is long forgotten in this world. Helena turns around, trying to see who was speaking to her. But when she did, a blinding light shines across the area. What is this light? Helena shouted as the light subsided. Helena peered her eyes open, seeing a white horse-like creature with the same golden ring around his abdomen. Helena could tell this was a divine creature, something that only is described in the Bible. What are you? She approached the creature, then she remembered there was a male's voice that spoke to her. Wait, who was the one speaking to me? She looks around for the man, but it was only the divine creature. Unless it was Dash. Indeed, human. Now tell me, what are you doing in this place? The creature asked the witch. No human has ever come to this sacred place for centuries, I ask you how you found this place. It asked her. Helena blinks, never heard a creature speak to her before. Some person sent me this letter telling me that I can get a wish for those who are looking to run away. I'm not sure, but... The creature pet its head, finding it intriguing that there's a legend of this place. You are correct, this place is where a few people are looking for a new life from their old one in the past. Why do you seek it, human? It's kinda obvious. I don't want to be here anymore, Helena stated, grabbing her arm as she looks to the side. I was roped into a marriage proposal that I have no say or can do anything about it. Then this letter came in, well. The creature floats down to the ground. I see, you do not want to get married to Ronald Weasley, Helena Potter. It closes its eyes, knowing why Helena's here. Helena steps back, hearing the creature saying her name. How do you know my name? I didn't tell you anything about myself or why I'm here. She asked, her wariness has increased tenfold. Her hand approaches her pocket, about to take out her wand. Her emerald eyes grew larger, feeling no signs of her wand in her pocket. Dash. Wand? You have dropped it on the surface, the place you entered in. The creature stated, as for your other question, I know all and know what you desire. I am the one who created many worlds and the life you all know. Helena looks up at the creature, speaking as if he's, God. The creature chuckles, finding that name to be humorous. Indeed, but that's this world's interpretation of what I am. But I do have an actual name that I go by. It said. Might I know it? Helena asked respectfully to the creature who created her and the world. The creature looks at Helena, finding her curious and interesting. My name is Arceus, the Alpha Pokemon. Helena looks at Arceus, a regal name fitting for someone claiming to be a god. It's nice to meet you, Arceus. Arceus nodded, it's nice to meet you too, Helena. He looks down at Helena, sensing her struggles in this world. I have another question for you, Helena. What do you intend to do if I were to grant your wish? Do you have the desire to become famous and rich? He asked. I don't really care if I'm rich. I just can't stand the people here trying to get with me just because of who I am. Helena states her resolve. She places her hand over her heart. I want to start over. I want to make my own name in a new world where I can live how I want. Arceus thought for a moment. He heard what the black-haired girl said. However, he knows her importance in this world, and taking pity on the young witch, the alpha Pokemon came to a compromise. Very well, Helena Potter. I shall grant your wish to start over in another world. Arceus stated, seeing that destiny has shifted already by just being here. Helena smiles, thank you, Arceus. You have no dash. However, you must return to this world to defeat your greatest foe. Arceus stated the conditions she needs to fulfill for her to even go to this world. I will not let evil run amok in the worlds that I have created. Helena understood what the alpha Pokemon is offering and the conditions to do so. Alright, I accept your conditions. The female witch accepted his proposal. Arceus floats over to the mirror. He touches the rippling mirror, causing it to glow a bright light. Approach, Helena Potter, to the mirror. He orders the young teen. Helena did so, standing before the mirror. What is this mirror? She looks up at the alpha Pokemon. It's a portal, it'll transport you to the world I'm sending you, Arceus explains, looking down at the witch. Note that this world has no magic in it, but it's filled with creatures that are like me but at a lesser extent. Only a few like me exist there too, living beside humans harmoniously. They are called Pokemon. The Pokemon explains to the human. Pokemon, got it. Helena nodded, approached the mirror, and gently touched it. Does this mean I'll get transported to the same time as this one? Arceus shook his head. No, you'll end up in a forest in the Hoenn region. I'll provide you some knowledge of this world, but the rest is up to you. The alpha Pokemon floats up in the air, going behind the witch. I'll send for you when the time is right, but know that time moves differently in the world you're going to. Helena nodded, taking a deep breath. New life, here I come. She steps in, not looking back once. Arceus saw the witch entering the mirror, but soon it stopped. The three pictures of Pokemon above the mirror went back to their original stone color. I wish you luck in your new life, Helena Potter. This won't be our last meeting. Arceus flies towards the mirror, heading back to his own dimension. Hoenn region, Petalburg Forest. Helena opens her eyes. Where am I? She looks around her surroundings, trees and plants that are greener and the air smells fresher. Wait, I remember now. Arceus said that I would be transported to a forest, but... She looks around for signs of a city of any kind. I don't see any city dash. Wurmple. Zigzagoon. The young teen looks down and saw a pink caterpillar creature and a fluffy raccoon creature looking at her. The Pokemon approaches Helena, nuzzling on her shoes. She kneels down, gently petting the creatures. What cute-looking creatures. Are you Pokemon by any chance? She asked the two. Wurmple nodded. Wurmple, he responded to the human. Zigzagoon. Zigzagoon also responded. Helena smiles, petting the two Pokemons on the head. Well, I guess you can't talk like me. She said, sorry to cut this short, but I have to find the nearest city dash. Brawly, Wallace, I'm going ahead. A boy's voice cried out to some other people. Helena got up, looking where that voice came from. Where dash? Wait up, dude. You might run into a strong Pokemon or someone. A young surfer cried out to the other boy. Yeah, Roxanne and Flannery are still behind us. A flamboyant voice added to the other's statement. Tell them to keep up. Pokemon are waiting. The boy's voice grew louder. Helena turns around and was suddenly greeted by a boy around her age jumping over the boulder behind her. The teenage boy wore a navy blue polo shirt with the sleeves folded above his elbows. Dark gray pants with a black belt and black sports shoes with purple lacing. However, the most striking appearance was his steel blue hair and blue eyes. Helena could only gape as the boy leaps over the boulder. Steven looks down and saw a black-haired girl with eyes the color of emerald in a school uniform with a red tie around her color. He blinks, realizing that he lost focus. HWAWH. Helena jumps, seeing the boy wobble in the air. Eehee. The steel blue-haired boy crashes into Helena, both falling on the grass. Oh ow, my head. Steven leans back, placing his hand on his head. Ow, my head, Helena moves back, sitting up from the ground. Both opened their eyes, widening as their cheeks blushed upon seeing each other face to face. Ch2 A strange encounter. Steven blinks at the girl he crashed into, the wind blew through her hair causing him to blush red. He was unable to move, mesmerized by this black-haired girl. Helena was also blushing, the wind blew through her hair showing her beauty. She couldn't help but look at the strange colored-haired boy. Both were unable to speak until two more people arrive at the scene. See? What did I tell you, dude? You have gotten yourself hurt and great you crashed into another trainer. A teenage boy with sky blue hair and sky blue eyes stood above the boulder that his friend jumped over. The boy wore a white shirt with light orange designs spread across it. He also wore green khaki pants and white shoes with the top orange and a green strap over them, the bottom was a lighter orange like the foot-hole. A chubby yellow Pokemon with red rings on his cheek and black fur on his hands ran next to the new boy. Makuhita, he responded. Another boy showed himself, leaping off the boulder. He has teal blue hair with two strands sticking out and forest green eyes. He wore a simple light blue shirt with the collar sticking out and white streams depicting the outlines. White pants just below the knees and light blue slip-on shoes on his feet. Are you okay? A white arm with a red eye floated down to Steven, tapping on his shoulders. Beldam? He asked his trainer. Why yeah, I'm alright. Steven shook his head, smiling at his partner. Thanks for asking, Beldam, and you too Wallace dash. Wallace sighs, rolling his eyes. I wasn't talking to you, Steven. I was talking to this fair maiden you happened to crash into. He held out his hand, offering his help to her. Let me help you up. Helena shook her head, coming out of her trance. Looking at the boys that just showed up out of nowhere, oh, I'm alright. Thank you, she reaches out to Wallace's hand, standing on her feet. Steven frowns, looking at his friend that offered this girl his help. I'm here too, you know. He states, getting up on his own. You could at least help me after her, he looks at Brawly, watching on top of the boulder. You as well, Brawly. You could have lent a hand. Steven scolded the young surfer. Brawly chuckles, kneeling down on the boulder. Hey, I was not the one who crashed into her like an idiot. The young surfer stated. Makuhita. Makuhita gave his trainer a high five at what he said. Yeah, that was a good one Makuhita. Brawly laughs, ignoring Steven's grumbles. Wallace sighs, looking at the girl before him. Sorry about Steven. He's prone to act before thinking, he apologizes on his friend's behalf. And no, it was my fault for standing in his way. Helena looks at the boy, Steven petting the Iron Ball Pokemon. He turns his head over to her, hearing what she said causing her to jump. Steven walks over to the girl, no, it's my fault. I should have listened to my friends and watched where I was going. He stops in front of her. The steel blue-haired boy inclines his head, I'm sorry that I crashed into you, he apologizes to her. Both Wallace and Brawly nodded, satisfied that Steven admits to his mistake. Helena blushes at the sight of Steven inclining his head to her. It's fine, Steven, right? She asked, seeing him facing her properly. That's right, Steven Stone. The trainer held out his hand, smiling at her. It's nice to meet you. Helena obliges the trainer, shaking his hand. Helena Potter. She introduces herself to the boy. Steven smiles. Helena, he said with a small blush. He snaps out of it when he heard Wallace clearing his throat. Oh, the guys behind me are Dash. Wallace smiles, taking over his friend's introduction. I'm Wallace, and the guy on the boulder is Brawly with his partner, Makuhita. The young trainer introduced themselves to the girl. Makuhita. The Guts Pokemon waved his fist at the girl. Brawly saluted at her, giving Helena a smirk. Sup, Dedette. Helena smiles at the boys, being nice on their first meeting. Beldum, she saw the Iron Ball Pokemon tapping on Steven's shoulder, gaining his attention. The teen giggled, seeing the Steel type attempting to get his trainer to introduce himself to him. Steven chuckles, patting his partner gently on his side. All right, easy there, Beldum. The steel blue-haired boy looks at Helena. This here is Beldum, my partner and longest friend. He wanted me to introduce him to you. It's nice to meet you, Beldum. Helena smiles at the Steel type. Beldum's eye closes, happily responding to her greeting. Beldum. Seems Beldum took a liking to you, Helena. Steven watches as Beldum floats around her with glee. Helena chuckles, watching the Pokemon float around her. Really? I never met that many Pokemon before. This is my first time seeing them like this. She commented, petting the top of Beldum's head. Really? That's interesting. Steven commented, watching the two interact. Brawly and Makuhita jumped down from the boulder, standing next to Wallace. It seems that Beldum isn't the only one taking a liking to Helena, right bro? He nudges Wallace's arm. Indeed, I'm interested in how this will turn out for Stevie. Wallace chuckles, seeing the two laugh together at Beldum's cries. Hey! When I told you to wait up, I mean it. A scratchy female voice called out to the boys, you know that Roxanne isn't athletic as you all are. Flannery. I am athletic, just not as much. Another female voice cried in a softer tone. Helena looks up, hearing the voices of girls approaching the area. The first was a red-eyed and hair girl, tied in a wild ponytail. She wore a red sleeveless shirt with a black flame symbol in the center. Black pants with a red belt and flames on the bottom of each leg hole. Finally, she has a black and white arm bracelet on her left arm, black sneakers with red and white stripes on each side. The other girl has pink eyes and brown hair tied in pigtails being held by a pink ribbon. She wore a white shirt with a pendant around her collar. Over it was a light brown vest with 3 hexagons in a darker brown color. She also wore a black skirt with pink leggings and brown shoes. The red-haired girl blinks, seeing Helena next to Steven. Steven, what did you do this time? Flannery asked the trainer. Knowing Steven, he might have crashed into her when doing that leap. Roxanne sighs, assuming that was the case. You got it there, Roxy. Wallace looks up at the model student. Roxanne sighs, placing her hand on her head at Steven's actions. Not again, this is like the 3rd time this month, she stated. A boulder with a red nose and arms waddled over to Roxanne, nose pass. The brunette looks down at her partner, blinking at him. So it's not the 3rd time this month, nose pass? Roxanne asked the compass Pokemon. Nose pass nodded, jumping 4 times. Pass, nose. Flannery scoffs, catching what Roxanne's partner was indicating. So it was like 4 times this month. She groans at the number. Seriously, Steven, you need to be careful. Brawly laughs at the red-haired girl scolding Steven. Really, Flannery? That's rich coming from you. He commented, placing his arms behind his head. What does that supposed to mean, Brawly? Flannery growls at the young surfer. Nothing of a sort. Brawly whistles, avoiding a conflict with her. Wallace held his chin, eyeing the sky-blue-haired boy. Real nice, Brawly. Real subtle there. He said, seeing his friend shrugging his shoulders. Stephen sighs, turning to Helena, sorry about my friends, Helena. They're a unique bunch if you can't already tell. He said. I too used to have friends like those at my home. But it was small. Helena commented, watching them interact. The Steel-type Pokemon floated next to Stephen, sensing a bit of sadness from her. Beldum. You said that you used to have friends in your home. Stephen restates what she said, can I ask, what are you doing here in Petalburg Forest alone? He asked, trying not to be rude. Helena jumps, unsure how to answer the steel-blue-haired boy's question. You see, well. She stops, hearing her stomach growl. Her face blushed, embarrassed that everyone heard that. I am sorry, that was rude of me. I haven't eaten anything yet and I was hoping to exchange the gems that I have so I can buy food and. Stephen held his hand out, unsure how to answer the former witch. Hey, don't do that. I bet that growling came from me too. The trainer stated, I didn't eat breakfast at the cafeteria and ran out here to look for Pokemon, and maybe some stones, but you got nothing to worry about. Roxanne looks at Flannery still at it with Brawly before looking at Stephen and this girl. Nose pass, come on. She slides down from the boulder with nose pass and walks past Wallace. Roxanne. Wallace looks at the youngest of the group, walking up to Helena and Stephen. Helena turns to the new girl, coming up to them. Hey, I'm Roxanne, do you want to join us for a late lunch? We've prepared extras just in case this one needs it. Roxanne motions to Stephen who blushed at the comment. Hey. Helena giggles, seeing Stephen's blushed face. Okay, I'm a bit peckish too. Roxanne smiles, jumping back. Great. Glad to have you, she turns to Flannery and Brawly still at it with each other. Hey, Brawly, Flannery, help us set up camp. It's lunchtime. They both looked at each before facing away. Fine. Come on, if everyone helps, we can start eating. Roxanne smiles, removing her bag and placing it on the ground. Helena turns to Stephen, unsure what to do. I don't know how to help. It's my first time doing this. Stephen blinks before smiling. I'll show you how, don't worry. Wallace took out the packed sandwiches from his bag. He watches as Stephen showed Helena the ropes to set up a camp. Roxanne took out some canned soup and a pot before heading to the fire pit. Hey, Roxanne. What do you think of Helena? The teal-haired boy asked his friend. I think she's nice. Roxanne looks at Helena, helping Stephen. I mean, she didn't react when Stephen introduced himself. Stone is a pretty big name in the world, she commented. I guess setting things for lunch is a way to get to know her better then. Wallace smirks, looking down at his friend. Nice call there, Roxanne. Roxanne places the soup cans on the table. She turns to the teal-haired trainer. I have no idea what you're talking about, Wallace. The brunette smiles, letting Flannery take the soup and the pot. Torkoal made his way over to the fire site, lighting it to warm the pot. Torkoal, he calls his partner over, telling her the fire is ready. Thanks, Torkoal, you're the best. Flannery places the pot on the small makeshift stove and poured the soup. Once their lunch was ready, they all gathered around the pot to eat the soup. Gub time. Brawly rubbed his hands together, sitting in front of the fire. He reached out to lift the cover of the pot only to be slapped away. Hey, no touchy Brawly. Flannery scolded, taking bowls and placing them on a rock. We need to treat our guest first. The red-haired girl smiles at Helena. Torkoal. Makuhita. Beldum. Nose pass. Brawly looks at their Pokemon, agreeing with the future gym leader as they eat their food. You guys too. Fine, I'll wait my turn. He grumbles. Helena shook her hands at the trainers. Oh no, you can go first, Brawly. I'm sure you dash. Stop it, you are our guest and we must treat you so. Wallace folded his legs, smiling softly at her. That's our code in this little group. Flannery scoffs, pouring soup into the bowl. Yeah, most of us follow it. Her eyes motions to the sky blue-haired boy, waiting for his turn. She handed the bowl over to Helena, watching her take it. Soon Flannery gave everyone some soup, leaving Brawly for last as punishment. All right, everyone got their bowl? She asked around, seeing each pair of hands filled. Then dash. Let's eat. Everyone cried, digging in their food. Helena jumps, following everyone's example. Let's eat. She tasted the soup, her eyes widening at the flavor. Stephen places down his bowl, looking at Helena next to him. How's your soup, Helena? He asked the black-haired girl. This is good. I never had anything like this before. Helena exclaims, sipping her bowl. I'm glad you like it. I'm not that good at cooking, Flannery stated, sipping her own bowl. But thank you for your compliment, Helena. She smiles at the new girl. Roxanne places down her bowl, before darting her eyes to Helena. Say, Helena. What's your story? The brunette asked the black-haired girl. How did you manage to find yourself in Petalburg Forest by yourself? Stephen's eyes widen, choking on his soup. He hacks, about to speak when he wasn't supposed to. Stephen, dude. Stop eating before you speak, didn't your mother say something about that? Brawly asked. Oh no, are you alright, Stephen? Helena took out her handkerchief and handed it to him. Here, you can use this to wipe your mouth, she offered him. Stephen nodded, taking the handkerchief off her hands. Thank you, Helena. He coughs one last time before dapping his mouth with her handkerchief. Sorry to make you give this to me. If it's helping someone, then I don't mind. Wallace cleared his throat, so, back to the question, Helena. Where do you come from? Helena turns to the first people she met in this world. She had a lot of time thinking of a false backstory when helping setting camp. Well, I grew up where Pokemon isn't commonly found. It's a rather secluded community from the rest of Hoenn, she smiles. I decided to leave my home because I wanted to experience the rest of Hoenn from my grandfather's story. She lied. That kinda makes sense. Wallace commented, you seem to be new at this, didn't go out that much back home? He asked, conversing with the new girl. Wallace, that's enough prying into Helena's business. Roxanne shoves the teal-haired boy. Wallace laughs, scratching the back of his head. Roxanne. He turns to the black-haired girl, with an apologetic smile. Sorry if I took my question too far, I'm just curious. It's fine, Wallace, no harm has been done. Helena ensures that Wallace did nothing wrong. Stephen looks at Helena, admitting he was a bit curious about her past. So if you don't mind, do you mind telling us? He gave a charming smile at her. Welp, there's the charm. Everyone thought, looking at Helena, fully aware that Stephen's natural charm to people would affect her. Helena thought for a moment before answering. Well, I was a sheltered child. My parents were, quite protective of me, but there was a madman that killed them. She sighs, telling the half-truth of her journey. From there, a family friend suggested that I should take a journey. See what's out there from our little town. Helena finishes her fabricated story to the group. She felt guilty just for lying to them after offering their hospitality to her, but that's her past and she rather keeps it a secret. Everyone, including their Pokemon, looked sorry for the former witch. Stephen frowns, feeling sorry for Helena. Helena, man, I'm sorry for your loss. Brawly sympathizes with her. I am sorry, Helena. I shouldn't bring it up, Stephen apologizes to the young teen. Helena shook her head. It's alright, Steven. It was a long time ago. She explains to him. Roxanne looks around, clearing her throat. Anyways, what brings you to Petalburg Forest, Helena? The brunette asked the black-haired girl. This is a place where trainers train or capture Pokemon. She explains. Yeah, it's pretty dangerous to be here without any Pokemon or friends around, Flannery stated, petting Torkoal next to her. Well, I was planning to go into the nearest town to exchange some gems my family's friend gave me. Helena motions to the pouch filled with rare gems. Steven jumps, hearing that Helena has some minerals in her possession. May I see them? I'm pretty good at determining the price of rocks and other minerals. The steel blue hair boy scratches his cheek. Helena blinks, she gets that gems are valuable, but Steven was giving off some weird vibe. Well, lucky you Helena, Flannery smirks, leaning back on her stool. Not only that you saw Stevie's charm but you also discovered his addition to stones and other rare minerals. She chuckles, letting everyone join in. Steven blushed in embarrassment, turning to the people he thought were his friends. Flannery. Come on. He looks away from them, ignoring their cheeky grins. His eyes look over to Helena smiling at their friendship before at him. Helena looks at Steven, not caring if he has an interest in stones. I don't mind if you have a specialty with stones, Steven. She said, being nice to him. I'll appreciate it if you want to check them out for me. Steven faced Helena, his face red as a tomato berry. Sure I can do that. That's great. Thank you so much. Helena exclaims, giving the pouch to the steel blue-haired boy. Beldam? Beldam floated next to his partner, seeing what the former which has in possession. Steven opens the pouch, taking one gem out. His eyes widen at the cut he's holding. Steven, what is it? Roxanne asked her friend, you got that face on whenever you found something rare. Roxy's right, what is it, man? Brawley asked, also seeing his face. Maku? Makuhita and the rest of the Pokemon looked curious, their eyes are drawn over to the trainer. Steven places back the gem inside the pouch before handing it back to Helena. Well? What did you figure out? Helena asked, a bit worried that it's not enough for decent pay. Well, I like to thank you for showing me these gems, Helena. It's quite rare to find gems like this, pure and cut. Your family friend is very generous. Steven explains, seeing only a few of these gems in his father's building and in his family's vault. Second, you'll get a hefty pay if you bring it to the right dealer. Enough that you might buy more than one large house. Helena blinks, never thought that that pouch of gems she has would give her that much. Really? I never knew that it's worth that much, she stated. Yeah, it'll give you that much. I may not be a real expert yet, but I do know my stuff. Steven said, proud of his knowledge of stones and gems. Beldam nodded, agreeing with his partner. Beldam. Steven smiles, looking at Helena. If you want, I can take you to a good place to exchange the gems for money. He offered to the girl. The black-haired girl smiles, jumping forward with gratitude. Really? Thank you so much, Steven. Helena said with glee. Gee, glad that I can help, Steven stammers, happy to be helping her. It's the least I can do after I crashed into you. Helena blinks before giggling, yeah, that might be it. She jokes, and everyone laughs, including Steven at her joke. Wallace thought for a moment of Helena's situation. Say, Helena, do you have plans after this? Besides the money thing? He asked. Like becoming a trainer? Not really, I haven't thought of it. Helena ponders, thinking about what she would do now after the money exchange. To be honest, I haven't much experience with Pokemon before. Plus I'm not sure where to start on becoming a Pokemon trainer. Upon hearing Helena's statement, Roanne jumps up, having an idea cross her mind. Then you should come with us. she stated, letting everyone catch on. Huh. We all go to the same Pokemon trainer school because of our goals. Roxanne raised her finger. It's a place where trainers of all ages can learn about being a trainer. It's the perfect place for you to learn all you need to know in being a trainer. Nose pass, nose. The Compass Pokemon supported his partner's offer. Wallace nodded, sounds reasonable to me. You're new to this area, right? Then what Roxanne said might be good for you, he seconded the offer. Flannery steps in, wanting to implant her voice in the conversation. Plus, you can be with us. She stated. Helena looks at everyone, sharing the same thought. You're sure? She asked everyone, I don't want to be a burden to all of you. She said. You're no burden, Dedette, Brawley said, smiling at her. You seem fun, plus I think Stevie here would like it if you were to come with us. Steven sighs, but smiles either way at the thought of Helena joining their group. In all honesty, he finds her to be interesting. Everyone agreed. The former witch thought for a moment, she didn't plan ahead after dealing with the money for this world's currency. To be honest with herself, she thought it would be best to find out a bit more about how this world works. Okay, that sounds great. Helena gave a bright smile. Yes. Flannery cheered at the black-haired girl agreeing with them. Then let me be the first one to say. Stephen stood up, turning to her and offering his hand to Helena. Welcomes to the Hoenn region, Helena Potter. Helena took his hand, taking her first step into her new life, a place where she can make her own name. A place where she can take her own journey to become the person she wants and not what was predestined. Ch3 Welcome to Rustboro City. Insert Rustboro City, remastered Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire and Emerald. Oh wow! Helena gasps at the shining metropolis. Pokemon were gathering and resting outside the city's wall. This place is beautiful, it looks so clean and lively, she commented on the peaceful aura around the area. Steven smiles, looking at the black-haired girl. First time being to a city, Helena? He asked her. Helena turns to the steel blue hair boy, well I've seen cities before but nothing like this before. She answered him. To be honest the cities that I'm familiar with aren't this clean or peaceful. I get it, there are some cities like that in some regions but the champions and Pokemon leagues are doing their best to resolve the situation. Steven explains to the former witch. The black-haired girl blinks, a bit surprised that this Pokemon League assumed to be the government of this world is attempting to solve those urban areas. That's interesting, so this Pokemon League is like the government who's in charge of the regions? Helena asked, following what Steven said. Steven smiles, yeah, that's pretty much what it is. But there's more to it than you think. He explains. I expect nothing much, Helena said as they enter the city's gates. Her eyes looked around, noticing that people were with their Pokemon, either playing or working together. Upon seeing them, she smiles at the kindness everyone is showing to their Pokemon. Something that's rare to see in her old home. This city is nice. And beautiful. Helena smiles. Flannery jumps to her side, giving her a cheeky grin. If you think Rustboro City is beautiful and nice, I suggest you visit my town, Lava Ridge Town. She suggested to her new friend. My family owns the Lava Ridge Gym there and the hot springs are to die for. Lava Ridge Town. Gym. Helena blinks, she knows of gyms for working out in the Muggle world but hearing about a gym being owned by Flannery's family is strange. Do you love to exercise, Flannery? She asked. The red-haired girl blinks, before realizing that Helena came from an isolated town. Ah, I see you're confused, Helena. Flannery moves in front of her, placing both her hands on her hips. Can you explain, Flannery? I'm not that familiar with Pokemon terms or background. Helena explains, wanting to be familiar with this world. Flannery moves in front of her, placing both her hands on her hips. A gym is where trainers like us challenge the gym leader so we can advance to challenge the Pokemon League. She explains poorly to the newbie before her. Helena blinks, still not getting the explanation she was given. Huh? Roxanne groans, placing her hand over Helena's shoulders. Don't worry, Helena. You'll learn all that stuff at the trainer school. But to make it easier to understand, the Pokemon League has placed 8 gyms in different cities. Each gym specializes in Pokemon types. They are there to challenge trainers so they can grow stronger with their Pokemon. By doing that we have a Pokemon battle. Helena nodded, understanding a bit. Okay, that sounds rather cruel to put a Pokemon through a battle. You may think that, but Pokemon are resilient creatures. So there's no immediate harm to them. Wallace added to his friend's statement. Pokemon League law states that no battle is to be fought with the intention of harming others. If there were ever a situation where the Pokemon is seriously injured, you can take them to the Pokemon Center where Nurse Joy can heal them. He points to the large red dome building with a sunroof over it. Above the entrance was a Pokeball symbol where trainers enter and exit. Oh wow, that's great. Helena smiles, seeing things now with new eyes. You are greener than we thought, Helena. Steven chuckles, causing Helena to blush. Helena chuckles too, a bit embarrassed to admit. Yeah, sorry. The boy paused, seeing death glares from Roxanne, Flannery, and Wallace. Brawley appeared next to his friend, nudging the teen. Oi, Steven, dude, that's no way to speak to a girl. Can't you see her face is redder than a tomato berry? The sky-blue-haired trainer whispers to Steven. Steven looked at Helena, feeling ashamed for even joking like that. Oh. Sorry, Helena, I didn't mean it like that. He apologizes to her, his arms waving around like a lunatic. Helena started to laugh. No, it's fine. I was joking with you all. She stated, not feeling hurt or anything of a sort. I understand that I'm new and that's fine. As long as I have a chance to learn at your school, then things will be okay. That's a relief. I thought I hurt you or something. Steven sighs in relief, thinking that he might still have a chance to. Wait, why am I thinking of that? He thought. The steel blue-haired boy cleared his throat, looking back at the new girl. Helena, you say that you need to exchange the gems you have, right? Steven asked, moving away from the subject. Yes, that's right. Helena took out the pouch, having it in hand for when they got there. Then follow me, the place I mentioned before isn't too far from here, Steven said, pointing to the place beyond the Pokemon Center. Helena jumps, looking at the others. Oh, but what about Dash? Flannery places her hands at the back of her head. We're good, we'll meet up at the trainer school after you are all settled, Helena. The red-haired girl stated. I'll inform Headmaster Keith about you wanting to join the school, Roxanne stated, having a close relationship with the headmaster. Just do you. Alright, I guess we'll see you all later then, Helena stated, watching the friends she made heading to the road next to the Pokemon Center. See ya, dude and Didette. Brawley waved by, for now, walking with his friends back to the school. Helena turns to Steven, places his hands in his pockets, and smiles at Helena. So, are you ready to head over to the rock specialist I know? Steven asked Helena standing next to him. Helena nods, ready to meet the specialist that Steven knows. Yes, I am Steven. The two walk down the streets of Rustboro. Steven eyes the black-haired girl taking in more of the small metropolis they were in. They've pasted many stores, often doing some window shopping at the items they were interested in. During their walks, Steven informed Helena of the many things to do in Rustboro City. To the trainer school, to the fossil laboratory in the Devon Corporation, leaving out that his father owned the company. They were near an ice cream shop near the building that Steven was talking about. Steven, I have a question, Helena asked, now standing near the Devon Corporation building. What is it? Steven asked, coming in with 2 cones in hand. He handed over a vanilla-flavored one to her, waiting to hear her question. Helena smiles, taking the cone from the steel blue-haired boy. Thanks, right. So, the fossil lab. What is it? She asked, knowing a few things about fossils in her old world. Do they research fossilized Pokemon remains and excavate them to give to the museum? She asked. Steven chuckles, not quite. The scientist in the lab does research ancient Pokemon remains, but they also revive them. He explains what the researchers do in his family's laboratory. Helena chokes on her ice cream, hearing what Steven said about what they do to fossils. Like bring back from the dead? That type of revive? She asked, finding that to be a joke or a science fiction movie she once peeked while cleaning his aunt and uncle's home. The trainer nodded, confirming what she said. Amazing, right? It took many attempts to revive them. Eventually, the scientist managed to revive the fossil Pokemon. Steven looks at the Devon Corporation building, smiling at their work. Trainers are more than welcome to revive the fossils they've found. But the ones that researchers revive are kept in a room within the Devon Corporation. So this is common knowledge? Helena asked, worried about the Pokemon coming back from extinction. Yeah, it's no trade secret, and the League passed a law that fossil Pokemon should be treated like any other Pokemon. Steven ensures Helena that there's nothing to worry about for the Pokemon. Helena smiles, liking this world even more than before. It seems that people and Pokemon do really live in peace. She states. Steven agreed, that's what I love about this world. People and Pokemon live together as friends and partners. He passionately said. He looks at Helena, who smiled at his words. Ahem, anyways. Steven blushed, clearing his throat and looking to the other side of the streets. He points to the store with a moonstone as its logo over the entrance and glass windows. That's the store that the specialist I spoke of is. You'll be able to exchange your gems for our currency, Poke Dollars. Helena raised an eyebrow. Poke Dollars? Is everything named after Pokemon here? She asked, finding that cute and charming. Steven chuckles, scratching the back of his head. Yeah, sorry I was not the one who named everything. He jokes, receiving a small laugh from the former. Which? It's alright, I find it cute, Helena stated. She looks over to the store before looking back at Steven. Shall we go in? Of course, follow me. The guy there is kind. Steven leads Helena across the streets, heading for the store. Once the two arrived, Steven opened the door, activating the bell above it. Welcome to the Gem Emporium. How may I help you today? A gray-haired man in a red suit with a neatly trimmed mustache looks over the counter. He smiles upon seeing a familiar young trainer. Ah, why if it isn't young Steven? Back from the caves, I presume. The old man assumes, knowing this boy by heart. What sort of jewels or stones you have brought for me today? He looks to the side, noticing that he has company. The old man blinks, seeing the young girl around Steven's age standing with him. Oh my, so you brought me this kind of jewel. He smiles at Steven, clearly knowing what's going on. Deciding to play with this young man, he gave a chuckle. I'm sorry, Steven, but I don't accept a beauty such as that gem. This is priceless and should be kept close, if you get what I mean. Steven quickly looks at Helena, looking in awe of the variety of jewels, stones, and other minerals displayed around the store. Eric. It's nothing like that. Not at all. He blushed red as a ruby. Oh ho ho ho, of course, it isn't, my dear boy. Eric, the rock specialist stated before sighing. Ah, to be young again. Helena looks back at the old man before Steven. What's going on? She asked. Nothing. Steven jumps before guiding the black-haired beauty to the specialist. He took a deep breath and introduced Helena to the old man. So, Eric, this is Helena Potter. We met in the forest and wanted to exchange gems she's got for money. He explains. Right, Helena places the pouch on the glass display case for the rock specialist to look at. My family friend gave me this to exchange and Steven told me that it's worth a lot. She stated, watching Eric looking at each gem. Eric was impressed by how perfect these gems were. They are rare to find, only having the opportunity once when he was in training. I hope it's enough for dash. Helena, was it? Eric looks up at the young teen that Steven brought. This is a rare cluster of gems you brought for me. Where exactly you're from again? He asked her. Oh, it's an isolated town on the outskirts of Hoenn, Helena explains to the old man. Eric nodded, knowing that area isn't that well known to anyone. Mainly because Pokemon rarely venture through there. I see, well you're glad to know this will give you a hefty price of around. He looks down, counting the gems and estimating the value. 50 million poke dollars. The rock specialist informed the price of the jewels she has on hand. Helena choked on her air at the price that her gems. 50 million poke dollars. She exclaims looking at Steven who smiled. Steven shrugs at her, I told you it's going to be a hefty price. He jokes. Eric cleared his throat, gaining their attention. Anyways, I will get your payment now. Just wait here for a moment. The rock specialist turns to the back rooms, retrieving the right amount of money to exchange. The black-haired teen looks at Steven, appreciating his help. Thank you again for helping me with this, Steven. Helena smiles. Not a problem, helping a friend is always worth the while. Steven blushed, scratching his cheek. So, what's your plan after this, Helena? Helena thought for a moment before answering. Well, I'm going to check out the trainer school naturally. I want to learn about Pokemon and how this world work. She stated. Me too, there's a lot of things that I don't know, Steven said, leaning on the display case. Attending the trainer school helps me learn more. When did you start to attend the school? Helena asked, placing her hands behind her back. Steven smiles, the middle of last month, shocking isn't it? The steel blue-haired boy asked. Helena looks at Steven, what is? That me and my friends just started just recently to the trainer school, Steven said, making a cheeky smirk at the young maiden. Helena blinks before laughing at the expression he was making to her. Soon enough, Eric returns back to the front store with a suitcase filled with money. Here's the money that I owe you for the exchange. The old man informed the young maiden. Thank you for your service, Ms. Potter. He inclines his head to the black-haired girl. Oh. I didn't expect to have this amount of poke dollars. Helena took the case before looking at Steven. What should I do with this? I don't want to lug this suitcase around when traveling. She does not want to be taking this everywhere with her. Then you should open a trainer account, it's simple. All you need is to speak with Nurse Joy at the Pokemon Center and she'll help you out. Steven explains to the new trainer. I can show you if you want, Helena. He smiles. Helena jumps, still holding the suitcase. Oh no, please you don't have to do that, Steven. She stated, you've done so much for me already, you don't need to go out for me like that. Steven waved his hands, finding helping her is not a trouble at all. It's alright, I don't mind at all. He states, turning to his friend. Thank you again for your help, Eric. The old rock specialist smiles, happy to be of assistance. Any friend of yours is always welcome in my shop, Mr. Stone. Eric turns to Helena, looking at him curiously. Take care, Ms. Potter. Know that any gems you might find out in Hoenn are always welcome here. Consider this as a friend discount on Steven's account. That's far too much, but thank you anyway. Helena smiles, happy that this world is filled with kind people. You should thank Mr. Stone for this, Eric stated, pushing the credit over to the young trainer. Steven cleared his throat. Anyways, let's get to the center to get you set upon your account, Helena. He walks out of the store, leaving the happy shopkeeper. Have a nice day you two and thank you for visiting the Gem Emporium. Eric smiles at the two. Helena inclines her head to the old man, grateful for his help. Thank you for the money, sir. We're off. She quickly catches up with the steel blue-haired boy, leaving the store. Eric sighs, watching the two from his window. To be young again. He smiles. Stephen turns his head, seeing Helena walking up to him. Sorry about that, Helena. Eric is a good person but can be eccentric at times. He chuckles, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. I know that feeling, my uncle can be like that sometimes when concerning me. Helena converses with her new friend. It got to be hard leaving those you know behind. At least they're supportive of your decision to take your journey. Stephen commented, walking to the corner where a red building with a glass dome on the roof. Above the door was a white pokeball that many trainers recognize. Stephen points to the building for Helena to see. Helena, that's the Pokemon Center across from us. He explains. Helena looks at the red building, remembering what the teal-haired boy said. Ah, yes, the hospital for Pokemon. I remember now. She said. The Pokemon Center also serves as a hub for trainers around the region. Trading, challenging, and buying necessities for their journey across Hoenn. Stephen explains, crossing the road with her beside him. That's actually kinda cool. Helena smiles, crossing the road and walking to the entrance of the Pokemon Center. Yeah, it is, Stephen answered, entering the center with Helena. End. Song, Enter Pokemon Center theme. They were greeted by charming music in a charming waiting room filled with many Pokemon and trainers. What a charming lobby, I have never seen different people around in one place before. Helena smiles at the cheery atmosphere. Stephen looks around, trying to find the front desk manager. He then spots a pink-haired, blue-eyed nurse with her hair tied in 2 loops to the side. Her uniform was gray with a white apron around her front and a golden name tag. The nurse smiles, seeing off a trainer she just helped. Stephen smiles, turning to the former witch. Helena, that woman behind the counter will help us, he informed his friend. Okay, let's talk to her then. Helena and Stephen made their way over to the nurse stationed at the front desk. Nurse Joy saw the 2 young trainers coming up to them. She smiles, greeting the 2. Hello, welcome to the Rustboro City Pokemon Center. I'm Nurse Joy. How may I help you too? She asked the 2. Nurse Joy, can you help my friend create a trainer account? Stephen asked the nurse before him. Helena steps forward, placing the suitcase on the desk. I just came from the outskirts, so I'm rather new at this. She explains her situation to the pink-haired nurse. The nurse smiles, pulling out the hologram screen. Of course, it's rather rare to see people from the outskirts of the region. I'm still happy to help. She places her hands on the keypad, ready to take her information. Now, what is your name, young lady? Nurse Joy asked. Helena Lillian Potter. Date of birth? July 31st, 1980. Stephen blinks at the year, 1980. Just a year younger than me. He thought. Age? 14 years old. Alright, now that settles that part. Nurse Joy pressed a button, popping a small holoscreen before Helena. All I need is your signature and you're set to go. Helena nodded, signing the holoscreen before it disappears. Alright, you are all set, Pokemon Trainer Helena. Note that if you want to register for the Pokemon League, you just need your trainer card and scan it over that terminal right there. She points to the red and white terminal that trainers are gathering. Unless you want to do Pokemon contests, it's the terminal to the right of it. She points to the pink and blue terminal that was also huddled by trainers. What happens if I don't know yet? Helena asked the kind nurse. Nurse Joy smiles, that's quite fine, Helena. You don't need to compete in contests or the league. It's your journey and it's up to you how you want to take it. She took the case from the counter. She inclines her head to the new trainer. I will transfer your assets into your account for you. Oh, and one more thing. Nurse Joy took a pink Rotom phone from the many selections behind her and handed it to the new trainer. This is a Rotom phone. It's an electronic device that's possessed by a Pokemon called Rotom. It'll provide you with navigation, information, and transactions on your account. She informed her of the uses of the smartphone powered by a Pokemon. If you excuse me, I shall transfer your money to your account. Nurse Joy left for the back, doing what she said. Helena was curious. She did hear about cell phones back in her old world. But they were more bulkier and larger while this one was smaller with a screen. Never seen a Rotom phone before? Steven asked. Not really, I did hear about cell phones but not this kind before. Rotom, is it a Pokemon? Helena looks at the steel blue-haired boy. Turn your phone around. Helena did so, seeing the Rotom blinking at her while chucking. Helena steps back, shocked to see a phone blinking back at her. Wow, that's so cool. So Rotom is a Pokemon. It's always interesting to see technology advancing. She frowns, looking back at her Rotom phone. Does Rotom mind being inside our phones like this? It sounds kinda cruel. She commented. Steven shook his head, not at all. Rotom loves to possess the technology to play pranks on people at times. He took out his own Rotom phone, light blue color with a silver streak going sideways on the bottom end. See? It's harmless since they're electric-type Pokemon. Electric-type Pokemon, there's a lot I need to learn about to understand the world. Helena sighs, taking note of the name. Well, that's why we're going to the trainer school next. I'm sure by now Headmaster Keith has been informed by his prized pupil. Steven ensures that everything was fine. Helena ponders at the prized pupil that Steven said. Prized pupil, is it Roxanne? Steven nodded. Yeah, it is. Believe or not, Headmaster Keith might choose her to be the next Rustboro City Gym due to her outstanding wins in battles. He informed her before grinning. That is until she met me, but I have no interest in becoming a gym leader. Oh. What do you want to be, Dash? Helena. Thank you for waiting. The two turn back to the counter where Nurse Joy enters the area. The transaction has been successful. Your Rotom phone should have the money recorded. The pink-haired nurse informed her. Helena nodded, looking at her Rotom phone. Okay, where is? She spots a peace sign with dashes as they have in pounds and dollars. This one then. She clicked on the cube and the account was accessed. I see it. Helena spots her money on her account, ready for her to use however she likes. She looks up at Nurse Joy, appreciating her help. Thank you, Nurse Joy, for your help. Nurse Joy nodded. Of course, anytime, Helena. Thank you for visiting the Rustboro City Pokemon Center. We await your return. She inclines her head, bidding them a farewell. Steven stands up straight, placing his Rotom phone back in his pocket. Alright, time for the last stop for today. Helena nodded, knowing what it is. The Pokemon Trainer School. End song. Ch4 A Taste of Battle. Helena and Steven stood before a red building with a white Pokeball at the entrance. Helena, welcome to the Pokemon Trainer School, where all trainers gather to learn more about Pokemon and battling. Steven introduces the school to the black-haired trainer. Wow, Helena looks at the school, small yet respectable to everyone who gazes upon it. This is nothing like my old school. She commented, liking the atmosphere of this place. Steven looks at Helena, trying to get to know her better. What was your old school like, if you don't mind? He asked the black-haired girl. Helena looks at the senior trainer. Oh, it's a large school that teaches regular education that normal schools teach. She explains, not wanting to reveal she was a witch. I did attend but rather learn in the outside world. She smiles. I understand, things can only be learned from traveling. Steven smiles before clearing his throat. Yeah, let's meet with Headmaster Keith and get you registered to the school. He walks forward to the glass door. Helena nodded, walking next to the steel blue-haired boy to the entrance of the trainer school. I can't wait, she said, about to enter the school. Just about the two can enter the trainer school. the glass double door opened to a powder blue-haired fair-skinned female around the age of 17. She wore a blue blouse with brown shorts above her kneecaps. Brown boots that reached to her mid-calf. Over her clothes was a brown trench coat. Her blue eyes looked down at the two trainers standing before her. "Excuse me, I'm just passing through," she said before walking to the two young trainers and into the bustling streets of Rustboro. Who was she? Helena asked, seeing the mysterious woman disappear into the streets. Stephen felt he has seen her before but can't make out where. "I'm not sure, but I do have an inkling feeling she's important," he commented on the strange woman. "Oi, Helena, Stephen. How long are you going to stand out here?" The two turned around and saw Brawley leaning on the glass window next to the automatic door with his arms crossed. "Brawley," Helena greeted the sky-blue-haired boy. They made their way to the entrance, meeting Brawley halfway. "Were you waiting for us this whole time?" Stephen asked one of his closest friends, giving a cheeky smirk. Brawley smirks, "Nah dude, the headmaster asked me to take Caitlin to the entrance dash." Caitlin? As in Caitlin Dark? The youngest archaeologist that hail from Kalos? Stephen asked, shocked that was the same woman that he heard about through the archaeologist that his father has on staff. Helena blinks, looking at both boys. "I'm sorry, but who's Caitlin Dark? You make her sound like she's a big deal around the world," she asked the two. Stephen turns around, his face filled with excitement to tell the former witch. Caitlin Dark is one and foremost youngest archaeologists that ever lived. She works on many excavation sites, such as the White Ruins and the Colossus Ruins in the Unova region, along with Professor Cedric Juniper and the Solation Ruins in Sinnoh. He explains, expressing his other passion for the ancient past. "I do wonder what Caitlin is doing here in Hoenn." Stephen ponders on why the most known archaeologist is doing this here in the region. "You must really like ancient history, Stephen." Helena giggles at the boy's interests, finding that cute. Stephen chuckles, not afraid to show what he really loves. "Well, to advance for the future, we must learn about the past too." He stated his belief in life. Brawley held back his laughter, hearing the same words many times before. "Get used to it, Dedette. You'll hear that a lot from Stephen when attending here." The former witch smiles, happy to have this type of friendship. "Oh, I can tell." She sighs. "Ahem, in any case. Let's head inside and meet with Headmaster Keith, Helena," Stephen said to the new trainer. Helena nodded, following both Brawley and Stephen inside the trainer school where her education as a trainer will commence. Inside the school, Roxanne stood before an old man with an angular face. His gray hair was tied in a ponytail and a long gray mustache that hangs down from his cheeks. He wore a black suit and a brown tie with gray pants and black shoes. Next to the old man was a large green lizard with a fern as its tail. The Pokemon has a choker that meets with a green circular stone that has a red and green symbol like a marble. Helena Potter, the old man ponders the new name given by his prized pupil. "Roxanne, this girl, you said that she came from the outskirts of the region, am I correct?" The brunette nodded to the old man's question. "Yes, Headmaster. Though we just met, I have a good feeling about her," Roxanne stated, wanting her mentor to give her new friend a try. "I can tell she can be a powerful trainer if given the chance." Keith nodded to his pupil's words. Yes, Roxanne, I understand." He looks at the young trainer he has taken an interest in. "All I can do is to see what Helena Potter is like for myself and see if she has the potential to learn in the school to become the strongest trainer as you said. That's all I want from you, Headmaster. You won't regret it." Roxanne smiles, hearing a knock on the door. "Headmaster Keith, we brought Helena here to see you." The muffled voice of Stephen Stone informed the old man sitting at his desk. "May we come in?" he asked. Keith looks at Sceptile for his stand on this. Sceptile, the forest Pokemon, nods, wanting to give this new trainer from the outskirts a chance like every trainer they've met. Keith smiles, looking at the door behind Roxanne. Yes, do come in, Mr. Stone. He looks over to his pupil, asking her for privacy. If you don't mind, Roxanne, I would like to speak with Ms. Potter alone. Helena walks in, hearing the last part of what the old man said to Roxanne. She watches as Roxanne obliges the headmaster. Yes, headmaster, she turns around and smiles at her. Don't worry, I have spoken with him. Just speak with the headmaster and things will be fine. Roxanne smiles, motioning for the boys to leave the office. Stephen looks at the black-haired girl, about to leave her. I guess I'll see you later then. He smiles. Oi, Stephen, let's get going, Brawley called out to the heir of the Devon Corporation. He looks at the former witch, saluting her. See ya, Didette. The trainer said before leaving the headmaster's office. Helena waves before looking at the old man sitting behind his desk. Helena Potter, am I correct? The old mustached man asked the former witch. That's right, sir, Helena responded. I am Keith, the headmaster of the Pokemon Trainer School and gym leader of the Rustboro Gym. Keith motions his hand to the seat before her. Please take a seat, I want to get to know you better. He urges the new trainer to sit. Helena nodded, politely sitting on the chair that the headmaster offered. She sat down, looking him eye to eye, however her eyes drew over the forest Pokemon standing like he's guarding the old headmaster. Seeing the emerald, green eyes of the young trainer darting over to his Sceptile. Keith smiles, looking at his friend for years. I take it you never seen a Sceptile before, Miss Potter? The old man asked. Sorry, I haven't. This is my first time seeing one. Helena gave a gentle look at the final stage of Trico. He is beautiful and powerful at the same time. She commented. Sceptile closes his eyes, smiling proudly at the comment Helena gave. Sceptile. He thanked the former witch. Sceptile and I were partners since I started my journey many years ago, Keith explains to the young trainer before him. Sceptile's first stage evolution, Trico, is one of the 3 starters for new trainers to receive in the traditional way of beginning on their journey at 10 years old. Helena looks at the headmaster, hearing the age at which children receive their first Pokemon. I'm sorry, but 10 years old? How can parents allow that, going out in the world alone like that, she said, thinking that's irresponsible parenting. Keith chuckles, proving what Roxanne said was true. You really are from the outskirts, Ms. Potter. He breathes before explaining things to the new trainer. You see, Helena, 10 years old by our standards is considered an adult. You all learn basic life skills from your parents and encouraged you to explore the possibilities of life. Yes, I know that seems irresponsible, but that's how it is. Keith smiles, remembering his own journey in his youth. I'm not sure what your community is like, and I will not pry since it's your private life. I'm sure whoever raised you wants you to live life to the fullest. Helena sighs, knowing that's what her late parents would want from her. Yeah, they would. Keith caught on to what the young trainer is feeling right now, a sense of sadness. Assuming that something might have happened to her parents, he changed the subject. Ahem. Tell me, Miss Potter, why would you want to attend our school? To add, why do you want to be a Pokemon trainer? What's your goal when you become a trainer? He asked, judging her responses. Helena thought for a moment about her answer. In truth, all she wanted was to get away from the politics of her old world. To be honest with you, Headmaster, the reason why I want to attend this school is to learn about Pokemon. But that's not the only reason, Ms. Potter, Keith commented, telling that there's more to it than meets the eye. Yes, Helena sighs, admitting that the old man was right. And my old school's headmaster is a bit involved in my personal life, and that there's a lot of suitors that he pushed upon me because of my family. Sceptile, the grass type, sympathizes with the young lady. He can tell that it's rather a difficult situation she was in. He looks at his partner who understands the problem. The old headmaster nodded, having encountered a few trainers with the same problem as she in his career. I see, you came from an old family, am I wrong? Keith asked the young maiden. Helena nodded. It's not well known in this area of Hoenn, but my family is pretty huge in the isolated areas of the region. She explains to the old man. Me being a girl and all, well, I can tell you know what it means. Yes, I do know what becomes of females of those old families. Often I see some married men they like, but the majority got married to men that they don't. The old headmaster stated, but don't worry, that type of practice isn't allowed in this part of the region. You are safe here from your marriage contract. He ensures the girl. Now for my other question. Helena nodded, yes, why I want to be a Pokemon trainer. She restates his question before. Ahem, well, I'm not well versed in Pokemon yet. I'm willing to learn as much as I can understand them, but for why I want to become a trainer, well, I'm not sure yet. She admits. Keith nodded at the answer she gave. If you don't know, then that's alright. Here at the Pokemon Trainer School, trainers will discover their goals while learning about Pokemon. He explains, you'll develop an understanding of both the fantastic world of Pokemon and yourself. The former which blinks, looking at the old man. Wait, does that mean I'm Dash? Yes, you are, Helena Potter, welcome to the Pokemon Trainer School. Keith welcomed the newest student to his school. I'm sure you'll grow into the person you want to be during your time here. Sceptile agreed with his partner. Sceptile. Keith stands from his desk, holding his cane with a rainbow stone on the center top. Helena smiles, ecstatic that she was admitted into the school this easily. Thank you for having me, headmaster. Tell me, Helena, do you happen to have a partner Pokemon? Keith asked the new trainer in his school. Partner Pokemon? Helena tilts her head, confused by the term he used. Sceptile said, causing Helena to look at him. Keith chuckles, moving to the side to show his partner to the new trainer. A partner Pokemon is a Pokemon that you develop a strong bond with, the old headmaster explains, getting approval from his Sceptile. Helena nodded, getting the who partner thing with Pokemon down. I see. Keith smiles, signaling Sceptile to handle things here. I assume you don't have at least one Pokemon, correct, Helena? He asked the black-haired teen. That's right, you can say I'm a fish out of water. Helena chuckles before pausing at what she said. Shoot, was that a saying in this world? Oh, I think I mess it up now. She mentally panicked. Yes, you can say that. Keith chuckles, walking to the door. Now come along, Miss Potter. There's someplace I want to take you within the school. He said, urging the young trainer to follow him. Helena jumps from her seat and agreed to follow the old gym leader. Yes, sir. She quickly follows him into the halls where the headmaster wants to show her someplace. In the halls, Helena closely follows Keith, wanting to take her somewhere. But until then, a small tour of the school is ideal for this. Helena, a lot of trainers across the region come visit our school. Some are here to learn more about Pokemon like Roxanne, Brawly, and Steven. Keith explains to the young trainer who is listening to his words. However, the majority of trainers are here to challenge the Rustboro gym, with me as a gym leader. Keith further explains his school. When the trainers come to challenge my gym, we urge them to check the school first before challenging the gym. Helena nodded. I see. If you don't mind, what type of gym is it, headmaster? She asked the old man. Keith turns to face his new student. It's a rock-type gym, specializes in rock-type Pokemon. He chuckles, continuing their path in the halls. Yes, I know that Sceptile is a grass-type, but that shouldn't say I specialize in rock-types. Gym leaders can have a variety of Pokemon, some like the types they specialize in, while some only use those types for gym challenges. He explains to the former witch. Helena understands what the old gym leader was saying. I get it now, she smiles. She looks around the halls, spotting one of the classrooms open. Helena stops to see an instructor lecturing about Pokemon battling to a younger cluster of students. Helena listens in to the lecture, catching that Pokemon battling isn't just commanding them to do what you want. It's about the bond and trust for each other that really wins a battle. I see you heard the lecture by one of our instructors. Keith walks up to Helena. Yeah, I didn't realize that you have younger trainers attending the school as well, Helena commented to the students in the classroom. Keith nodded. Yes, these students are learning the importance of Pokemon battling beyond the screen of Rotom phones or television. He informed the young trainer. Typically these are students that are about to turn 10 years old and either want to start their journey or continue their tuition here. He turns around, going back with the tour. Helena looks around, seeing one of the classes with trainers grooming their Pokemon. This class teaches Pokemon grooming techniques for those who want to be in the grooming business. She and the headmaster stopped by to trainers and Pokemon performing similar to a dance studio. What are they doing in there, headmaster? Helena asked, seeing flips and twirls from Pokemon. Ah, those classes are for Pokemon coordinators for those who want to perform in Pokemon contests, Keith explains, watching the trainers perfecting their routines. Further along the tour, they arrived at a window where two buildings were side by side to one. The one to the right has blue roofing while the other has a pinkish-red one. Those are the dormitories for trainers who come far to stay. There are other options of living arrangements like hotels for temporary stay or commutes like the children we first saw. He explains to the black-haired girl. It's like my old school, Helena commented. Keith chuckles. Yes, you do have an option of staying in the girls' dormitories with roommates of course. He added with a smile before leading Helena to the second-to-last place he wanted to show her on the tour. Now, this is where our main reasons why trainers come to my school. Keith opens the door, revealing an arena with some trainers of her age sitting on the bleachers watching the two trainers down at the dirt field. Lombra vs Makuhita. Alright, Lombra use Fury swipes on Makuhita. A blonde trainer ordered his partner to attack. A bluish humanoid toad Pokemon nodded, facing the opponent. Lombra. Lombra's claws glowed white, slashing the white chubby Pokemon. The jolly Pokemon slashed multiple times at Makuhita, however, the fighting type was taking in the damage. Makuhita. Makuhita was defending against the multiple slashes from his opponent only damaging the arms. Helena steps forward, placing her hands on the railings to see the battle taking place. Her eyes look down, seeing the back of a familiar boy then at the Pokemon. Wait, I know that Pokemon, it's Brawly's. She exclaims. Brawly heard his name being called out. He turns around and saw Helena looking down at her. Sup, Helena. Here to watch a battle? He asked the girl observing him. Then watch and learn, Dedette. Makuhita. Makuhita eyes his partner behind him, about to give orders. Use focus punch. Brawly punches the air indicating the move. Keith steps next to her, observing his older students. Some of these trainers have some experience in battle, such as Brawly there. He points to the young surfer. Makuhita. A yellow glow formed around Makuhita's fist and punched Lombra in the abdomen. Lombra was sent flying across the battlefield and stood before his trainer. Lombra, are you alright? The trainer asked his partner. The jolly Pokemon nodded. Lombra. Good, then use Bubble Beam then Zen Headbutt. The trainer ordered his partner. Lombra. A bubble beam was shot out from Lombra's mouth, hurling towards the Guts Pokemon, clouding his vision. Brawly held his fist. Makuhita. Stand guard. He ordered his partner. Makuhita nodded, on edge from the bubbles around him. His eyes widened when Lombra got the jump on him from his right. Lombra. The dual type's head glowed pink and slams it against Makuhita. Makuhita moved his face to the left by the attack. Hida. His face moved to the right by a second attack. Good job, Lombra. The trainer cheered for his partner. Brawly clenched his teeth, seeing his partner on the ground huffing. Makuhita. Are you alright? He asked his partner. Helena held her hands, seeing Makuhita weakened by the blow. "Oh no, Makuhita," she gasps. "That's Lombra's Zen Headbutt, a psychic-type move that's super effective against fighting types such as Makuhita," Keith informed the new trainer. "I see, so psychic types are strong against fighting types then." Helena looks at the headmaster. Keith nodded, "Indeed, Helena. Now let's move along to the last place I want to take you," the headmaster said before being stopped by Helena. Helena looks up at the headmaster, captivated by the battle before her. "Wait, can we see how this plays out?" she asked, a bit excited by the Pokemon battle. The old gym leader chuckles, seeing the gleam of excitement within Helena's green eyes. "Of course, this is the first battle you've seen," Keith stated, placing his cane on the ground. "Now who do you think might win in this Pokemon battle, Helena? Brawly and Makuhita or Jackie and his Lombra?" he asked. The former witch thought for a moment, thinking of the moves they've shown. Considering that Lombra used a ghost-type move against Makuhita, it would guarantee a win, but that's only one psychic-type move unless he knows more. "I'm not sure, there are too many variables to this, headmaster," Helena answers. Then let's watch, my dear." Keith smiles. Makuhita stands back up after a damaging blow. "Makuhita! Hida!" the Pokemon cried out. Brawly punches the air. "I knew you can recover from that, buddy," he cheered. "Makuhita, us focus energy and wait." Makuhita nodded, doing a stance while gaining energy. Jackie saw that Makuhita was preparing for an attack from him and Lombra. Alright, he thought of a strategy against the opponent and guaranteed a win. "Lombra, use double team and Zen Headbutt again," he ordered. "Lombra." The jolly Pokemon dashed forward, splitting into many copies of himself across the field. They multiplied. Helena jumps, smiling at the abilities these Pokemon have. She looks down to see Makuhita and Brawly remaining calm despite the numbers. "Brawly, you can do it." Brawly watches the Lombra running towards his partner, waiting for the perfect moment. The Lombras ran all over Makuhita. His eyes looked around the field to see which Lombra is the real Lombra. Bree. Brawly's eyes caught the real Lombra with its head glowing pink. Makuhita saw the Lombra charging at him with Zen Headbutt. He stood still, waiting for his partner's signal. Just as Lombra is about to do his super effective attack at the guts Pokemon, Brawly cried out. "Makuhita! Dodge and use counter!" Brawly ordered. Makuhita steps to the side as Lombra missed his target. Mac. The guts Pokemon's arms began to glow an orange hue before uppercutting the water type in the chest. Hida! Lombra! The jolly Pokemon was sent flying back to the blonde trainer. Lombra hits the dirt field, trying to get up. "Lombra, get up!" Jackie cried, hoping his partner to get up. Lombra got to his feet, smirking at Makuhita. "Lombra," he smirks. "Yeah, go Lombra, I know you can, do it." Jackie jumps back, seeing that his partner Pokemon falls back to the ground. Lombra's eyes were now spirals, unable to battle. The referee held out a red flag to Jackie. "Lombra is unable to battle, the winner is Makuhita and Brawly," he announces. "Yeah, way to go Makuhita." Brawly ran to his partner as the fighting type did the same. Both gave each other a high five at their victory. The trainers around the arena gave applause to the victor. Brawly looks up and grins at Helena. Helena applauded Brawly and his partner for their win. "That was something, Headmaster Keith." Brawly and Makuhita were in since, even Jackie and Lombra too. She looks at the old gym leader. Indeed, anyone can challenge one another to see what they learned during their time. Keith points to the instructor over talking to the defeated trainer. That instructor over there takes notes of the battle between students. He is giving Jackie there some tips on how to improve his battle style and strategy. He explains. "I see, that seems helpful." Helena nodded. Keith cleared his throat, turning around to the exit. Now, there's one more place I want to show you, Helena. It's probably the most important room in the school. The old gym leader smiles. Helena blinks, curious about the room. What is it, headmaster? She asked politely. After a few moments of walking, the two made it to an indoor daycare center with toys and a few toddler playgrounds. Helena expects this was a daycare center for those who have much younger siblings, but it's something else. Keith walks forward and prostrated his cane before him. Helena, welcome to the Pokemon daycare, where first-time trainers will receive their partners for life. He greeted the young trainer in a room filled with Pokemon of all kinds. Ch5 The missing Pokemon. Helena was greeted by a cute atmosphere, small Pokemon playing with each other. She smiles, walking inside the daycare. So cute, she squeals seeing a brown puppy-like Pokemon tumbling over with another one with big ears and a round tail. What is this place? Helena looks back at the headmaster. Keith walks behind her, smiling at the Pokemon. This place is where we take care of Pokemon either from the Hoenn region or other regions that were abandoned or were smuggled by smugglers that will get a price for these poor Pokemon. He looks down at a Shinx smiling at him. Helena watches as the headmaster kneels to pet the electric Pokemon. If you don't mind, how did you find them? She jumps, seeing a Tepig snuggling up to her. Oh, hello there little one. Tepig. The fire-type Pokemon snorts happily to be petted by the former witch. The starter Pokemon jumps off of Helena before running off to join the others and playing in the middle. Helena watches as they toss the ball over to her. She grabs the ball and held it in her hands. She looks at the Pokemon urging her to toss it back. Oh, here you go. Helena tossed the ball over to the Pokemon, they cheered and continued to play with the ball. Suddenly blue slip-on shoes step in front of the former witch. Helena looks up and saw the teal-haired boy smiling at her. Well, I didn't expect you to be in the daycare this soon, Wallace greeted the new trainer. Wallace. Helena got up from the floor, facing the young trainer. She looks at the Pokemon in his hands. A pink head with little feet and blue arm hair appendaged and a pink polka-dotted hat. What are you doing in the daycare? I thought you were watching Brawly's battle. Wallace chuckles, oh, I was meant to go but I have volunteer work to do in the daycare. He looks down at Helena in his arms. This Helena is new to the daycare and we have little hands helping this time of day. Helena tilts her little head at Helena, feeling comfortable in her presence. What a cute Pokemon, Helena. I get it, the little antenna on her head looks like a hat. Helena smiles before looking at Keith standing beside her. Helena is rare in Hoenn, only found in the Galar region. The headmaster explains to the new trainer. She was smuggled here by poachers along with a few Pokemon from Galar. That is until Officer Jenny and I got intel of their little operations. He smiles. Helena frowns that some would harm these cute and adorable creatures. But she was glad that some would step in and help Pokemon in need. I see, she looks at the calm Pokemon. You're far from home, aren't you? The psychic type nodded, letting the new trainer pet her. Don't worry, I'm sure you will like it here. Helena smiles at the Pokemon from another land. Helena chirps happily in the presence of the former witch. Wallace chuckles, carefully holding the Galar Pokemon as she flails in his arms. Whoa, careful little one, you don't want to fall now. Wallace chuckles, he looks at Helena who seems Helena took a liking to. It seems that Helena took a liking too. Wallace smiles at the young trainer. You think so? Helena asked. Keith looks down at Helena, yes, but unfortunately this Helena is still an infant. So it'll take some time to fully train her to proper strength. He informed his new student. Wallace smiles, walking forward to Helena. You know, we can always need some help here at the daycare. He stated, you can help out here by taking care of the Pokemon if you want. Now, Wallace. Helena is just getting started as a trainer, Keith stated, as he looks at the former witch. Helena, I brought you here to find a partner Pokemon for you to learn with while here. Keith walks over to the pen where Wallace was in, pointing to the pink sign. This sign indicates that the Pokemon is still an infant or is injured. He flips it over, revealing a lime green color. And this means that the Pokemon is ready and fully recovered. They are healthy and at the optimal level to be trained by student trainers. Wallace nodded. Yes, most of the Pokemon here are at their second stage of evolution, but they are at the training level. He added, stepping to the side for Helena to check the daycare. Go on, have a look around, and don't worry. If you don't know who to pick, the Pokemon will choose. He explains. Helena nodded, FSTNG her hands. Okay, I got this. She walks forward, looking at the many selections of Pokemon. The former which looks around at the variety of Pokemon gathered in the daycare. Each one is unique both in appearance and personality. At least 2 other students were caring for the Pokemon in their pens. Take your time, Helena. There's no rush. Keith smiles, informing the young trainer. Her emerald eyes looked around, observing the Pokemon. There's so many to choose from. How can I pick just one? Helena places her hand on her chin, then her eyes caught the back door open and a gate in one of the pens. Huh. She walks over to the empty pen. Is there a Pokemon in that pen that caught your interest, Helena? Keith asked the black-haired girl. No, there isn't. Keith and Wallace looked at each other, confused by her words. Wallace walks over to Helena, curious about what she meant. What do you mean? He asked, stepping next to him. His eyes widen at the empty pen he's familiar with. This pen is Dash. Helena looks at Wallace, turning to the headmaster. Headmaster Keith, she got out again. The teal-haired boy informed the headmaster. The 2 trainers that were there in the daycare stepped out of the pens they were in. Keith sighs, looking at the 2 students of his. You 2, go with Wallace and search for her. Yes, headmaster, the 2 responded before closing the gate they were in. They left the daycare in search of the missing Pokemon. Helena walks over to the back door, shutting it for the people here. Helena, she turns to Wallace, handing her Hatena. Please take Hatena, I need to look for the missing Pokemon along with the others. Hatena chirps, jumping in Helena's arms. Oh. Helena steps a bit forward, catching the calm Pokemon in her hands. Are you sure? I'm still new at this. Don't worry, I'm sure you can handle the Pokemon here. The teal-haired man has placed his trust in his new friend. We'll be back as soon we find the Pokemon. Wallace turns around and is rushed out of the daycare. Wait, Wallace. Helena looks at the headmaster who was about to leave her too. Headmaster. She looks at Keith for his help. Keith gave an old man smile, waving back at the new trainer. I have to inform my faculty of the missing Pokemon loose in the school. He smiles, walking out of the daycare. The black-haired girl blinks, now standing alone in the daycare. Now I'm alone. She chuckles to herself. Suddenly Helena hears the Pokemon cry to play with them. Oh, what do you guys dash? Hatena cries, jumping off from Helena's arms. Whoa, careful Hatena. Helena cried. She watches as the psychic type dashes over to a ball. She pushes over to the other Pokemon gathering around Helena, assisting her with communications. The former which caught what the Pokemon was trying to say. I see now. Helena kneels to the floor, catching the rolling ball. You guys want me to play with you? They all nodded, confirming what she was true. All right then, she tosses the ball as the Pokemon ran after it. Steven closes a book on rock, ground, and steel-type Pokemon in another part of the school. He smiles, having a pleasant time reading the book. It was his free time today, already attended his classes for today. His ears then picked up a few instructors speaking behind some shelves. Have you heard? Headmaster Keith has asked everyone to have an eye out for a Pokemon who found a way out of the daycare. An instructor informed her coworker of the news. The other instructor nodded. Well, we better have a keen eye on the school. Who knows where that Pokemon might have gone? He stated, both returning to work while keeping an eye out for the Pokemon. A Pokemon got out of the daycare? Steven ponders to himself. He sighs and closes his book, standing up, returning the book back to the shelf. After that small task, the steel blue hair trainer walks out of the library and into the halls. Steven looks at the time, seeing that classes are about to end. I guess I have some time before the halls are flooded. Worried about the lost Pokemon, the trainer heads out to find it. Looking in empty classrooms or halls, Steven knows that if the Pokemon got out of the daycare, it will find an empty room to hide in. Steven traveled around the school, peering inside empty classrooms and looming in empty halls. Still, there are no signs of the lost Pokemon. The young trainer paused, thinking about what elsewhere a Pokemon would hide. Now if I was a Pokemon, where could I go if I wanted to leave the daycare? Steven thought out loud, thinking of all possible answers. Talos flew past the window he was at. Steven blinks, having a thought of where to look now. Outside maybe. Steven smiles, walking to find the nearest exit. After making his way through the second floor of the trainer school and then the first floor, Steven was now outside, hands in his pockets and enjoying the fresh air while keeping an eye out for the lost Pokemon. The young steel blue hair trainer was near the daycare from the outside. How can he tell? Well, the sign, Pokemon Daycare, is written at the front or back door. Curiosity got the better of him and wandered to the windows. Luckily the window of the daycare was opened a bit, letting him see inside. Steven's blue eyes look inside the room, he could hear the cries of cheerful Pokemon inside playing. Well, look at that, the Pokemon seems to be having fun. He commented. He then saw that one is missing, which confirms the missing Pokemon. So it was her that got out. Steven sighs knowing the story of that Pokemon who got out. Wait, don't do that. His eyes widen, hearing a soft voice coming inside the daycare. Turning his head back inside, he saw her kneeling with the Pokemon. Alright, if you two don't stop fighting over the toy, I have no choice but to take it away. Helena scolded the two Pokemon, both a Tailo and a Mareep standing before her. Both pouts as Tailo handed the toy over to the electric type. Helena giggles, seeing the two getting along. There, isn't sharing the best? She asked the two. Tailo. Mareep. The two smirk before going off someplace in the daycare to play together. Helena smiles, looking over at the little psychic type next to her. Who knew taking care of Pokemon by yourself would be so much fun, right Hatena? She asked Hatena sitting next to her. Hatena chirps, having fun as well in helping the former witch. Steven smiles softly, hearing Helena giggles at the fun she's having. He then shook his head, now realizing he was staring at her like some stalker. What am I doing? I'm staring at her like some creep, ugh. I better get out of here before she notices. He thoughts, leaving the window. Suddenly some rustles echo in the small yard, putting the young trainer on his toes. Steven turns around, carefully listening for the rustles. Who's there? Are you the lost Pokemon from the daycare? He asked, trying to pinpoint where the Pokemon was. There was silence for a moment, causing Steven to touch his Pokeballs on his belt. Taking the one with his trusted partner, he tossed it in the air. Beldum, help me out here. Beldum came out of the Pokeball, floating in front of the trainer. Beldum, he cries. Keep a heads up, my friend. That Pokemon might be around here, Steven informed his partner Pokemon of the situation. Beldum, the Iron Ball Pokemon nodded, looking around the area. Steven looks around the area with Beldum, then she spots a bush rustling near the trees. Beldum there. He points his finger at the bush. Beldum rushed at the bush, crashing into the greenery. Suddenly both the missing Pokemon and the steel type jump out of the bushes. Kirlia. A green-haired humanoid Pokemon sent Black Ball at Beldum. Beldum. Iron defense now. Steven orders his Pokemon to defend himself. Beldum. The dual-type's body turned into more metallic material, defending himself from the ghost-type move. An explosion happened when the Shadow Ball hit the Pokemon. Steven covered his eyes, peering just above his eyes. He smirks, seeing that Beldum was still standing. "You okay, Beldum?" he asked his partner. Beldum shook off the remaining dust, his eye glared back at his opponent. "Dumb, Beldum. Great, now." Steven looks at Curlia, who seems tired and weak before them. He stops, seeing the dual-type huffing and gasping. She doesn't look well, she looks like she was poisoned. Did she encounter a poison-type Pokemon? Curlia. Curlia growls, glaring at Steven and his Beldum. "Beldum, stand down," Steven asked his partner, who was hesitant. Beldum. Beldum tried to reason with his partner, only for him to walk past him. Steven smiles, ensuring the dual type that everything is fine. "Don't worry, I'll be safe." He gently walks over to the injured Pokemon. "Hey Curlia, I know you're injured. Don't worry, I'm a nice person." He offers his hand to the psychic type. Curlia growls, not trusting the human not at all. The emotion Pokemon steps back, ready to attack at any given notice. Steven gently kneels, still offering his hand. Hey, don't worry. I won't hurt you, just going to heal you dash." Suddenly the door behind Steven opened, entering a familiar face. "I think that explosion came from here," Helena spoke, stepping outside the daycare. Steven and Beldum turned swiftly at the black-haired girl. "Helena! Get back!" The steel-blue-haired boy shouted. Curlia. Curlia didn't react well to another strange human entering the scene. She raises her hands, activating one of her moves. A small moon appeared above the dual type and released a beam of pinkish-white light at Helena. What dash? Helena was frozen, seeing the attack hurling straight for her, despite having Hatena urging her to move. Helena. Steven tackles the former witch to the ground, evading the attack. Both trainers were on the floor, the attack impacted the floor causing the Pokemon within to flee into the school. Beldum and Hatena jump forward, defending the trainers from the scarred Curlia. Curlia dash, Curlia stops hearing trainers coming from behind. Hey, what's going on here? Flannery and a few other students heard the explosion within the school. Curlia looks back and forth at the trainers before using her other move, teleport. Flannery held her hands out, trying to stop Curlia. Hey, stop. She lowers it, seeing that Curlia's gone, huh? She turns around to the headmaster coming into the scene. I see, so Curlia was nearby all this time. Keith sighs, feeling terrible for not seeing her earlier. Headmaster, Flannery said, she shook her head and looks at her friends near the daycare's back door. Insert Akagami no Shirayukiheim OST, CD 1-7, Reconciliation, the beginning of two people. Steven groans, pushing up from the ground. He opens his blue eyes at Helena, who was below him. Helena, are you alright? He asked the former witch. Helena held her hands together, her eyes met with the boy who saved her life. Yeah. I guess I am. She confirms that she's not injured in any way. That's a relief, I was worried that I was too late, Steven admits, still looming over her body protectively. The black-haired girl's face turned red, and her emerald eyes shifted to the left. Steven. Helena looks away from him. Steven blinks, looking confused by her strange facial expression. Helena. What's wrong? Did you hurt yourself? He asked, concerned for her well-being. I told you I didn't hurt myself, but, Helena cleared her throat, her eyes motioning to his body. Steven was still confused by her gesture until he saw both his hands pinning her on the floor. His blue eyes widen, his cheeks flushed red at the realization of their position. I am sorry. The young trainer got off of the former witch. He stumbles back, his knees folded under him. I didn't mean to place I mean you in a POS dash. Helena sat up quickly, her face still red as a tomato berry. She held out her hands at him, and no. It was a totally necessary action to save me. She retorted back. Why you don't have anything to say sorry for Steven? She stammers. Both trainers paused before looking away at each other's faces. Beldam, the Iron Ball Pokemon sighs at his partner's foolishness. Helena sighs, agreeing with the Steel type. Flannery scoffs, a grin spread across her face upon seeing her friends at the moment. Rather not being the one to interrupt the small moment in a rude way, she decided to see how things will play out. I guess we need to look for Curlia, right headmaster? She looks at the old man. Keith nodded, smiling at something that make him happy. Indeed, but give them some time. I'm planning to give this mini-quest to you and your friends, Flannery. He turns around, walking back to his office. Come meet me in the office when things are settled here. Right. Helena looks at Steven, he was still blushing at their position early. She was grateful for his help, but her heart was pounding, never experienced that before. Her emerald eyes looked over to Steven, who assembling is sharing the same feeling like her. Her eyes saw the red on Steven's cheeks, still embarrassed by what he did. Nice going, Steven, I can't believe I just did that to a girl. Steven moved his hand over his chest, feeling like his heart could burst out at any second. First that encounter in Petalburg Forest and now this. Steven. The steel blue-haired boy turns to face Helena, hearing her call his name. Why yes, Helena. He cleared his throat. Helena looks down, her mouth hangs open trying to say what she wants to say. Thank you, she cleared her throat. For saving me back there. Steven nods, accepting her gratitude humbly. Why you're welcome. He got up from the floor, offering her his hand. Here, let me help you up. Thanks, Helena grabs his hand, being pulled to her feet. Oh, Helena, your clothes. Steven saw that her old school uniform has a tear on her shoulder. The shoulder has a tear on it. He points out the damage. Helena looks at her shoulders, seeing the tear he was talking about. Don't worry, this was getting old anyway. She ensures that it's fine, I was meaning to find clothes fitting for the trainer school anyways at some point. Steven nodded, as long it's okay with you, of course. He coughs. Why yeah, do you know any place to get better clothes? Helena asked, pushing aside her hair from her cheeks. I do, Steven, and Helena turns to the red-haired girl, crossing her hands while watching the two interact. Flannery. How long were you standing there? Steven blushed, suspecting she saw everything that went down. Flannery grins, long enough, blue boy. Also, I'm not the only one. She points to the two other students smiling at them with her thumb. Steven stammers, frozen with embarrassment as his beldam floats next to him and tries to snap him out of it. Helena dusted off the dust she got on her when she was tackled by Steven. Hey Helena, she looks up at Flannery, motioning for her to come over. Yes, Flannery? Helena asked. There's a clothing shop near the school that got what you are looking for, Flannery stated, ushering her to come with her. I can show you the way. The former witch nodded, sure, I appreciate it. Helena walks past Steven, smiling at him. I'll see you later, Steven. Helena walks over to Flannery, following her past the two trainers. Oh, and Steven. The steel blue-haired trainer snaps out of his daze, looking at the fiery girl. Headmaster Keith wants us six to go meet him in his office, we'll join you when I get Helena here some new clothes. Alright, Steven watches the two females leave him alone in front of the daycare. Beldam? Beldam floats next to Steven, curious why he's still a bit dazed. Helena chirps, hopping on her feet while looking at the trainer. I guess I should go and get ready then. Stephen chuckles, walking inside the daycare while holding his chest. End song. Ch6 getting set up. Flannery was looking through the many selections of clothing around the racks that the store has to offer. She took out a black skirt and a light green blouse. Nah, this is too simple. She placed back the clothes on the racks. Hey Helena, you okay in there? The red-haired girl looks at the changing rooms behind her. Flannery, this is too much, Helena spoke out through the closed doors, unsure about the clothes she was trying out. I'm not too sure about the clothes you picked for me, she said to the young trainer. Flannery sighs, placing her hand on her hips. Helena, come out. I want to see, she urges her new friend to come out of the dressing room. The door opened, revealing Helena wearing a short dark gray sleeved shirt with a neck hole pink. Over the shirt was a white jacket, reddish pink on the ends of the sleeves, and where the zipper are. Red flaps were over the 2 pockets on each side. She wore black leggings that were a bit above her knees and a red skirt inches away from the leggings. To complete her new look she wore black boots that reaches above her ankles and pinkish red straps to hold them in place. Helena looked at the clothes that she thought were cute until she realized this was a bit revealing on her legs. Is this a bit much, Flannery? I'm not complaining, but the skirt is a bit short than what I wore before, she said to her new friend. You were the one who picked it, Flannery commented, taking a good look at the new trainer's new outfit. Looks good on you, Helena. She complimented the attire she was wearing. The former witch turns to the mirror behind her, taking in her new look. You sure? I'm not that fashionable back at my home, Helena said, frowning that her hair was a bit messy. She leans closer, fixing her hair. The red-haired girl smiles, walking up to her. Of course, you look good. After all, these types of clothes are good for the outdoors. Running, battling, exploring, this is the fashion choice for trainers, Flannery stated, proud of her knowledge of clothes. Helena sighs, looking at her friend. You really know your fashion, Flannery, she turns back to the red-haired girl from the mirror. Are you planning to be a fashionista? The black-haired girl asked. Me? Fashion? Sorry, but I know next to nothing when it comes to trends and that stuff. Flannery denies what Helena said, I just know what's practical for traveling on a journey. Take the clothes I'm wearing. She flexes her arm, placing her other hand on the upper part. I train fire types, so having a sleeveless shirt is pretty useful with all that heat they give off, Flannery explains to the newbie. I see, that's actually useful, Helena commented. Flannery smiles before seeing that Helena's black hair was all in a bundled mess. Hey, sorry to judge, but your hair looks like it hasn't been brushed in a while, she informed her. Helena touches her hair, noticing that it has gotten a little longer than she previously had it. She sighs at the length it has gotten. Yeah, I was meant to cut it, but things got in the way for me to properly care for it, she chuckles. Flannery came behind Helena, slapping her back. Gah! Flannery, why did you dash? Is that all? Then I know where the best hair salon in Rustboro City's at. Flannery took out her red Rotom phone, went on the messenger, and texted someone. What are you doing? Helena asked, curious on why she was on the Rotom phone. Flannery smiles, placing the device back in her pocket. I texted Roxanne that we'll be a little bit late to the headmaster's office, she informed the new trainer. Helena blinks at what Flannery said. Huh? Didn't we say we'll be back when we're finished getting me some new clothes? The new trainer asked the red-haired girl. Yeah, we did, but did we tell them that we are finished? Flannery asked Helena, giving her a mischievous smirk. Helena opened her mouth, trying to find something to say back. However, she remembered that they did not say when they would return, just, they'd be back. You really know how to make sharp turns, Flannery. Flannery laughs, guiding Helena to the counter. I know, that's why I mostly win in arguments with my grandpa. She smiles, arriving at the counter. Have you two got everything you need? The woman asked the two trainers before her. Helena nodded, taking out her pink Rotom phone. Yes, thank you for asking. She placed her phone on the cashier. Payment approved. The Rotom phone announced to the three. The shopkeeper gave a cheery smile, inclining her head to the two customers. Thank you for shopping at our boutique. We await your next visit. She bids them farewell. Both Helena and Flannery walk out of the boutique, checking that they have everything they needed. Got everything, Flannery? Helena asked. Yep, you. Flannery places her hands behind her head. Helena nodded, yes, my Rotom phone and ID are with me. She looks over to the glass windows, checking herself in the window. She lifts her right leg back and then her left to a feel for the clothes. However, her hair wasn't going with her new clothes. Helena, are you finished admiring yourself in the window? Flannery crosses her arms, seeing the black-haired looking at herself. Oh, sorry, it's just my hair. Helena's face deflates. And that's why we're going to the salon to help you with that. Flannery motions to the pink building right across the street with a logo of a woman's hair blowing in the wind. Helena smiles as the two crosses the streets, entering the salon. Once inside the salon, the two were greeted by a hairstylist at the counter. Welcome to the Beautifly Hair Salon, the woman inclines her head to the two who entered. How may I help you today? She asked. Helena steps forward to the counter, holding her Rotom phone. Yes, can you fix my hair? I haven't really taken care of it for a dash. Say no more, I can tell that you want a new style. The hairstylist smiles, she motions her hand to the chairs where women and men are getting their hair done. Please head to seat number 4 and I'll be with you momentarily. Payment will be after the hairstyling unless you decided not to go with it. She smiles. Okay, Helena heads over to the 4th seat, walking past a mime-like Pokemon sweeping the floor. Upon arrival, she sat on the seat that she was shown. Her eyes saw many tools and shampoo on the table before her. I have never seen this many tools before in a salon. Helena thought before picking up what seemed to be a hairstyling book. Maybe they have some unique tools to this world. She smiles. Helena looks over to the waiting area where Flannery was sitting, checking on her Rotom phone. Soon enough the same hairstylist entered the scene, tying her tool pouch around her waist. Thank you for waiting, how do you like your hair styled? She asked. I'm not sure, something simple. Helena answered the stylist. Hi, I know the look for you, the woman smiles, starting her work on Helena's hair. Flannery smiles, seeing an angry text message from Wallace for not being there now. She chuckles mischievously before a shadow covered her, looking up she saw Helena completely different. WL. How do I look? Helena blushed, looking to the side. Helena's hair was now smoother and was cut a bit past her shoulders. She no longer wore the glasses which was curiosity odd. Flannery gave a thumbs up at the former which, looks cute. Stephen will definitely blush redder than any red color. She jokes. WA. Helena blushed like a steam engine pop. Flannery laughs, getting up from her seat, all right, we're all done in getting you ready to venture off. She smiles before asking something else. Say, what happened to your glasses, Helena? She asked. Helena blinks before she answered, oh, yeah, the hairstylist called over her friend, a makeup artist, and gave me contacts since my glasses are wearing down. She explains to the red-haired girl. I see, well they are a beauty salon, they have everything regarding beauty supplies, Flannery commented on their supplies. Did you pay already, Helena? She looks at the new trainer. Yes I did, so we're going back to the trainer school. Helena asked the red-haired girl. Flannery gave a light chuckle at Helena's question, she raised her Rotom phone at her. Hee hee hee. Helena looks at what seems to be an angry text from someone. Eh. At the trainer school, Roxanne, Brawley, and Stephen were all waiting outside of their headmaster's office for Flannery and Helena to return from their little shopping trip. Wallace was pacing back and forth, checking his green Rotom phone for any message from Flannery. "Wallace, relax. They'll be here," Roxanne said, trying to calm the teal-haired boy. "Oh, I know, Roxanne." Wallace's face twitches, clutching his Rotom phone. "It's the fact they are late. I don't blame Helena, of course, it's Flannery that I'm mad at," he stated. Brawley chuckles, his arms behind his head casually. "What do you expect, my man? Flannery tends to come in late given the reason," the sky-blue-haired trainer commented. Wallace turns to Brawley, annoyed with his attitude. "Don't talk to me of being late, Brawley." He points at the young surfer, leaning on the wall. "You are the worst when it comes to being on time." He points at the young surfer. Stephen sighs at his friends bicker with each other as usual. He chuckles at the never-ending love-hate friendship they have. "Oi. So everyone's here." Everyone turns around to see the red-haired girl walking over to them. "Oh wow, everyone's here, that's great." Flannery smiles brightly. Wallace growls, marching up at Flannery. "Flannery, do you know how long we've been waiting for you too?" he shouted at her friend. The red-haired girl waved her hand at the frustrated teal-haired boy. "Hey now, shopping for the right clothes and other things for a journey takes time." Flannery shrugs, smiling as she moves to the side. "Besides." Stephen's eyes draw over to Flannery moving to the side, revealing Helena's new appearance. His eyes widen, cheeks blushed red at her new look. "Whoa, what a glow-up." Brawley got off the wall, liking the style Helena has. "Looking good, Helena." Roxanne walks forward, smiling at Helena's new look. "That looks so cute on you, Helena." She looks at her hair, finding that cute too. "And that hairstyle, it suits you. Right? I knew taking her to the boutique and beautify salon was the right call." Flannery cheered. Helena blushed, pushing away some hair away. Flannery, you're making me blush." She smiles. Wallace sighs, placing his hand on his chin and having a good look at the black-haired girl. It suits you." His green eyes looked over to Stephen, standing still like a fool. "Stephen, don't you think so too?" What was that, Wallace?" Stephen shook his head, coming out of his daze. Wallace sighs at the steel blue-haired boy. "What do you think of Helena's new clothes and hair?" He asked again his question to him. "All right, ahem." Stephen looks over to Helena, shyly showing him her new look. His cheeks blushed upon seeing her. It looks great, Helena." He coughs. Helena smiles, her cheeks blushed a little. Thanks, Stephen." There was silence for a few moments, both the young male and former which were shy to say anything else. Ahem, both trainers jumped like meowths, hearing Wallace along with everyone else watching them. They look at the teal-haired trainer smiling at them. "If you two are done doing whatever you were doing, the headmaster is waiting for us inside his office." "All right." Both Helena and Stephen responded. Stephen turns hastily at the door, grabbing the doorknob. "Let's go inside, everyone." The steel blue-haired boy led the group inside the headmaster's office. The group of trainers, experienced and rookies standing before the old gym leader. "Headmaster, you asked for us?" Stephen asked the gym leader. Keith nodded, his septile standing beside him. "Yes, Stephen, I have." He placed his hands on his desk, looking at the group of trainers. "As you all are aware, we have a Pokemon that escaped the daycare. This Pokemon, Curlia, is untrusting of humans and must be returned to the daycare." Helena steps forward, curious why would he wants to retrieve Curlia. Headmaster, if I could ask. Why do you want to bring back a Pokemon that isn't trusting of humans to a place filled with humans?" The former witch asked, wanting to know the reason. It's a simple answer, Helena. The headmaster smiles before frowning at the reason. Curlia was found abandoned near the trainer school. We of course ask around the students if they lost her but dash. Stephen looks at Helena, continuing the old man's explanation. But we later found out that she was injured by people that she was escaping from. The steel blue-haired boy said. Yes, soon after we received the report from Officer Jenny explaining that smugglers were smuggling Pokemon from the Hoenn region, Keith explains, clutching his hands at those despicable people. Fortunately they were apprehended by the authorities, but the Pokemon developed a distrust of humans. Curlia was sent to our daycare to help her get comfortable but... I understand, Helena got the gist of the story. Having Curlia out there is bad since she doesn't trust us yet. If we leave her out then it'll cause problems, not for us but people too. Wallace nodded, yep, you got it there Helena. And as trainers of this school, it's our responsibility to see that neither Pokemon nor people get hurt. Roxanne points out their duty as student trainers. Keith stands up, walking over to his students. We believe that Curlia is either in the Petalburg Forest or here in Rustboro City. It's your job to find and return Curlia back here. He took out 2 Pokeballs and gave them to Helena. Helena held her hands out, watching him putting them in her palms. Headmaster, what is dash? Normally I won't do this but seeing that you didn't really have time in finding a partner for this, Keith stated with a smile. But we can't have a trainer out in the world without a Pokemon. For the time being, you can use my Corsola. Helena looks at the Pokeballs in her hand, a bit weird how this small ball can contain a Pokemon. How exactly does a Pokemon fit inside here? She looks at the gym leader. Keith closes his eyes. When a Pokeball hits or touches the Pokemon it opens up and converts their bodies into light and gets stored as energy. The gym leader informed Helena of the basic knowledge of Pokeballs. Ah, that's awesome. Helena smiles, looking down at the Pokeballs. Oh, what's in the second Pokeball? That's Curlia's Pokeball. As I said, smugglers smuggle Pokemon out of the region. Keith explains further. They do this by capturing them inside Pokeballs. We got Curlia's when she was transferred here. Keith cleared his throat, looking at his students. Now, go out and return Curlia safely to the daycare. He smiles at each of them. I have faith that you all will succeed. Hi. The 6 left the headmaster's office, walking in the halls to the exit. Is it really all right for us to leave the school when it's the middle of the day? Helena asked the group. Oh yes, the headmaster wants us, students, to experience the outside world, Wallace explains to Helena. He wants us to know how to navigate cities and how to speak with other people. Roxanne nodded, looking at Helena. He's preparing us for our journey when the time comes, the brunette continued after Wallace. After all, we're on our own after we finish our schooling. Helena blinks, seeing that her new friends was planning to leave Rustboro. Oh. Don't worry, Dedette. Brawly smirks at the black-haired girl. We're all planning on traveling the entire Hoenn region so we can challenge the Pokemon League. Well, most of us are. His eyes motions to Roxanne and Wallace. What do you mean, Brawly? Helena asked the sky-blue-haired boy. Stephen turns to her, hearing the question. Wallace wants to become a Pokemon coordinator and Roxanne is aiming to become a teacher. Roxanne blushed, scratching her cheeks. It's something I always wanted to do since I was little. The brunette giggles. I'm more of those performing type of trainers. Wallace flips his hair dramatically, stating his dream. But that doesn't mean battling isn't my passion. I was trained by my Shirsho in the art of battle. He said. Everyone groans at Wallace's ego showing, posing in a sudden appearance of a spotlight. Helena's face flattens seeing the strange anomaly, unsure where on earth it came from. Where did that spotlight come from? She thought. Roxanne interrupts the teal-haired boy priding himself in the halls. All right. That's enough of Wallace's vanity. She chuckles, getting annoyed with Wallace. Now, how do you guys want to do this task that Headmaster wants us to do? She asked everyone who went with her. Wallace sighs, having his spotlight taken away from him. Fine, he placed his hand on his sides. Stephen. I know you have a plan for this mission. He looks at the young trainer. Stephen smirks, having one already in mind. Oh. You're asking me? Helena leans toward Roxanne, confused about why Wallace is asking Stephen. Hey, Roxanne, is Stephen like a leader of this group? She asked the brunette next to her. Oh yeah, Stephen is a natural leader. Though at the beginning Wallace had an outing with him on who should lead. Roxanne explains to Helena a little of their background on how they formed this group. Believe it or not, Wallace is considered to be Stephen's rival. But he only shows it when it comes to battling and whatnot. When we met in the forest, those two were competing on who can spot the most Pokemon. Okay, but how did Stephen become the leader? Helena asked, understanding a little between the two friends. Roxanne looks at Helena like she grew a second head. Isn't it obvious? They battle, of course, and by the things you have seen, you can guess who'd won. Her eyes motions to the steel-haired boy grinning at his rival. Helena's mouth made an O shape, guessing who won that battle. Just say it, Stephen. We don't have all day for your smug attitude. Wallace crosses his arms, turning his head away. Speak for yourself, Wallace, Stephen smirks back. Brawley and Flannery sigh, feeling that this will take forever. Helena steps forward, smiling at Stephen to try to get him started on his plan. Stephen, what is your plan exactly? She asked. Stephen looks at everyone in their little group. We all know that Curlia can't teleport far off distant like Lavaridge Town or Dewford Town. So she's possibly in either Rustboro or Petalburg Forest. He stated. We can add that Curlia doesn't like humans, Brawley interjected, his arms behind his head. So for her going into shops is low. But alleyways are a different story, the sky blue-haired trainer added. That's still a lot of ground to cover, Flannery added. Stephen nodded, crossing his arms. Yes, that's why I devised a perfect plan for this. He points to Flannery and Brawley. Flannery, Brawley, you two will search at the upper part of the city. He looks at Helena, Helena you will dash. Go with me, Roxanne raised her hands abruptly. Huh? Roxanne? The former witch looked over at her new friend. Care to tell, Roxanne? Stephen flattens, wanting to be partners with Helena. Roxanne raised her finger, smiling at the reason why she wants her to be partners. First, this is Helena's first time doing one of the headmaster's missions and she's new at being a trainer. She points at Stephen, you may know how to be a trainer but you're a terrible teacher. Wallace covers his mouth, holding in his laughter both seeing Stephen's devastated expression and the fact it's true. Brawley smirks, looking at a pale Stephen. She got a point there, my man. Maybe next time, Stephen, when you know how to teach. Flannery chuckles. Roxanne smiles at a devastated Stephen. I can teach her how to be a trainer, you can show her some advanced stuff later, Stevie. She giggles. Helena gave a light smile, having to agree with the future gym leader. I would like to learn those advanced battling when I get the basics down. She pushed her hair out of the way, if you don't mind, Stephen. Stephen blushed, nodding to her request. Yeah, sure. Then that means me and Stevie are partners then. Wallace looks at a red-faced Stephen. He looks down, smirking at the chance to see an embarrassed Stephen. We'll take the lower half of Rustboro. Roxanne nodded, then we'll take Petalburg Forest, plus it's a perfect place to show Helena around in Pokemon battles. She stated. Everyone agreed with the plan and headed outside of the school. Once outside, Stephen and Wallace were about to leave for their assigned area. We meet back here once the sun in 2 hours or if we found Curlia. He informed everyone. Brawley smirks, walking with Flannery. See ya dudes. He waves. We're going to find Curlia first. See you losers at the finish line. Flannery waved before running off into the northern part of Rustboro. Roxanne and Helena walk past both boys, heading to the entrance of the city. We'll be back, you guys, Roxanne waves. Helena smiles back at Stephen, good luck you two. She said. Stephen steps forward, be safe. He said, watching them leave for the forest. Wallace looks at Stephen, curious why he said that. What was that, Stephen? Stephen chuckles, doing a big step forward. Oh. Nothing. He laughs, rushing off into the city. The teal-haired trainer side let out a small chuckle and followed his rival to find the Pokémon. Ch7a friend for life. Stephen walked down the streets, keeping an eye out for Curlia in every crevasse between the buildings. Despite having people walking by and city Pokémon living in the alleyways, he saw no signs of the Curlia that attacked him. Dang, not here too. Stephen sighs, turning around. He saw Wallace looking around. Wallace, did you see anything on your end? He asked the teal-haired boy. Nope, nada. Wallace walks up to his rival, he looks around the buildings around them. So, how about making this a little competition between rivals, Stephen? He asked the young trainer. Stephen smirks at the teal-haired boy, hearing his suggestion. Oh. Another competition, Wallace? He asked, going all in for those types of challenges from him. How about, the first one to find Curlia is declared the winner? He suggested. You're on, Stephen my friend. Wallace was quick to oblige his challenge. The two searched one end of Rustboro to the other. Wallace took the time to compose a series of questions for his friend about a certain female. So Stephen, putting aside Curlia for now. I am curious what you think of our new friend. He walks up to him. Stephen paused and turns to his rival, unsure what he means. What do you mean? Helena. She's nice and dash. Wallace leans forward, giving a smirk at his rival. Cute. He raised his eyebrow at the steel blue-haired trainer, his cheeks blushed red at the sudden word he said. Where did this come from? Stephen backs away a bit, not sure why his rival is smirking while asking strange questions. Are you interested in Helena, Wallace? He asked, somehow inside regretted asking that question. The teal-haired boy smiles, waving his hand. Oh no, I don't have those types of feelings for her, Wallace admitted to his friend rival. I'm just curious what you think of her, Stephen. You're awfully helpful to her. Stephen blushed even more. I don't think of Helena like that. She's a friend that needs help, that's all. He said to his rival. Why are you asking this suddenly? Wallace smirks, seeing the blushed face of his friend. He walks past Stephen, looking flustered. Oh, I'm just curious, that's all. He said before turning back around. Now let's continue looking for Curlia, I'm sure that she's scared. Stephen watches Wallace walking by him. He was curious why he would ask him those types of questions. He shook his head at those questions that his rival was asking. Come on, Stephen, don't let those questions get to you. Wallace is probably asking those questions to throw you off your game. He thought. After all, this is a competition between us. Stephen smirks, not letting Wallace distract him. He walks forward, catching up with his rival in search of the missing Pokémon. Petalburg Forest. In the Petalburg Forest, Helena and Roxanne tread on the dirt path made for trainers as guides through the forest. I didn't expect there was a path for trainers here. If I saw this early, I wouldn't meet all of you. Helena walks next to Roxanne. Well, I do believe we would have met either way if you have taken the path to Rustboro City, Roxanne said, not believing that there was one path where they can meet. You were planning on going to Rustboro City even if we didn't meet, right? Helena nodded. Yeah, that's my plan. She looks at the brunette with a bright smile. And you're right, we would have met in a different matter. She believes what Roxanne said. Both girls giggle as they walk further into the forest in search of Curlia. The two were getting to know each other while keeping an eye out. It's been a few minutes since they venture into Petalburg Forest, though they didn't find Curlia. They did bond over a few things. So your godfather, your uncle, and your father were your school's troublemakers? Roxanne giggles at the story Helena told. That's what my uncle and godfather told me, the Marauders. That's what they were called. Helena smiles at her new friend. You don't seem the type to make mischief, Helena, Roxanne observes, noting that she's not a troublemaker from when they met. Helena chuckles at her comment. Well, my teachers told me that I look and act like my mother. My hair is the only thing that I inherited from my father. She explains what the teachers told her many times before. But if you ask me, I believe that I'm a mix of two. I do get mischievous sometimes, but I know when the time calls for it. Roxanne laughs hearing what the black-haired girl said about herself. That is a positive way of thinking. Not you only inherit from one parent but inherit the best sides from both. The brunette smiles at the way Helena was thinking. I think I just found a new best friend, someone that thinks just like me. Maybe we're secretly sisters. Helena jokes, causing them to laugh at her joke. Suddenly the sound of rustling interrupted. Roxanne stops their advance and turns to Helena. Okay, this is where the lesson begins, Helena. The brunette reached for her pokeball and awaits for the Pokemon hidden in the bushes to reveal itself. Helena saw that Roxanne reached for her pokeball, prompting her to do the same with the headmasters. Right. The two waited for the Pokemon to reveal itself, then a Shroomish popped out of the bush. Shroom. The grass type tilts his head at the two trainers in a defensive stance. Both Helena and Roxanne sighed in relief. Well, at least it's a Pokemon. The black-haired trainer smiles. A Shroomish in fact, but not Curlia. The brunette smiles, relaxing her stance. She turns to her friend who got the signal to relax. We don't want to cause trouble for this Pokemon, right, Helena? Helena nodded. Yes, I'd rather not fight a battle where there's no reason to. She smiles, starting to walk past the Shroomish. Roxanne agreed with the former witch's statement. I completely agree with you, Helena. She looks down at Shroomish, waving at him. Sorry to disturb you, Shroomish. She and Helena walks past the Pokemon and continued their task. Shroomish watches the Pokemon trainers leaving before hopping into the bush before him. Another few minutes passed for the two trainers, and there was still no sign of who they were looking for. The hour is almost up. Helena looks at her pink Rotom phone. What did the others say? Roxanne checks her brown Rotom phone for any messages. They haven't found her yet. She informed the former witch. Should we head back? I mean, time is almost up. Helena asked her fellow trainer. Looking at the time on her Rotom phone of the time, Roxanne sighs, seeing the hour is almost up. Yeah, we should. Maybe the others have already found Curlia in their areas. The brunette suggested, hopeful that was the case. Helena nodded. Yeah, maybe your dash. She stops talking, hearing another rustling in the bushes before them. Roxanne, they're in that bush. I see it. Roxanne reaches for her Pokeball, as did Helena. Soon a Pokemon leaps out of the bush, revealing it to be Curlia. The emotion Pokemon jumps, seeing the two trainers standing before her. Curlia. She got into a defensive position. Roxanne paused, turning to Helena. Alright, Helena, do you have Headmaster Keith's Pokeball? Yeah, I do. Then throw it, in the air, Roxanne instructed the new trainer. She later smirks, and don't forget a battle phrase. Helena blinks, hearing what she said. Battle phrase? What is? Like this, the brunette took out her Pokeball. Geodude, let's go. Roxanne tosses the Pokeball before them, releasing her other Pokemon. A rock with a face and arms appeared. Geodude. The rock-type Pokemon cried. Curlia. Curlia prepared for a battle against the Pokemon. Roxanne turns to Helena, who saw the way she calls out to her Pokemon. See that? I'm sure you can handle that part. Helena nodded. taking the Pokeball from her belt. "Kay, help me out. Corsola." She tosses the Pokeball, releasing a pink coral-like Pokemon. The dual type landed next to Geodude, Corsola. The coral Pokemon cried out. Kirlia vs. Corsola. "Alright, the thing you need to remember, Helena, is that both you and Corsola are partners," Roxanne stated, calling over her Geodude. "It's not only your Pokemon that is battling but you as well." Helena nodded, understanding what Roxanne is saying. "Got it. Now, take out your Rotom phone. Since you're not experienced yet, the best way is to use the tools on you." Helena took out her pink Rotom phone, seeing that her friend is motioning to take it out. Roxanne points to Corsola. "Now point to Corsola with your Rotom phone, there it'll reveal her moves." She explains to the rookie. "Alright, I can do that." Helena pointed to the dual type and 4 colored blocks appeared on the screen. "Oh, Water Gun, Protect, Rock, Tomb, and Tackle." The brunette nodded. "That's Corsola's move set. Use either of those to attack or defend. You can be creative with them too," Roxanne explains. Helena nodded. "Alright." Kirlia took the initiative and attacked first. Kirlia. She used Psybeam at the Pokemon before him. Helena reacted, raising her hand. Corsola, use Protect. Corsola. The coral Pokemon's body glowed white as a barrier appeared before her. The Psybeam bounced off the protection that Corsola used. Kirlia, the emotion Pokemon, jumps back, seeing the move. Kirlia prepared for a second attack. She held her hands to the center of her chest, gathering energy for it. Helena saw a black orb forming around Kirlia's chest. "Helena, that's Shadow Ball. Be careful," Roxanne called out. Corsola looks back at Helena as Kirlia released her attack. Corsola, use Protect again. Corsola. The coral Pokemon did her protection against the attack, and like the other attack, protected herself. You need to attack Kirlia. You can't just use Protect, eventually, it'll run out, the brunette informed the new trainer. Helena turns back to Roxanne, worried if they'll harm her. "But what if I seriously harm her?" she asked. Suddenly Kirlia appears before Corsola, who panicked. "Liya." The dual type released another Shadow Ball attack at Corsola. Corsola was sent back to Helena. "Corsola." The dual type cried, slamming on the dirt. "Corsola." Helena cried out, seeing the coral Pokemon getting up. She shook off the damage and hopped back towards the battle. Helena. The former witch looks at Roxanne, who was watching her. "Remember, Pokemon are resilient. There's no need to be worried about them getting hurt. So go give everything in the battle." Roxanne's face turned serious. "Remember the battlefield at the trainer school," she reminded the black-haired girl. "Even if they're getting hurt, Pokemon cannot die easily." Helena nodded, turning back to the hopping Corsola. "Alright," she held out her hand, feeling a bit confident. "Corsola, use Tackle." Corsola. Corsola picked up speed and slammed into the dual type. Kirlia. Kirlia cried out, slamming back against a tree trunk. She fell to the ground, weakened a bit from the sudden attack. Roxanne claps along with Geodude at the side for their achievement. "You did great, Helena. You didn't hesitate and went with your gut." Geodude. The rock type added to her partner's statement. Helena smiles, "Thanks, but it's not me." She turns to the dual type, who looked back at them. "It's Corsola too that help." Corsola nodded, appreciating her statement. "Corsola, Cors." She turns around to see that Kirlia isn't down for the count. Kirlia growls and began to use Psychic, lifting the boulders behind her and tossing them at the two. Helena saw the boulders and quickly acted. Corsola, use Rock Tomb to counter. She ordered her headmaster's Pokemon. Sola. Corsola jumps back, the coral around her body began to glow and rocks lifted from the ground. Corsola. With her little nums, the rock tomb was released and exploded upon contact with the other rocks. Kirlia. Kirlia jumps, seeing her attack deflected. Kirlia, the dual type, turns around and went further down the forest. Wait. Kirlia. Helena rushed after the dual type into the forest. Roxanne and Geodude saw Helena running after the Pokemon they were after. Helena, wait, don't go off running without us. She left the corner with Geodude. The former which turns around while moving her legs. Sorry, Roxanne, but we can't afford to lose sight of Kirlia now. At least return Corsola to her Pokeball. The brunette informed her new friend. Corsola is a water-type Pokemon. She can't run fast on land unlike a few of her typing. Roxanne explains why she needs to. Corsola was hopping after Helena, trying to keep up with her. Oh, sorry Corsola. Helena apologizes to the dual-type Pokemon. She looks at Roxanne on how to return her to the Pokeball. How do I do that, Roxanne? She asked. Roxanne nods, just hold out your Pokeball and call out her name, then return. She instructed how to return a Pokemon to their ball. Helena held out the Pokeball at Corsola, who stopped in her way. Right, Corsola, return and thank you. A red beam shot out from the center of the Pokeball at the dual type, turning her into energy. The beam returned back to the ball. Wow, that was quick. Oh, we have to catch up with Kirlia. Helena turned around and ran in the direction where Kirlia went. Helena, wait. Roxanne called out, but she was already gone before she knows it. Well, Geodude, we lost her. She sighs at her other partner. Geodude nodded, seeing no signs of the new trainer. Geodude. He urges the brunette trainer to follow Helena's trainer. Roxanne nodded, agreeing with her second partner. You're right, Geodude, let's go after her. Geodude hops after his partner, following Helena. Deep inside the Petalburg forest, Helena jogged down the forest, her head turning back and forth trying to find Kirlia. Where is she? Helena turns her head to the side. Kirlia. Where are you? It's dangerous here alone. Helena calls out to the emotion Pokemon. Kirlia, come out please. Helena called out for her more. She steps forward, not noticing that she was on the ledge of a small cliff. Unbeknownst to the former which, Kirlia is behind a tree, watching the human walking around in search of her. Kirlia sighs, finally alone. She walks softly out of the tree, making sure not to be seen by the trainer. Kirlia steps forward, seeing the human just there near the ledge. She stops, seeing her foot stepping on an unstable part of the ledge. She's not in this area, where could she dash? Helena shifted her eyes to the front and saw the emotion Pokemon. Kirlia. There you are. She ran forward at Kirlia, now aware of the danger. Kirlia. Kirlia. The dual type shook her arms, not wanting Helena to take another step forward. Helena took one step before the edge collapsed under her. She fell down the ledge, causing Kirlia to rush over. Even if Kirlia doesn't trust humans, she still doesn't want to see any of them get hurt. Kirlia. She rushed over to the edge, using Psychic to prevent Helena from falling any further. Kirlia. What are you doing? Helena looks up at the Pokemon helping her out. Kirlia. Kirlia struggles to keep her suspended in the air, however being bigger than what she was used to. Helena blinks, seeing the escaped Pokemon helping her out. Why, you're helping me? Kirlia was sweating while pulling her closer to the safe ground. Kirlia manages to bring Helena safely back on stable ground. Kirlia, the emotion Pokemon, gasps after using her strength to safely bring Helena back. Helena turns to the Pokemon they were looking for. She smiles, appreciating her saving her from that fall. Kirlia, thank you for saving me. Kirlia nodded before turning away from the human. She started to walk away from her. Please wait, Kirlia. Helena reached out her hand at the Pokemon about to leave. Kirlia, why are running away from Rustboro City? I know about your background and was smuggled into the region. Curlia turns around to the former witch. Helena looks at Curlia, who was curious about why she started with that. I may not understand how you are feeling now, or understand me, but I get it. She places her hand on her chest. I too am new to the Hoenn region, she said to the dual type. Curlia was now intrigued by Helena. She turns to the human to pay attention to what she said. Curlia, she walks forward, wanting to hear more. Helena smiles, seeing that Curlia was willing to listen to her. She closes her eyes and began to explain herself. Well, I came from another world, completely different from this one. It's a world where there aren't a lot of good people, but there are still good ones there, she stated. Curlia listens to the trainer speak, getting to know her a bit. I get that you are scared of this place, and I am too, Helena said, comforting the dual type. But don't let that cause you to be untrusting to people. The headmaster and everyone at the trainer school are nice and willing to help you. Curlia. The emotion Pokemon blinks at Helena, hearing her reason. Yeah, Curlia. She asked how she knows that those back at the school is willing to help. I can see that you're asking how I know that the people at the school are willing to help you. Helena smiles at her. Well, it's all shown in their actions, and trust they'll make the right decision, she said to the dual type, placing her trust in the people they met. Curlia looks down, pondering what the new trainer said to her. Curlia. She looks up and then jumps at the sight of her offering her hand to her. So, how about it? Helena smiles at the Pokemon. Want to place your trust in the people I met, or as the matter of fact, why don't you trust me and I can show you why I trust my friends? She offered the emotion Pokemon to show her to trust those who are willing to help. Curlia thought for a moment and looked at the former witch. In another part of the Petalburg forest, Roxanne and Geodude were searching around for their friend. They were following closely behind Helena but soon lost her due to the curves and brush around them. Geodude, do you see her? Roxanne asked her second partner next to her. Geodude shook his head, seeing no signs of Helena nearby. Geodude, he sighs. Roxanne nodded, seeing that he didn't see her yet. I see. Well, don't get discouraged, Geodude. She smiles down at him. I know you tried your best. Dude, Geodude. The rock type felt better when his trainer comforts him. The brunette smiles before looking at the darkening sky. It's getting late. I sure hope that we can find her before the sunset. Roxanne sighs, praying to Arceus that she's safe. Geodude nodded, and pray to the alpha Pokemon as well. Roxanne. Roxanne and Geodude jump, hearing Helena's voice echoing in the forest. Helena. Where are you? Roxanne called out to her new friend, wondering where she was at. Her eyes scanned the greenery around her with Geodude. Geodude looks around until he spots movement near a tree. Geodude. Geodude. The rock type points to the trees where a figure appears. Helena, there you are. Roxanne turns around and sees her friend walking toward her. Did you find Dash? Rustboro City, Trainer School. Stephen, Wallace, Flannery, and Brawley met up with each other after their hour of searching the city. Have you guys found Curlia yet? Wallace asked Brawley and Flannery before him. The sky blue-haired trainer shook his head. Nah bro, it's like Curlia doesn't want to be found. Brawley places his hands over his head. Flanner sighs, leaning on the school's wall. Well, considering Curlia's past, it's understandable that she doesn't want to be near people or in our cities. The red-haired girl stated, adding to Brawley's statement. Wallace looks over to Stephen as he continues staring at the entrance to Petalburg Forest. Stephen, are you worried about the girls? The teal-haired trainer asked his rival, sitting uncomfortably on the bench. Stephen remained silent, continuing to stare at the forest. Stephen. Wallace called his name once more. He stands and starts heading to the entrance. Stephen, where you going? Wallace walks behind the worried steel blue-haired trainer. What's going on with Stephen? Flannery looks over at the two rivals. Brawley opens his left eye before turning his head and hearing his two buddies arguing. Dunno, I'm guessing it must be Helena and Roxanne not returning yet. He suggested. Wallace, the sun has already set. It's been an hour since the meet-up time. Stephen argued with his rival. I'm going to see if they're okay. Wallace sighs. Steve, Roxanne is a capable Pokemon trainer. If there's any trainer that would be best paired off is either Flannery or Roxanne. The teal-haired boy explains to the worried trainer. I'm sure they'll be fine. He ensures Stephen. Speaking of fine, dudes, look over there. Brawley points to the entrance of Petalburg Forest. Everyone looks over to the entrance of the forest. Coming out from the forest was Roxanne with Geodude hopping alongside her. Besides the two was Helena holding on the Curlia they were looking for. Roxanne, Helena. Stephen and the rest rush over to the two, relieved that both were safe and unscathed within the forest. Stephen relaxes knowing that Helena was safe and so was Roxanne from the forest, and he can tell she succeeded in the mission. The group reunites with the missing two, happy to see them. Everyone, I didn't realize it has gotten this late. Helena smiles at their friends. Well, you did got lost for a second there, Helena. Roxanne jokes with her friend by nudging her side. Hey, it was momentarily, Roxanne. But Curlia was able to guide me back to you through the brushes. Helena motions to the emotion Pokemon in her arms. Curlia closes her eyes, looking away from the brunette trainer and not saying a word. Helena smiles softly at the stubborn dual type in her arm. Ha ha ha, now Curlia, what did I say? She looks down at her new stubborn friend. Trust me when I say these people are trustworthy. Curlia, the emotion Pokemon sighs, staring at the trainers the human know. Helena smiles at the calmness that Curlia was showing to her friends. Everyone blinks minus Roxanne staring at the Pokemon who never even let any other trainers hold her. Helena, how were you able to hold Curlia? Flannery asked, seeing the Pokemon. She was known not to get along with students at the school, like Wally here. She points to the teal-haired trainer. Wallace groans, rubbing between his eyes. How many times do I have to tell you not to call me by that nickname? She growls at the red-haired girl. Yeah, whatever you say, Wally. Flannery grins back at now irritated Wallace. Why are you doing this to me every time? Wallace groans at the red-haired girl. Brawley walks forward, smiling at the rare sight. It's quite rad that you were able to befriend Curlia. The sky-blue-haired boy exclaims at the new trainer's accomplishment. You're one unique trainer, Helena, my friend. Thank you, Brawley. Helena smiles at her new friend's compliment. I did nothing special, to be honest, all I did was speak to her and came to an agreement. She looks down at Curlia, who nodded to confirm that what she said was true. Roxanne smiles at Helena at her unique way of capturing Pokemon. I believe Helena just discovered her capture method. She commented on what she did in the forest. Huh. Helena looks at her, wanting to clarify her statement, which she obliges. Everyone has their unique way of capturing Pokemon. Most of us use battling, and when the Pokemon is weakened we capture them, Roxanne explains to the black-haired girl. Your method is a bit more common than you think. Flannery jumps in with a gleeful smile. Stephen does that too. He captured both an Aron and a Baltoy by just speaking to them. She looks over to the quiet air next to them. Stephen blinks before clearing his throat. It's nothing too special, I just believe battling is something when the moment is right. The steel-blue-haired boy stated. Helena smiles at something they share. How chivalrous of you, Stephen. Ahem, thank you, Helena. Stephen blushes but still puts a smile on his face. Oh my, look at how late it was gotten. Everyone looked back at the entrance of the trainer school, where an old man stood at the entrance. You children sure took your time, but I can see it has been successful. Keith greeted his students back. Headmaster. Everyone greeted the old gym leader of Rustboro City. Helena steps forward, still holding Curlia, who was a bit hesitant around him. "Headmaster, we've gotten Curlia back safe and sound." She showed the dual type to the headmaster. Keith nodded, happy to see the young Pokemon safe from danger. "I can see that, Helena," he looks at Curlia with soft eyes of care. "I'm truly happy you're safe, Curlia. You had me worried there for you. I know that the daycare is a scary place, but know we are here to help you." Curlia. Curlia huffs, still not trusting to certain people. "I see you don't trust me, and I understand. With time, you'll get to know me better along with the other staff and Pokemon here at the school." Keith smiles before turning to his students. "Now that your mission is complete, you all earn a chance to battle me if you desire." Helena was confused with the notion. Headmaster, what do you mean by that?" she asked while the others celebrated. Keith nodded, forgetting to explain this to his new students. "I forgot to tell you this, Helena. Students here, if they finish their task, will get a chance to win a gym badge from me." He looks to the special group of trainers Helena found herself in. "You see, Steven, Flannery, and Brawley wish to compete in the Pokemon League Championship to determine who'll be the champion of the Hoenn region," Keith explains to the former witch. "We are without some champion for a while now, only having the Elite Four Drake to keep the title. Like a pseudo-champion until he gets beaten." "I see," Helena nodded, understanding a bit. Keith places his hand over his cane, looking at Helena still. "Now about Curlia, I believe she should be your partner," he stated. Helena and Curlia jump at the sudden announcement. "Ha! Curlia. I see Curlia has taken a liking to you. It's only natural that liking should be paired with a trainer." Keith smiles at the two. Helena looks at Curlia and Curlia looks at her. "So? What do you say, Helena, Curlia?" Keith asked. "Want to be partners?" The former witch lifts the dual type in her arms. "It's your choice, Curlia. Want to be partners?" Curlia thought for a moment about this important decision. After considering many things in her mind, she gave a nod. "Curlia," she agreed to the proposition. "Really? Thank you so much." Helena smiles brightly. Steven smiles, celebrating their chance to battle the gym leader. He turns around to Helena, who was celebrating her own achievement by hugging Curlia. "Well, we're not the only ones celebrating their achievements. Congratulations, Helena," he thought. "Ch8 an admirer. Wow, Curlia is really taking a liking to you, Helena." Flannery smiles at the sight of the dual-type Pokemon sitting peacefully next to the former witch. "Did you return Corsola back to the headmaster?" "Yeah, this morning." Helena smiles, looking down at her new partner. "I'm trying to slowly expose Curlia to everything one at a time," she explains to her friends what she's doing to Curlia. Roxanne placed down a bowl of Pokemon food for Geodude and Nosepass. "That's actually a great approach for Pokemon with trust issues with people." The brunette commented on her actions. Helena looks at her friends, giving Curlia a gentle pat. "Well, I believe taking things one at a time proves to be better when it comes to my schoolwork back home." She explains the reason why she's taking this path. "I figured that strategy might help out in this situation Curlia is in. Whether it's yours or not, it's still a good idea, Helena," Flannery added, looking down at her Torkoal eating her food before looking back at her. "Maybe I should try that if you don't mind. I have some Slugmoss back at Lavaridge Town that isn't getting along with my family's Pokemon." She shared it with her two girlfriends. "Well, if this works for Curlia, then it should work for those Slugmoss, Flannery," Helena commented to the red-haired girl's own problems back at her home. Roxanne sat down next to Flannery, listening to their conversation. "But remember to take it at their own pace," the brunette added. "You don't want to make them feel rushed." Flannery gave a bright smile at the advice they were giving her. "Yeah, I know, girls. Thanks." Helena smiles before thinking of something. "So, about this afternoon?" The girls turn to her, hearing the start of a question. "Yeah. What about it? Flannery asked. I was wondering what all the commotion in the halls was, Helena asked, remembering walking out of their dorm room and hearing some students talking about the gym battle. Have you heard? Stephen and Brawley are challenging the headmaster, a young trainer said to his friend. Yeah, it's going to be epic. No one has competed in their gym mission for a month. A young female trainer stated. That's what the other students were saying in the halls, Helena said, having those conversations fresh in her mind. The two girls nodded, understanding what Helena was asking. Well, Headmaster Keith and the rest of the gym leaders have this challenge that trainers need to accomplish before facing them, Flannery explains, being told every time in her family's gym own challenge. Though each is different depending on the trainer's level. For trainers who just start their journey, they are given a simple maze challenge where they battle gym staff or gym trainers. Flannery continues with her explanation. But for trainers who want to challenge themselves, gym leaders give out something called gym missions. Roxanne looks at Helena, continuing with her friend's explanation. Headmaster Keith's gym mission is a bit challenging. He places his challenges on the school's bulletin board once a month for trainers to check out. She stated. Both Stephen, Brawley, and I tried the last gym challenge last month but. Flannery cleared her throat, not really like talking about it. But. Helena blinks at Flannery, wondering why she's hesitant. Roxanne sighs, shaking her head at their last mission. The last gym mission that we took was a bit of a fiasco in Rusturf Tunnel with a cave-in. The brunette cleared her throat at the last mission they took. Helena's eyes widen hearing something that is concerning. Wait, you've gotten yourself in a cave-in. She stands from her seat. Curlia jumps upon hearing her partner's exclamation. Curlia. She scolds her partner for abruptly standing up. Sorry Curlia, Helena apologizes to her Pokemon next to her. She turns to her two friends, curious about what they did in the last gym mission. So what is this about a cave-in you guys were in? She asked the two. Both Nosepass and Torkoal look up at their trainers, hearing the last gym mission. Nosepass. Torkoal. The fire-type sighs as well. The two Pokemon sigh, continuing eating their food. Fine, the last gym challenge was an evolution stone finding mission. It's a project for our evolution topic in our classes. Roxanne explains to the former witch. Yeah, quick story, both Brawley and I did something stupid. Flannery scratches the back of her head at their stupid moment a month ago. What did you two do? Helena asked, curious what they did at the Rusturf Tunnel. Roxanne groans, remembering the explosion clear as day. Both Flannery's Torkoal and Brawley's Machop cause an explosion by their fire moves while mining for stones. The brunette explains to the new trainer. Both were powerful fire-based moves. Flannery chuckles, looking down at her food. It was Machop's Fire Punch and Torkoal's Fire Blast, he admits, at their powerful moves. Helena blinks what both Flannery and Brawley did a month before. She covers her mouth before bursting into laughter, ha 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 ha. Really? What were you thinking, Flannery? She laughs. Yeah, laugh it up, Helena. Flannery waves her hand at her laughter. Soon Roxanne laughs as well before Flannery joins in. The three girls laugh at the story of the past. Soon someone walks up to their table. So Flannery, are you ready for your gym battle with the headmaster? The same boy that battled Brawley asked the red-haired girl. Yeah, you bet Jackie. I won't lose against him this time. Flannery stated, getting fired up with this battle. The boy shook his head, typical Flannery, Jackie stated before the others agreed with his statement. Roxanne shrugs her shoulders, you're right there, Jack. She commented. Jackie looks down at the new girl who got Curlia as her partner. He smiles, leaning on the table, hey, you're that new girl that started yesterday. Helena nodded, seeing the blonde trainer. His appearance reminded her of Malfoy back home but with medium spiky hair. Yeah, that's me. My name is Helena Potter. She introduces herself to her fellow trainer. Helena, what a pretty name. Jackie gave a charming smile, which in turn did not affect Helena. He held out his hand to her as a sign of welcome. Jack Walker, but call me Jackie. He winks at her. Curlia sighs at the boy flirting with her partner, not wanting to get involved. She continues eating. Curlia, she sighs. Being a kind person, Helena shook his hand. Nice to meet you, Jackie. Helena greeted back. Jackie gave one last smile before walking away. I'll see you at the gym battle, Flannery, good luck. He saluted with his fingers at the red-haired girl. Stephen, Brawley, and Wallace entered the cafeteria as Jackie walked past them. Stephen, Brawley, Wallace, Jackie greeted before walking out of the cafeteria. The boys looked at each other confused by the greeting the blonde trainer gave them. What's that about? Wallace asked. Maybe he's just salty that we're battling the headmaster, brah. Brawley assumes before looking at Stephen for his input. Or maybe something to do with the girls. Stephen saw the girls of their group giggling about something. The boys went over to the table where the girls sat, curious why they were giggling. Hey girls, what's going here? Brawley sat down next to the seat next to Roxanne. Flannery moves her head forward, looking at the sky-blue-haired trainer, smiling at his sudden appearance. Hey there you, what took you boys so long to get here? The red-haired girl asked the boys to join them. They were training for this afternoon's gym battle. I was dragged along as an extra, so that was fun. Wallace sarcastically commented, placing his fist on his cheek. Stephen sighs, sitting next to Helena. We were training all morning against the headmaster's Keith's rock types. I don't think we don't have a disadvantage against his Pokemon. Brawley stretches his arms on the table, tired from this morning's training. But his creativity on the battlefield is very tricky to get past. He complains about their headmaster's battle technique. Creativity? Helena blinks, curious how does that work? Roxanne nodded, taking a sip from her water bottle. You did some creative battling with Corsola against Curlia. She looks over to the emotion Pokemon who was finished with her food. Right, Curlia? You witness it yourself, she spoke to the dual type. Curlia sighs, agreeing with the trainer. Oh, that? I was using the moves that were given to me. Helena answers Roxanne. It was just in the moment kinda deal. She said. Stephen looks at Helena, hearing her first Pokemon battle. How is it, your first Pokemon battle? He asked the black-haired girl. Helena smiles, never felt anything like it before. Even Quidditch is exciting in its own right, but a Pokemon battle is another level. It's exciting and fun, nothing I felt when I play a sport at my old school. She commented. Though having 4 moves seems limited. She commented. Oh, that's not a problem. You can use other moves, but your Pokemon needs to gain some experience to learn some more moves. The steel blue-haired trainer explains to the rookie trainer. When you reach that part, when challenging an opponent you need to prep before entering a Pokemon battle. He explains further. I see, it seems that we got a lot of training cut out for us. Helena smiles down at her partner next to her. Curlia nods slightly to her trainer's request. Stephen smiles at the trainer and Pokemon bonding. He can't help but smile at the sight. Well, you're not the only one that is training hard, Helena. He commented. Helena chuckles at Stephen's comment, forgetting that she's not the only one at the trainer school. I know, just giving us some motivation. She said to the boy next to her. Well, looks like our new rookie is getting adjusted to the world. Wallace smiles brightly, interlocking his fingers. It seems so, Wallace, Roxanne added, happy to see their new friend getting comfortable in the school. Helena gave a small laugh, you think? Remember, I just joined the school yesterday. She reminded her new friends of the reality. I'm still learning. Flannery smirks at her, yeah, but you got the basics already. Like this morning when you memorized the type advantage in our first class. The red-haired girl commented on her achievement in their class. It just simply follows the dots: fire is weak against water, water is weak against grass, and so on. Helena explains what she learned from class and common knowledge from her old world. But still, someone who's from the outskirts of the Hoenn region that quickly picks up so quickly is amazing, Brawley added on her quick learning. Soon you might become a pro, Didette. Stephen laughs. Now don't go too far, Brawley. Helena is still figuring out what she wants to do yet. The steel blue-haired trainer commented on Brawley's compliment to Helena. Everyone at the table laughed, enjoying the conversation they were having. Soon an instructor walks past the table and notices Stephen, Brawley, and Flannery sitting at the table with their friends. Stephen, Brawley, Flannery. What are you doing here? The instructor steps forward to the table. They turn to the instructor, curious why she approached them. Weren't you three supposed to have a gym battle soon? She asked the three. Everyone's mouth gaped, quickly got up from their seats. What time it is? Flannery asked the group of friends. Brawley took out his orange Rotom phone, checking the time. Shoot! It's nearly noon, everyone. The sky blue-haired exclaims, nearly dropping his Rotom phone, if he could. We have to meet the headmaster at the battlefield. Flannery exclaims, returning Torkoal back to her Pokeball. The six friends got up from their seats and returned their Pokemon to their Pokeball, minus Curlia, who was picked up by Helena. We better get to your gym match quickly, everyone. Helena held Curlia carefully in her arms. You're right, let's get going, everyone. Stephen agreed with the former witch and headed out of the cafeteria and to the gym. The teacher stood there, watching the students leave their table. Good luck, everyone. She wishes the trainers that are challenging the headmaster. Keith stood on a brownstone slab with the Pokemon League symbol. A Pokeball with the width part extended to a triangle base. He places his hands on top of his cane, prostrated in front of him. The old gym leader looks up to see his students, young and old, gather in the stands. Seems like those three are going to be late, Keith said to himself before hearing a few voices coming into the stands. I can't believe we made it. Keith looks up, seeing Wallace taking his seat with Roxanne and Helena with Curlia in her arms. Yeah, we're almost late for Stephen and the others' match. Helena smiles, taking her seat, right, Curlia? Curlia simply nodded, agreeing with her partner. Roxanne took a deep breath and smiles. Well, who do you think is first? She asked the others. Keith smiles, seeing the three challengers made it last minute. Welcome, spectators, to another gym match. Today you're in for a real treat. The old gym leader announces to the masses. 3 challengers have completed the gym challenge I've set a week ago and now have the right to face me, the headmaster of the trainer school, and the gym leader of the Rustboro City Gym. The stands cheered, excited for the gym battle coming soon. Now, may the first challenger please make their way to the battlefield. Keith called out the first challenger waiting in the locker room. The locker room doors opened, revealing Stephen walking to the other slab across from the headmaster. On his arm is a red band with a white circle with the number 376 in a bold font. Stephen Stone, we finally face each other on the battlefield. Keith smiles, closing his eyes. The last gym mission went to an unexpected turn. I'm glad that you were able to complete this one. The old gym leader said to the challenger. Stephen grips his Pokeball, smirking at the headmaster. Yeah, I've been waiting for a month since I get to face you in battle, headmaster. He said with confidence. Soon a brown-haired referee steps onto the podium with red and green flags in each hand. Whoa, are those Rotoms? Helena points to the flying drones with the faces of Rotom. Yeah, they are used to broadcast the gym battles to the spectators from home. The 3 friends turn their heads to a familiar face. Jackie. They greeted the blonde boy. Jackie smirks, sitting next to Helena. Sup, he greeted the friends back. Wallace leans forward, smiling at the blonde trainer who faced against Brawley. I take it you're here to see the gym battle? He asked him. Yep, I'm curious how the battle turns out. Jackie looks at the seat next to the former witch, placing his hands in his pockets he gave a charming smile at her. Hey, Helena, do you mind if I sit here? Helena looks down at Curlia, who seems a bit annoyed with being with a lot of people. Curlia sighs, nodding to her partner at her new friend's request. The former witch nodded to Jackie's request. I don't mind at all, Jackie. You can seat there. Helena moves a bit to make some room for him. Thanks. Jackie sat next to her, smiling at the upcoming battle. On the battlefield, Steven saw Jackie sitting with Helena. He wasn't sure, but he doesn't like Jackie sitting with Helena. Challenger Steven, the referee, looks over to the challenger side of the battlefield. Steven shook his head, looking at the referee, and Keith were waiting for him. Yes. He asked the referee. Are you set to continue with the battle? Keith asked his student, challenging him. Steven nodded, shaking his head from other thoughts. Yeah, please continue. He said to the two. Keith nodded, turning to the referee to permit him to proceed with the battle. The brown-haired referee nodded, looking at the Rotom drones. This battle will be 2-on-2, the winner will be decided if either Pokemon are unable to battle. He announces the rules, to which both sides agree. Now bring out your Pokemon. Keith smirks, taking his first Pokeball, moving his arm to the side. Alright, time for a lesson. Corsola, take your stance. He tosses his Pokeball, releasing the dual type into the field. The light fades, revealing the Pokemon that Helena used during their gym mission. Oh, it's Corsola. Helena smiles, seeing the Pokemon she used. Of course, Corsola is one of the two Pokemon that the headmaster uses in gym battles, Wallace explains with a smile. It's a way to counter his rock type's weakness in most areas. Well, if you use grass types, then the headmaster's in a pickle. Jackie added to Wallace's statement. Roxanne crosses her arms, but the headmaster is a veteran Pokemon trainer and gym leader. Helena looks at Steven's side, wishing him luck. I have faith that Steven and the others will win. Steven smirks, holding his Pokeball. Lileep, time for a battle. He extends his arm, tossing the Pokeball at the field. The Pokeball released a purple flower Pokemon with legs. At the center was black with two yellow eyes. Lileep. The sea lily Pokemon cried out with joy. Interesting that Steven brought out a fossil Pokemon for this, Roxanne commented on the Pokemon their friend called out. Helena took at the new Pokemon she saw. That's a fossil Pokemon? She asked, intrigued by it. The appearance of the fossil Pokemon reminds her of ancient plants she read at the library back in her old world. Lileep looks like an ancient plant. Jackie chuckles, agreeing with the former witch. You're right, those were common back then and at the fossil lab in the Devon Corporation building. The blonde trainer added. Lileep is a grass rock type Pokemon, a good type matchup against the headmaster's rock type. But didn't Roxanne say that Headmaster Keith isn't one to trifle with? Helena asked the group. You're right, but let's see where the battle takes them. Wallace places his hands on his chin, observing Steven's battle. A Lileep, smart move, Mr. Stone. But don't let that think you can beat me. Keith smiles. Steven smirks back, waiting for the signal from the referee to begin. Alright, as always, challengers can switch Pokemon and have the first move. The referee informed the entire stadium. Battle begin. Steven Stone Lileep vs Keith Corsola. Insert Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, Gym Leader Battle Music, HQ. Steven held his hand back. Alright Lileep, let's start off with Astonish. He punches the air. Lileep. The sea lily Pokemon jumps from her place, her lily began to glow a dark hue, and hurls toward Corsola. Corsola, dodge please. Keith smiles. Corsola jumps up in the air as Lileep slams her head on the rocky field and created a crater. Corsola, the dual type, landed on a small boulder, dodging the attack. Lileep, behind you. Use Astonish again. Steven ordered the fossil Pokemon to attack once more. Lileep's head began to glow a dark hue once more and leap at the dual type. Lileep. The fossil Pokemon smashed her head at the Pokemon only to dodge it again. Keith watches their Pokemon interact. Attacking me head-on is good, but remember it won't help you that much. The old gym leader lifts his crane and hit the floor. Alright Corsola, use Rock Tomb. He ordered. Corsola. The dual type's nums raised in the air as rocks rose in the air. Corsola's nums came down, sending the rocks at Lileep. Steven swipes his arm to the side. Lileep, use ancient power to counter it. The trainer ordered his partner. Lileep. The fossil Pokemon extends her head as rocks with fossils and toss it at the incoming rocks. The old gym leader places his cane forward. Use Psychic. Keith smiles. Corsola smiles, her body glowed as the rocks from Rock Tomb share the same hue. Steven steps back, seeing the rocks spread out like they have a mind of their own. What the dash. In the stands everyone cheered, seeing one of the gym leader's unique battle style. What a creative way of battling. Helena smiles, that move wasn't on my Rotom phone before. She stated, remembering some different moves that Corolla had. Kirlia nodded. Kirlia, she agrees with her statement. Wallace nodded, understanding what happened. The headmaster must have switched the move set for this battle. You remember what Steven told you before. The teal-haired boy explains to his friend. Helena then remembered the mini-lesson from the steel-blue-haired boy telling her around that line. Soon they heard their headmaster chuckle on the field. Keith saw the shock on his challenger's face. I'm sure you're aware that I'm not like other gym leaders, the old gym leader said to the steel-blue-haired boy. Yeah, I know headmaster. You are known to be creative when it comes to challenges. Steven said, remembering what the challenger guides on the gym leaders. He smirks, not affected by this. But that won't stop me from winning this battle. Lileep keeps an eye out for the rocks. Lileep nodded to her trainer's orders. Lileep, she looks at the battlefield where the rocks were flying everywhere, circling around the field. Keith stomps his cane forward. Now, attack Lileep Corsola. He ordered his Pokemon. Corsola. The dual type moves her little nums and points to the sea lily Pokemon. The rocks were hurling toward Lileep. Lileep. Use double team to make Corsola confused. Steven held out his hand to his Pokemon. Whoa, there's more Lileeps down at the battlefield. Helena cried out, never seeing that move before. That's Lileep's double team, an interesting strategy that Steven used. Roxanne smiles at Steven's battle technique. Lil. The fossil Pokemon quickly moved to the side before splitting into many copies of herself. Corsola. Corsola shook her head before using Psychic to send the rocks at the sea lily Pokemon. The rocks were hurled at Lileep's many copies of herself. Keith frowns, seeing that his Corsola was confused about which Pokemon is the real one. Corsola, keep calm and use your senses. He stops, seeing that it's no use until he figures something out. Corsola, jump on the tallest boulder on the field. Then spin around while using Water Gun. He ordered her. The dual type nodded, doing what her trainer asked. Sure. She got up on the tallest boulder and began to use Water Gun while spinning in place. Lileep. The copies of Lileep began to disappear upon contact with the water. Steven, however, remained calm despite the Lileep's double team being washed away. Once all the Lileeps had been taken care of, there was nothing left of the battlefield. Corsola. Where's Lileep? Jackie asked, seeing only Corsola on a dusty battlefield. Everyone searches for the fossil Pokemon on the battlefield, but with the dust from the water spraying the ground and rocks, it was hard to find her. See Corsola. The dual type searches frantically for the opponent. Keep calm, Corsola, and keep your eyes peeled. Keith gasps, seeing Lileep behind Corsola taking in energy. Behind you, Corsola. Use power gem to attack. The dual type turns around as her body began to form small shining rocks. COR dash. Steven smirks, raising his hand. Great, now use energy ball at the opponent. He ordered. Lil. A green ball of energy appeared where Lileep's petals were. Eep. Lileep released the energy ball at the dual type just when she released power gem. Sola. The power gem attack was sent flying towards the fossil Pokemon. Both attacks passed each other, impacting their targets and causing a small explosion. Dust covered the Pokemon, unsure which side was the winner. Each trainer stood firmly, hoping which Pokemon, come on, Lileep. Steven thought, hoping that his Pokemon survived that attack. The stands were silent, hoping the Pokemon they choose to cheer on will be the one standing. Keith firmly held his cane, sharing the same thought as his student. Soon the dust cloud cleared, revealing that Corsola with spirals in her eyes was the one who was taken out and Lileep still stands. Soon the crowds cheered at Steven's victory. Go Steven! Yeah! Way to go! That's our future champion! Go Lileep! Helena stood from her seat, smiling brightly at Steven's victory. He did it! He got one of the headmaster's Pokemon out. She cheered. Kirlia! Kirlia nodded, smiling at the victory. Wallace smiles, expecting nothing less from his rival. That's our Stevie for you, he won't be beaten that easily. He stated. Great job, Steven. One more Pokemon to go. Roxanne clapped at his first victory. The next Pokemon won't be easy, Jackie stated, knowing who the headmaster's next Pokemon was. It's his second signature Pokemon for this gym. Who could that be? Helena asked. Back on the battlefield Steven punches the air at their victory. Yeah. Great job, Lileep. Steven cheered for his Pokemon. Lileep jumps in glee for her trainer being proud of her. Lileep. Lileep. The referee raised the red flag towards Steven. Corsola is unable to battle, the winner is Lileep. He announces the winner. The Rotom drone floats around the future champion, recording his victory for the league. Keith smiles, holding out Corsola's Pokeball. You did great Corsola, take a good rest. A red beam went to Corsola, returning her back inside. Well, that impressed me. Not only do you use type advantage, but you overcome my creative battle style, Steven. He took out another Pokeball, ready to throw it. On the field. But can you handle my ace? Right on. It's your turn. He tosses the Pokeball to the field, releasing a bipedal Rhino Pokemon. Now, are you prepared to face my ace gym Pokemon and win your 4th badge, Steven? Keith asked, smirking at his student. Steven nods, smirking at his headmaster. You bet. Ch9 the stone badge and after. Helena saw a bipedal rhino-like Pokemon now appearing on the battlefield. By the looks of the dual type, Rhydon is a strong Pokemon. However, she was curious about what kind of Pokemon he was. He looks strong, she commented. Roxanne nodded, yep, Rhydon, a ground and rock and one of Headmaster Keith's powerful Pokemon. She turns to Helena and explains to the newest trainer. Oh, Sceptile is the headmaster's partner. A gym must follow the type that the league assigns. It's a complicated process, but the good news is that there are many selections of Pokemon to choose from. Wallace explains to the former how the gym system works. Jackie crosses his arm and smirks, hearing the conversation. It also teaches the challengers about type advantages with Pokemon. I see, Helena nodded, turning back to the battle before them. So the Pokemon League is also teaching trainers too, how considerate of them. She smiles at what seems to be the government of Hoenn is doing for the young trainers on their journey. The others agreed with Helena's statement before hearing a roar down below them. Their attention back to the gym battle. Steven Lileep vs Keith Rhydon. Rhydon roars in the air, ready to face Lilip in battle. Steven remained calm, knowing too well that this is one of the headmaster's strongest Pokémon in his arsenal. Lilip, we're facing the headmaster's strongest Pokémon. Be careful, we don't what he can be capable of. Lilip nodded her head at her trainer's request. Lilip, she agreed. Playing it safe now, Steven. Smart, very smart. Keith smiles, placing both his hands on his cane. But playing it safe won't get you anywhere. You're right, headmaster, Steven smirks, holding out his hand to his Pokémon. Lilip, use double team then energy ball. He ordered the fossil Pokémon to start off. Lilip splits into many copies of herself, using the same tactics as before. Lilip. The many copies of Lilip were now covering the entire field. Rhydon looks around, panicking a bit at the many possible targets. Rhydon, use surf around you. Keith ordered his partner. Rhydon nodded and plunged his fist into the ground before the water started to pour from the hole. Soon a huge wave of water erupts from the ground, approaching the Lilip copies. Lilip, dodge the water by leaping in the air. Steven orders the fossil Pokémon to dodge the surf. Lilip nodded, jumping in the air along with her copies. However, most of her copies were swept away from Lilip. The Sea Lily Pokémon saw that Rhydon was smirking at her. Keith smirks, slamming his cane on the ground. Jump then hammer arm if you will, he asked. Rhydon jumps up in the air, his arm glowed a reddish-orange hue. He roars at the 4 remaining Lilip, he propels his fist to one and then the other. Lilip, use Astonish to deflect Rhydon's hammer arm. The steel blue-haired challenger ordered his Pokémon. Lilip. Lilip's head began to glow a dark hue, she dashed forward at Rhydon, swinging her head back. Lee. Rhydon pulls back his arm, still glowing with a reddish-orange hue, and move it at the fossil Pokémon. The two moves collided, causing smoke to form in the air. Steven held his arm to his face, preventing the dust to go into his eyes. El Lilip. He called out to his friend. Keith remained calm, standing firmly on his side of the battlefield. And checkmate. Lilip fell from the smoke, slamming on the battlefield. Lil-Eep. Lilip's eyes were now spirals. Lilip. Steven cried out, seeing his Pokémon down for the count. Rhydon landed with a loud thud on the battlefield. He roars at his victory over the Sea Lily Pokémon. The referee raised the green flag towards Keith. Lilip is unable to battle, the winner is Rhydon. He announces as the Rotom drones turn to the gym leader, recording the win. Steven took out Lilip's Pokeball, calling her back inside. He smiles down at the Pokeball in his palms. You did a great job, Lilip. You deserve some rest. He places back the Pokeball in his belt before taking out another. So it's 1-on-1 now, Helena commented on the outcome. This could go either way. Curlia nodded, seeing the board for herself. Everyone saw the 2 red dots on the holoboard indicating the number of Pokémon both sides have. Yes, both the headmaster and Steven have 1 Pokémon left, Jackie adds, smiling at the exciting battle. Wallace crosses his legs, seeing they've reached the finale. Well, I have full confidence that Steven will pull through. Don't forget Wallace, we still have Brawley and Flannery's battle to see. Roxanne reminds the teal-haired boy of their other friends. Ah, that's right, thank you, Roxy. Wallace smiles, forgetting for the moment they have 2 more battles to watch. Back on the battlefield, Keith saw Steven looking at his Pokeball. He tilts his head, waiting for his student to bring out his next Pokémon. Steven, are you ready? Steven nods, you got it, Headmaster. Beldum, it's your turn to shine. He tosses his next Pokeball in the air. The Pokeball released Steven's shiny Beldum on the field. Beldum. The dual type cried out. I see, your shiny Beldum and your partner. Great choice, Steven. Keith commented on Steven's selected Pokémon. You bet, me and Beldum will win this, Headmaster. Steven smirks, not even fazed by the size comparison between his Beldam and Keith's Rhydon. Keith smiles brightly, liking what he sees. Excellent. That's what I love to see in trainers such as you and your friend Steven. The old gym leader announces to the stadium. He lifts his cane and points at the challenger. But know this, I won't go easy on you just because you show confidence and determination. Steven smirks, not expecting him to go that far. Now, Rhydon use hammer arm. Rhydon roars, dashing towards the Iron Ball Pokemon. His arms glowed the same reddish-orange hue. He pulls his arm and move it at the dual type. Iron defense. Steven shouted. Bell. Beldam's body began to take an extra layer of metal as Rhydon's hammer arm punched him. He was sent back, just inches away from where Steven stood. Beldam took half the damage than it was supposed to thanks to his iron defense. Beldam, are okay? Steven asked his partner. The dual type shook his head before nodding to his trainer's question. Beldam. He responded. What a resilient steel psychic type, Keith commented on Beldam's stamina to take on a fighting type move. However, resilience won't last long. Now drill run, let's go. The drill Pokemon's horn started to spin rapidly and crouched down. He began to charge at Beldam while his horn was spinning. Steven held his hand out. Beldam, dodge Rhydon's attack. Beldam swiftly dodges Rhydon, drilling through one of the boulders on the field. Bell. Rhydon came out from the dust cloud, coming at the dual type from the air. Beldam swiftly moves to the side, just like before Rhydon drilled through the other boulders. This kept up for a good while, dodging and attacking by the enemy. Steven then spots a few rocks flying across the battlefield. A few of them were big chunks while some were pebbles. Alright, Beldam continued to dodge Rhydon's attack. With the bond between him and his partner, they were in sync that they know what each other was thinking. Beldam swiftly floated to the other end, like before Rhydon drilled through boulders. What are you planning, Steven? Keith asked himself before realizing that the battlefield was littered with big rocks and small ones. Rhydon, stop and use Rock Blast. He points his cane at his partner. Rhydon roars, rushing to one boulder and whacking it with his tail, sending it flying towards Beldam. Beldam, quick dodge the Rock Blast. Steven ordered his partner to dodge the rock-type attack. Beldam swiftly dodges the falling rocks, aiming for him. Dodging and evading the falling rocks, he looked for an opening to attack. Rhydon gasps, seeing the lack of stones, which was the perfect opening for Steven and Beldam. Keith paused, seeing his partner freeze in place. Rhydon? What's the matter, NGH? He steps back, now seeing a flattened battlefield and a rocky terrain before. How did this I see? Well done, Steven. He smiles. Now, use Iron Head. Steven held out his hand out. Beldam's head began to take a metallic coat, rushing at Rhydon. Dumb. The dual type slams into the drill Pokemon's abdomen, sending him flying back to the wall. Keith moves to the side, seeing that his partner was sent flying. Rhydon. The Rotom drones quickly went over to the dust, as did the referee, to see what the results of the battle were. The smoke cleared, revealing Rhydon with his eyes in swirls. The referee returns to the battlefield, raising the red flag towards Steven and his Beldam. Rhydon is unable to battle. The victor of the Rustboro Gym is the challenger Steven Stone and Beldam. The crowds cheered and applauded for the future champion's victory. Way to go, Steven. Congratulations, Steven. Helena got up, ecstatic about the steel blue-haired trainer's victory over this battle. Steven. She calls out to the challenger. Steven looks up at Helena, waving her hand at him while holding Kirlia in the other. That was awesome. Congratulations on your victory. She smiles brightly, happy to experience what watching a real gym battle was like. The steel blue-haired boy smiles back, acknowledging her applause for him. He chuckles, waving back at her. Keith smiles at his defeat, being the humble headmaster and gym leader he was. Thank you, Rhydon. He took out Rhydon's Pokeball, aiming for the Dual-type Pokemon. Rest up, my old friend. We still have 2 more battles to win, he said as a red beam from the Pokeball hits Rhydon. Keith walks forward to meet with his student and his beldam. I have to say, you are quick on your feet, Stephen. Something I lack in my old age. The old gym leader chuckles, proud to see that Stephen was victorious against him. Thank you, headmaster, but it's not me. Stephen chuckles, feeling beldam snuggling against him. It's Lilip and beldam's help that I am victorious, without them I'm sure I will lose. I like your modesty, just as your group of friends, Stephen. Keith pulled out the stone badge from his pocket. Here, as Pokemon League regulations and gym rules, the challenger earned the stone badge fair and square. Congratulations. Stephen smiles, humbly taking the brown golden badge off the headmaster's hand. Thank you, headmaster. He took out his gym badge case where he has the Mind badge, the Feather badge, and the Dynamo badge. With the stone badge, this makes 4 gym badges. Stephen, once everyone that challenges me is finished with their battles with me, I want to speak to the 6 of you all together. Keith smiles at the steel blue-haired boy. I'll explain when everyone is done, alright? Stephen looks at his 3 friends in the stands, he then turns to the headmaster. Sure, headmaster. Little Root Town. A young woman with powder blue hair was sitting in a cafe, enjoying a drink while waiting for someone to arrive. What a lovely day. The woman smiles, drinking some cappuccino. Aloha, Katie. How you've been? It's been 2 years since we've seen each other. A young woman around 17 walks up the stairs of the cafe. Caitlin looks up from her cappuccino and smiles at the blonde girl with her hair shaped like the top of a surfboard. I know, Luzamin, I'm glad you can make it. Sorry to call you all the way from Aloha. She stands greeting her old friend. A young Luzamin walks over to her friend, hugging her after so long. It's fine, Caitlin. I did say when you need help, you can count on me as a fellow researcher. The blonde researcher commented, remembering the time when they studied together not too long ago. Now, what is it that you need, Katie? If I remember, our subjects of study are different subjects than me. Luzamin walks to the chair where the powder blue-haired girl's table. That's right, but it's something you might be interested in, Luzamin. Caitlin pulls her tablet from her bag, turning it on to show her. Colleague. Luzamin took at the data that Caitlin collected, she places her hand over her mouth, finding it interesting. Through my investigations, I figured that I might find an ancient ruin that's said to be connected with Arceus and the other 3 Sinnoh's legendary Pokemon. Caitlin sat back down in her chair. However, the day before, I picked up something similar to an ultra wormhole signal when I was near the coast, Caitlin explains to her friend who was known for researching ultra wormholes in Aloha. The signal that I received then appeared in Petalburg forests. Then it disappeared, strange, right? She plays with her drink by stirring it with her spoon. The blonde woman nodded. It is. I wonder if there's more than the ultra wormhole phenomenon than we study so far. Luzamin smiles, finding this to be a fascinating thing to look into. You have piqued my interest, my friend. Speaking of we, how's Moan doing? Did you ask him out already after so long? Caitlin asked, smirking at her colleague about her personal life. Luzamin smirks, knowing she was going to ask that type of question. Well, just letting you so you stop asking me through text. She looks up at her friend. He asked me out. Well, good for you, Luzamin. You two make a great pair in studying the same subject, you guys hit it off. Caitlin smiles, taking a sip of her cappuccino. She places down her cup, looking at the buildings in the small town. Luzamin smiles, looking at the data once more. Say, if you're having trouble with tracking this ultra wormhole signal, then we ask the new professor of the region, Professor Birch, I think his name was. I'm sure he can add some insights on this. The blonde girl suggested to her colleague. You know what? I think we should. Caitlin agrees with Luzamin's suggestion. getting up with her to meet the Pokemon professor in his lab. Rustboro City, Trainer School. Steven sighs, resting from an intense battle with the headmaster and gym leader. He smiles at the new gym badge he required, for down 4 to go, then my dream will become a reality. He smiles, however, he can't help but feel like he was missing something. Steven. The steel blue-haired boy turns to the entrance to the battlefield. Coming out was Flannery with an achieving smile. Steven smiles, seeing that Flannery came in with a winner's expression indicating she won. I'm guessing you won your stone badge? He asked the red-haired trainer. Flannery grins, showing her badge case, the same badges as him and Brawly. Yep, though I have to admit facing the headmaster's rock types was challenging for a fire-type user like me, but like you and Brawly I beat him. She grins. 5 more badges then we can face the Elite Four and see who becomes champion. Flannery grins with excitement for their goals were almost a reality. Steven nodded, yeah, we're so close. Soon Brawly enters from the exit of the locker room. Dudes, we're 5 more badges until we get to challenge the Pokemon League. Brawly enters coming from the stands, already winning his badge after Steven. And Flannery, that move with Numel was gnarly. I didn't know that you can use Flame Will like a quick attack move like that. He said gleefully. The red-haired girl was flustered by Brawly's enthusiasm for her battle against their headmaster. She scratches the back of her head, smiling that she impressed the fighting-type trainer. Thanks Brawly, your battle with the headmaster was great too. Flannery blushes. Brawly smiles, happy that the 3 of them were able to go to the next gym in a few weeks of learning here. So, should we get going to the headmaster's office? Wallace said he and the girls are going to meet us there, he informed the 2. That's right, I totally forgot. Steven slams his hand on his head, letting that slip from his mind. He got up from the bench and looked at his 2 friends with him. We better start heading there before we're late. Flannery chuckles, you're right, let's go you guys. The 3 exited the locker room, rushing down the halls to get to the headmaster's office. After a few minutes of traversing through the halls, Steven and the others arrived at Keith's office. We made it, finally. Steven huffs, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Brawly and Flannery huffed too after being bombarded by many student trainers and spectators who went to them for today's battle. Who knew there were a lot who seen out battle, Brawly commented. Flannery nodded, smiling at the many people who admire them. Why yeah, it seems we're going to have a fan club soon you guys. She jokes. Steven and Brawly chuckle, dreading the day when that comes true in the future. Shaking that thought from his mind, Steven straightens himself up before entering the office. Well, that's far off in the future to be worried about that, Flannery. He chuckles, grabbing the doorknob and entering the office. The 3 friends enter the office, Steven, Flannery, Brawly, I'm glad you made it. You 3 have put on a difficult battle for me, Keith greeted his 3 students now joining them with a smile. Wallace turns around with his arms crossed and smirks at the newcomers to this meeting. Well, if it isn't our victors of today's match. About time you 3, we've been waiting for you. He jokingly greets his friends and rival. Wallace, be nice they just beat their 4th gym today. Roxanne smiles, defending them from Wallace's joke. Yes, I know Roxy. I'm just congratulating the 3 in my own way. Wallace smirks. Helena looks at his teal-haired friend, you have a unique way of showing that, Wallace. She commented. Wallace chuckles, shrugging his arms. She smirks. Steven rolled his eyes at his rival being himself and walks over to where the 3 were. Flannery and Brawly join their friends. Everyone's here, headmaster. Roxanne looks at the old gym leader. So, headmaster, why did you call all of us? Steven asked the man he defeated. Does it have to do with our next gym mission, headmaster? Brawly asked, placing his hand on his side. Not quite, Brawly. Keith smiles, interlocking his hands together. A former student of mine years ago just returned to his new lab from his research trip in the Kalos region of his studies on evolution. He explains to his 6 students. Helena blinks, getting a bit intrigued by this information the headmaster gave. Pokemon Lab? Keith nodded. Yes, it's a laboratory that studies Pokemon and gives trainers their first Pokemon. One out of the 3 traditional Hoenn starters, Torchic, Mudkip, and Trico. The old gym leader explains to his new student. I figure that if you're all going to learn about Pokemon, it's better to learn from experiencing things on hand. He continued. I see, that sounds nice. Helena smiles, she looks down at her partner who looked up at her. What do you think, Curlia? Do you mind if we go to the Pokemon lab? She asked Curlia if that was fine with her. Curlia, the emotion Pokemon nodded, not minding that they were going somewhere else. As long as Helena was there, everything will be fine. Helena gave a bright smile to the headmaster. It seems that both of us agree, headmaster. She informed the old gym leader. That's great news, Helena, Steven commented, looking next to him. He felt excited to have her join them at the Pokemon lab in Little Root Town. You already fit well with our group, I'm sure everyone agrees with me. They turn around to their friend, nodding in agreement with what the future champion said. Wallace leans forward at his new friend, not skipping this moment to tease his rival. And don't forget, Helena. Stevie did promise to teach you some advanced battling in the future. His eyes shift to Steven, who blushed at the memory. The steel blue-haired boy blushed, now remembering that embarrassing promise he made with the former witch. Well, I didn't expect that so soon. But I'm happy to learn. Either way, thank you, Steven. Helena looks at him with a cute expression. Why yeah, well I do keep my promises. I'm not going to take it back like some JRK. Steven scratched his flustered cheek. Ahem, anyway, before we head out, we should stock up on Pokeballs and potions. We don't know what we might encounter on our journey there. You're right, Steven. Helena smiles, following his lead on what our journeys are. Brawly chuckles, leaning to Flannery, who saw the same thing as him. Dude doesn't even know that he's crushing on our friend here. He smiles at the only person who will get his joke. Flannery covered her mouth, trying not to be disruptive in the meeting. Why, you're totally right, Brawly. Steven cleared his throat, turning his head to his group of friends. All right everyone, let's get prepared to go to Little Root Town at the store. He charismatically said to his friends. Yeah. Everyone cheered, excited for another adventure. Keith smiles at the sight of his students willing to learn more on their journey. Then I wish you all a good trip, come back once you're all done there. He chuckles, stroking his long mustache. You still have classes here to attend. Yes, headmaster. Ch10 Wallace's secret. The 6 friends were inside a white building with blue roofing. Above the automatic doors was a blue circular sign with 3 white parts of a Pokeball in the center. It was a place where every trainer can get what they need for their journey. Wallace walks down the aisle, looking at the many selections of potions they offer here. Oh, they have full potions here. He grabs at least 10 of them. They have potions here. The teal-haired boy's ears perked up, hearing a soft voice coming from the other end of the aisle. He turns his head, seeing Helena holding Curlia in one arm while looking at a regular potion in the other hand. Curlia. Curlia looks at her partner, reading the potion in her hand. Helena smiles, looking down at the emotion Pokemon in her arm. Oh, it's nothing bad, Curlia. I'm just surprised that they have something similar to a potion back home. Wallace walks towards the end of the aisle, checking on his new friend. You got everything you need, Helena. He looks at the many regular potions they have in stock. Helena turns to her side, seeing the teal-haired trainer standing next to her. Wallace, where did you come from? She jumps at his sudden appearance. Wallace gave a smirk, waving his hand. Oh, I was merely walking around the store until I spotted you. He explains to his new friend. So, do you need help finding things? He asked the former witch. The black-haired trainer shook her head in response. No, I'm fine, Wallace. She looks down at the potions, taking the one she has. Roxanne has offered her help before you. I was just looking for a potion at her request. I appreciate it though, thank you for asking. Helena smiles. As long as you're getting the help you need, then it's fine with me. Wallace smiles, relieved that Helena was understanding how things work quickly. Soon enough she would become a pro in no time. He thought, chuckling to himself. Wallace was chuckling quietly, which in Helena's point of view was a bit creepy. Heh, he. He chuckles to himself. Curlia. Curlia gave a judgmental expression, seeing the shadow of his bangs covering his eyes. Yeah, I know Curlia, but you don't need to be rude to him. Helena scolded her partner for giving their friend a look. Curlia sighs, moving her eyes to the side, clearly not listening to what she said. Helena gave a light smile, closing her green eyes. You aren't listening to me, aren't you? She sighs. La, Curlia nodded in response. You clearly heard that, Helena pouts, hearing Curlia's response. Her head turns to Wallace. Surprisingly enough, he's still laughing to himself despite having a few minutes passed. Wallace, why are you laughing to yourself? It's getting kinda creepy that you're laughing to yourself. She said to the teal-haired boy, slowly stepping away from him. Wallace stopped his laughter, blinking at Helena, giving him a look. Oops, sorry, I was just thinking to myself that is a bit funny. He apologizes for making Helena creeped out by his laughter. Helena shook her head. Don't be, I was just curious. You were laughing there for a few minutes quietly, it's concerning. She smiles. Don't worry, I always do that when something interesting pops in mind, Wallace explains, placing his hand on his chin. That's who I am, Helena. Oh. So what are you thinking about right now? Wallace looks down at the former witch and her Curlia, hearing her question. You did say you only laugh like that when something interesting is on your mind. Wallace smirks, noticing Stephen was watching them from the pokeball aisle. He turns back to Helena, waiting for his answer. Oh, just the future and what it holds. Nothing that big. The teal-haired trainer smiles. Now, shall we get the items we got paid, Helena? Oh, yeah, you're right, Wallace. Helena watches Wallace walking to the counter to pay for the items he retrieves for himself. She looks down at her partner and can't help but feel like he was acting strange. You noticed, didn't you, Curlia? Curlia looks up, blinking at her partner, trying to understand what she's trying to say. Curlia? She asked. Helena sighs. Well, the more I spend time with Wallace, I feel he's hiding something. She said to the emotion Pokemon in her arms. I'm not trying to pry, but I can't help it. She said. Curlia, la Curlia. Curlia agrees with what Helena is telling her. She too felt like the teal-haired boy was hiding something from his friends. Not only that, but I also never saw his Pokemon out of their Pokeballs. Helena has to admit, though she doesn't want to because he was kind to her. But Wallace was beginning to be a suspicious character. Helena. Helena turns around to see Roxanne holding a basket filled with their supplies. Did you find the regular potions? It's the purple one. She walks over to her friend, curious about what was taking her. Helena gave an apologetic look to the brunette girl. Sorry, Roxanne, Wallace was here and we spoke a bit before he went to the counter. She explains to her new friend. Roxanne stops and smiles. Is that it? Well, I don't mind. Was he helpful, Helena? She asked, assuming that she asked for the trainer's help. It's nothing like that, just small talk, Helena explains to the brunette standing before her. She looks up at the ceiling, a bit curious about Wallace and who else to ask than a person who was with him before she arrived. Roxanne, how long did you know Wallace? I don't want to be a rude person for asking, but he gives off something. Roxanne cannot answer Helena's question. I do know Wallace since we were in preschool. We've become friends when the group was first signed up to attend the trainer school a few months back. The brunette explains, now thinking about Wallace's behavior. Now that you mention it, he does seem to be hiding something. I see, well dash. If you want to know about Wallace, then you should ask a dude who's close to him. The girls turn to Brawley, smirking at them. Helena turns to Roxanne, nodding for her to ask the sky-blue-haired trainer behind them. Brawley, sorry to ask you this, but do you know something about Wallace's odd behavior, the former which asked the young surfer. Brawley crosses his arms, knowing the reason why he acts off. Well, I knew Wally since we went to elementary school together with Steven. He stated. We are best bros to this day, but he did go off on his journey by himself when he turned 10. We didn't see each other until a few months ago when we were signing up for the trainer school. So it's between his journey and the trainer school. Helena sighs at the little information she has to better understand his character. She shook it off, leaving that for another matter to solve later. Thank you Guy for telling all you can about Wallace. Brawley nodded, looking at Wallace speaking with the shopkeeper ringing him up. I know that Wally can be weird at times, but he is one of those bros that you can count on. He said, wanting to eliminate any bad vibes that Helena has on him. Helena nodded, completely understanding what Brawley is trying to do. I can tell. She looks over to Wallace, now meeting with Flannery and Steven who got their supplies. And I will keep that in mind, Brawley. I'm glad you are, you know Wallace, so there's nothing to be worried about. Roxanne smiles, she looks at Curlia who remains silent during their conversation. Curlia, you agree right? She kneels to the Pokemon's eye level. Curlia looks over at the brunette, nodding to her question. Curlia, she closes her eyes with a small smile. See? Curlia agrees. Roxanne stands up properly, lifting the basket up. Now, let's go pay for these. Brawley, don't you need to pay for those workout magazines too? She asked, seeing the rolls of magazines on the side of his bag. Helena looks at the rolls. Where did you get those? She asked the young surfer. Brawley smirks, taking them out to show to the girls. Well, the shopkeeper said these are for free, so I took some that vibe with me. His face flattens at the two who assume he was some thief. And of course, stealing's wrong, Didets. Where do you think I was raised? Some rackety old shack. I'm not that type of person. Maybe. Roxanne grins, walking away from him. Come along Helena, let's pay for these items we got. Helena gave an apologetic look at Brawley's deflated expression. Huh, very funny Roxy. That's just one time. And it was a beach hut. He huffs, following both Helena and Roxanne to pay for the potions and pokeballs he left at the counter. Once everything was paid, the three met with the others who were waiting for them. Okay, we're all set. Wallace asked around the group. Flannery grins, placing her hands on her hips. Got all of my revives in case anyone needs them. The red-haired girl announces. I've purchased some oran berries and different potions in case we need healing, Roxanne added, looking around the group. I got some extra pokeballs for us. Both Steven and Helena spoke in unison. They looked at each other and blushed. Everyone smiles, seeing that the two were thinking the same thing. Well, two minds think alike as they say. Brawley jokes, seeing the two flustered. Curlia, the emotion Pokemon sighs, sensing the two having feelings for each other but remained quiet. That's thoughtful of you Helena. Steven smiles, scratching the side of his cheek. Helena smiles, appreciating what the steel blue-haired trainer said. Thank you, Steven. She responded, you as well. She saw Steven nod, appreciating what she said too. Wallace cleared his throat, causing the two to jump. Alright you two, enough standing around. We have a lot to cover before sundown. The teal-haired boy stated, starting to head down the road. I'm sure the headmaster contact Professor Birch in Little Root Town of our arrival. Roxanne nodded, agreeing with Wallace as she turns to the two. The professor is probably expecting us by now. She smiles following Wallace down the street. Well, Stephen looks at the black-haired girl. Shall we go, Helena? He asked, giving her a kind smile. Helena blinks, nodding to Stephen's question. Yeah, I am. The group of trainers walks on Rustboro Street, heading to the entrance of Petalburg Forest. Soon they left the city and are now on Route 4. They encountered many wild Pokémon in the region. There are water-type Pokémon near the lakes they pass by, a few normal-type Pokémon such as Zigzagoon or Skitty. There are the occasional regional bug types and flying types either crawling on the rocks or soaring in the air. The group of friends didn't catch any Pokémon on their journey since they left in the afternoon. They made a quick stop at Petalburg City to rest before heading to the next city. Everyone was sitting on a bench that circled around a tree, each has an ice cream while they rest. Try this Curlia. Helena held the ice cream in front of her partner. Curlia, the dual type smiles, liking the frozen treat. Curlia's eyes widen at the sweet treat she tasted. Curlia. She was handed the ice cream, now holding it in her little nums. Helena watches her partner enjoying the frozen treat, causing her to smile. Enjoy the treat, Curlia. She looks up and saw Makuhita enjoying the ice cream from Brawly. Roxanne, Flannery, and Stephen gave special Pokémon treats to Torkoal, Nosepass, and Beldum. The former which looks around, noticing that someone was missing from their group. Hey, does anyone know where Wallace is? Helena asked her friends around the tree. Oh, Wallace is gone already. Flannery looks up from her Torkoal enjoying her food. Ha! Seems like it's that the time of day. Roxanne sighs, petting her Nosepass while he is chewing his food. I wouldn't worry about him, Helena. Wallace goes off on his own most days. She explains, is the norm for them. Helena blinks, surprised that this was normal for the group. Aren't you all concerned for Wallace? She asked. Stephen smiles at the former witch, seeing her worried for his rival. We are, but the next day he shows up right before a class. He explains to Helena. When we ask the first time, he just gives us some vague answers. Like, oh, I was doing something at Route 1, or just fishing some Pokémon for my mentor. If you want to see where he ran off to, then you can. Brawly looks up, having a thought just now. We should head to the Pokémon Center to spend the night. He suggested to the group. Yeah, I guess you're right, Brawly. Flannery leans on the tree, clicking her shoe tips together. Wally might be angry that we decided to leave him here if we go to Little Root Town. Torkoal, the coal Pokémon, agrees with her trainer. Stephen stands from the bench. Let's head there now, you guys. He announces. Everyone nodded, including Helena, with the plan they made. Curlia finishes her ice cream when she senses something. Curlia, she jumps from the bench, running back to Route 4. K Curlia. Helena turns to her friend, starting to head in the direction where her partner is heading. I'm sorry guys, but I'll catch up with you all at the center. Curlia ran off. Stephen turns to the newest addition to their group, stepping forward. I'll come with you then. Helena smiles at the steel blue-haired boy. It's all right, Stephen. I can take care of myself. It'll be quick, I promise. She turned tail and ran after her partner Pokémon. Stephen stood there, watching the black-haired girl run off alone in search of her partner. He sighs, can't help but want to follow her to make sure she's safe. However, he knows that she's a capable trainer who was able to calm a difficult Pokémon. Worried? Brawly asked, seeing Stephen's dilemma. Yes, I just can't take my mind off that something bad might happen to her. The steel-haired trainer admits to his friend. Roxanne smiles, looking at their friend already disappearing among the crowd. As long as Curlia is with her, then she will be fine. The brunette has faith in the two being both trainer and Pokémon. Plus Wallace is out there, if any luck they might run into each other. Route 4, near Petalburg Forest. Curlia ran on the dirt path, her head moving side to side like she was searching for something or someone. She stops, closing her eyes to get a better feel of her surroundings. Kirlia. The emotion Pokemon opens her eyes, hearing her name being called out. Kirlia turns around where her trainer caught up with her. She watches Helena taking deep breaths. After doing so she looks down at her. Kirlia, why did you run off? She asked. Helena kneels at Kirlia, curious why she left suddenly. She saw her not even looking around the route. Kirlia, you know you can tell me anything that troubles you. She said to her Pokemon. Kirlia eyes her trainer, nodding to what she said. Then she quickly turned her head to the river. Kirlia. The dual type rushed over to the river, motioning Helena to follow her. The former which looks at where Kirlia was looking. Helena looks back at her partner, thinking that she wants them to go there. Is something happening in that direction? Kirlia. Kirlia nodded, being picked up by Helena in her arms. Alright, but after this, we should join back with the others, Helena stated, running in the direction that Kirlia wants them to go. Near the riverside, two guys with a black dog-like Pokemon and a wild sloth-like Pokemon standing over an injured blue serpentine Pokemon. The men laugh, seeing that the Pokemon was injured. Man, this one will fetch a nice price to those organizations that we keep hearing about. One of the men smiles. Yeah, to think a Dratini would just appear here where it's rare. The man looks at his Mytiana. Mytiana, take this Dratini to our van where we can sell her for a good price. The dark type nodded, looking at Dragon Pokemon. He barks, walking to the edge of the lake. Dratini whimpers, seeing the bad human wanting to take her away. Just when the bite Pokemon was about to take her, a voice cried out. What do you think you're doing to that Pokemon? The men and their Pokemon turn around to a black-haired girl, holding a Kirlia in her arms. Who the hell you are? The man demanded of this strange girl. The other man saw that this girl was a Pokemon trainer. Hey, she got a Kirlia with her. She must be a Pokemon trainer. He assumes, turning back to Helena, he approaches the rookie. You're a Pokemon trainer, right, little lady? He asked. Helena doesn't like the feeling she's getting from these two. Hearing Kirlia growling in her arms supported her decision. That's right, and by the looks of it you guys are too. She commented, seeing two new Pokemon they have. That's right, the man smiles, shrugging his shoulder. We're Pokemon trainers just catching Pokemon. Nothing's wrong here, so you can go on your way now. He said, wanting this rookie trainer to leave. Helena looks at the men and their Pokemon, then her eyes shift to the Dratini curled in an attempt to protect herself. Kirlia, curl, she looks at her, indicating that these are bad. I see, thanks. Helena petted her partner. The man who spoke early walks forward, you're welcome, now or dash. I wasn't talking to you too. Helena closes her eyes, standing tall against these two. She opens her eyes again, revealing a fire within her emerald eyes glaring at them. From what my partner is telling me, you ordered your Pokemon to harm that other Pokemon. I won't stand by and let your Pokemon harm another. The two men frown, seeing that this trainer was those types of trainers that'll stand in their way. You should learn to butt out, little lady. This is adult bunnies, a child like you shouldn't get involved with this. The first man said. Kirlia versus Vigoroth Mytiana. That's right, we'll show you a world of hurt, Vigoroth. Shadow Claw, let's go. The man ordered his Pokemon. The other man held his hand out to his Pokemon. Mytiana, support Vigoroth with Crunch. Vigoroth. The wild monkey Pokemon cried, his two claws glowed purple. Mytiana barks, his mouth covered with a dark hue. Kirlia nods at her partner, wanting to battle them despite having won with the type advantage. Kirlia, use Shadow Ball. She tosses the dual type in the air. Care. Kirlia's arms were centered, gathering energy. La. She released two Shadow Ball at the opponents. Mytiana took the Shadow Ball, being the least effective against the move. He roars, moving fast in the air. The dark type tries to bite Curlia but is teleported away. Curlia teleported to the ground, dodging the Butte Pokemon's attack. That's good, Curlia. Helena smiles, seeing that her partner read her mind. Her eyes widen, seeing Vigoroth appear behind her. Curlia, behind you. The dual type's eyes shifts to her back, Vigoroth. The normal type's purple claws slashed at Curlia. Curlia. The emotion Pokemon cried in pain, being tossed forward. Curlia fell to the ground before teleporting to Helena. Helena saw her partner teleported in front of her. Curlia, are okay? She asked Curlia, seeing that she took on damage. If I remember right, then that move must be Shadow Claw, a ghost-type move. Super effective against psychic-type Pokemon like Curlia, Helena thought before coming up with another attack. Alright, use Psybeam on Vigoroth. She said to the dual type. Curlia leaps in the air, curl. She moves her arm to the side. La. She aims her arm at the normal-type Pokemon, releasing a myriad beam at Vigoroth. Mytiana, get in front of Vigoroth. The man ordered his Pokemon to take the Psybeam. Mytiana steps in front of Vigoroth. Vigoroth, the wild monkey Pokemon, nods at his trainer's friend's Pokemon. Curlia's Psybeam seems to phase through Mytiana. Curlia, the dual-type, frowns, seeing the duo working together. One that psychic-type moves doesn't have an effect, and the other with a move that is super effective against her. These two aren't one to trifle with, Helena frowns, seeing their teamwork. We're at a disadvantage here. I wish that Steven was here to help dash. Clearly you're new to battling. The man with the Mytiana laughs. The other man with the Vigoroth grins, seeing that they have an upper hand in this battle. I'm assuming that Curlia is your only Pokemon then, it will fetch a nice price when we beat you. He laughs, both their Pokemon agree with their trainers, not caring for their fellow Pokemon. Curlia and Helena still stand firmly against the two, not wavering despite the situation. We won't give in, right Curlia? Helena looks at her partner, trusting her power. We will defeat you somehow and save that Pokemon. Curlia nods, looking at her trainer. Curlia. How childish, Mytiana, make this quick and use Sucker Punch, the man ordered. Vigoroth, use Shadow Claw again on that Curlia. The other man smirks, pointing at the dual type. Mytiana howls, running forward, his paws glowing a dark hue. Vigoroth. Vigoroth followed suit, his claws glowed a purple hue once again. Curlia was prepared to teleport and use Shadow Ball on Vigoroth, figuring out how to deal with Mytiana after. However, someone was already on the case. Use Dragon Tail. Insert Pokemon Movie 07 BGM, Avant, The World of Pokemon. A majestic-looking Pokemon with a slender body, blue and red scales, and pink tendrils leaps out of the river. The water-type cries a majestic sound as she flew from the river. The two men gasps, seeing the rare beautiful Pokemon. Gah! A Milotic! One of the men exclaims. What's one doing here out of all places? The other asked in disbelief. Milotic's tail glowed a greenish-blue hue and slams it against Mytiana. Mytiana cries as his body impacts with Vigoroth. Vigoroth! Both Pokemon cried as they were thrown to the side by the water-type's strongest attack. The tender Pokemon landed in front of Helena and Curlia, huffing out steam. She then cries another beautiful sound, causing the men to step back. Thank you, Milotic, Helena said, hearing the Pokemon's name. We wouldn't know what to do if you didn't show up. The former witch admits, happy to receive the help. Curlia nodded, walking next to her. Curlia, she thanked her. The men gritted their teeth, took their Pokeballs out, and called back their Pokemon. Damn it, grab Dratini, and let's get out of here. He said. Yeah, wait, where's Dratini? The two men look at the river shore where there's nothing. My, it seems we have Pokemon poachers in Hoenn, a familiar voice said, walking up the small cliff. I knew something was off when Drake called me from the Pokemon League, saying that a Pokemon under his care was taken. A boy with teal hair, a blue button-down shirt with white on the buttons and hem of both bottom and sleeve openings. White pants that reached the lower kneecaps and light blue slip-on shoes climbed from the river. In his arms was a sleeping Dratini that was attacked. However, on his shirt was a golden pokeball with a crown. Something that all Hoenn citizens know. That symbol, no wait, you can dash. Wallace. How did you dash? Helena jumps at her friend, winking at her. Wallace turns to the men, stepping next to his Milotic. Yes, it is I, the elegant and stunning Wallace. The current Hoenn League champion. He smirks, seeing the shocked expression from the two criminals. Now, shall we dance? Ch11a Witch and Champion Secret. See Champion. The man stammers, seeing Wallace standing before them with the proof pinned to his shirt. The other man steps back, frightened to face the strongest trainer that Hoenn has to offer. I am outta here, good luck with the champion dash. Once he turns around and saw a group of police officers standing behind them with their pack of Growlithe standing by. The two men froze, seeing the authorities of the region. How did dash? I took the liberty to call Officer Jenny and her unit so they can arrest you too. Wallace smiles, flipping the two-side angle on his hair. Sorry, not sorry, he smirks at the two. A woman with amber eyes and a darker shade of teal hair in a police uniform with a chief badge on her vest. Next to her was a large tiger-like Pokemon with blonde hair on the head, legs, and tail. You are under arrest for Pokemon poaching and abuse. A policeman steps forward with his Growlithe by his side. The policewoman stands before the men, holding out her hand. Men, take their Pokemon, then place HNDCFFS. She ordered her unit to take these two men in. The police officers saluted at their police chief. Yes, chief. The two men got their Pokemon confiscated and their hands cuffed. The two men were taken back to Petalburg police station where they'll be processed and arraigned. Wallace smiles, seeing their work is finished. He turns to Milotic, petting her head. Thank you, Milotic, for everything. He appreciates his partner helping out with this. Milotic sang, happy to help her trainer. She turns around sensing Helena coming up to them. Helena picked up Curlia from the ground, then made her way to the champion and his Pokemon. Wallace, thank you for your help there. Curlia and I would be in big trouble if you didn't show up, she said to her teal-haired friend. No, I should be the one who should thank you, Helena, Wallace stated, placing his hand on Dratini's head. Without your help, Dratini might be off somewhere by those two. If anything, you stepping in was perfect to buy me some time to get here. Milotic sang, agreeing with her partner. Wallace chuckles, seeing that the tender Pokemon take a liking to his black-haired friend. It seems that my beautiful Milotic likes you. How wonderful, Milotic has a thing when sensing good people. The former witch laughs, feeling Milotic's head nudge her. Ah, really? The credit should be given to Curlia. Helena motions to her partner in her arms. She sensed that Pokemon is in danger, and I follow her. Curlia. The dual type responded, happy to see Wallace assisting them when they need it. I see, you two are really in sync. Wallace smiles, before looking at the dragon type in his arms. We should really get Dratini to a Pokemon Center. I don't like these injuries she retained. Helena looks at Dratini, looking weaker by the second. You're right, Petalburg City should have one. I'm sure that Steven and the others will dash, the former witch saw the discomfort on his face. Wallace froze, hearing of telling the others of his position. Curlia. Curlia patted Helena's shoulder and pointed back at Wallace. Wallace? What's the matter? Helena asked, seeing him petting his Milotic. Wallace smiles at his partner before taking out his Pokeball. Milotic, thank you. Return. A red beam went to the tender Pokemon, returning her to her Pokeball. Helena, don't get me wrong. As much I love your motivation, I can't let the others know that I'm the champion. He said to the former witch. Helena stands before the Hoenn region's champion, curious why the others shouldn't know that Wallace is the champion. Why? I mean you're influential and dash, her emerald eyes widen, now understanding Wallace's plight. I see, so that's how it is. She nodded. Yes, you see Steven has always dreamed of becoming the Hoenn League champion, Wallace explains to the former witch. Even if we don't look much, I cherish the friendship and rivalry that me and Steven have. He stated. And you're afraid of the truth coming out, then Steven might not like that, Helena commented, assuming that was what he would say. Wallace's eyes wandered to the side. Steven would not mind, but my reason is completely different than what you think, Helena. The teal-haired trainer said. Curlia. Curlia tilts her head, curious what he means by that. The Hoenn League champion blinks, seeing that he was explaining things wrong. Oh no, did I lead you to a wrong assumption? Wallace smiled, clearly expressing himself the wrong way. Sorry, what I meant to say is that I rather keep this a secret, so when the time comes for Steven to challenge the league, I want to be there to give him a shock of his life. Helena frowns, thinking about what reason Wallace gave her. She sighs, being worried for nothing about keeping his secret. So you want to surprise Steven? She stares at the champion along with Curlia with the same thoughts. You are a strange person, Helena stated. Wallace smirks, leaning to the side flamboyantly. I prefer unique or elegant. He smiles, so, please keep it a secret. For little old me, Helena. He asked the former witch. Helena sighs, not liking keeping secrets from people. But seeing that both Steven and Wallace have a friendly rivalry, it should be fine. Alright, I will. This will be our secret, Wallace. You're a doll, truly elegant if I do say so myself, Helena. The teal-haired champion smiles, appreciating her help not only for Dratini but as a friend. Officer Jenny approached both Helena and Champion with Arcanine. Champion Wallace, thank you again for your help. We will handle those two criminals back at the station, the teal-haired woman informed the two. She turns to Helena, nodding at her. And you young trainer, thank you for your and your Pokemon's help too. It's no big deal, officer. We saw Dratini in need of help and we step in. Helena kindly respond to the chief of police. Officer Jenny smiles, happy to see another trainer thinking of the well-being of Pokemon. How honorable of you, young lady. You have a bright future as a respectable Pokemon trainer. She tips her hat to the former witch before walking off with Arcanine to join their unit. Helena felt proud of their work today. She turns to Wallace only to frown at the sight of Dratini. We need to get Dratini to the Pokemon Center quick, she said, petting the dragon Pokemon. The nearest is the one in Petalburg City, Wallace informed his friend, walking in the direction of the city. Let's get going. The two trainers headed to Petalburg City where their friends and the Pokemon Center were. Steven sat at the lounge of the Pokemon Center, his leg was twitching while looking at the window for any signs of Helena. The sun already set and she's not back yet. He sighs, not noticing that someone was walking up to him. Alright, we managed to get 2 rooms, Flannery said, standing in front of Steven. We're in luck, the rooms fit 3 people in each. So we're planning 3 and 3 in each, she informed the steel blue-haired trainer who wasn't listening to what she said. Brawley is setting up the room where the boys are staying and Roxanne got ours. Flannery continues explaining the arrangement for the night. She looks at Steven staring at the window. Hey, Stevie, are you listening to me? She raised her voice a bit to gain his attention. Steven flinched, hearing the red-haired girl's voice. Huh. Sorry Flannery, I was busy with something. He explains to his friend. Flannery raised an eyebrow at him, worried about Helena. She asked, placing her hand on her side. Yeah, it's already dark outside and she isn't back yet. Stephen looks back out the window. Some houses were dark. He stood up from the seat, taking out his partner's pokeball. I'm going to look for her, he proclaims, walking to the sliding doors. Flannery grabs Stephen's shoulder, preventing him from going out. Stephen, stop. Helena can take care of herself. She urges him to leave this be. I mean, she was in Petalburg Forest alone until we found her. From the looks of it, she was doing just fine. Stephen looks back at his red-haired friend. But Flannery, it's dark out and she might get lost out there, he retorted, wanting to make sure she was safe. Stephen, don't forget Curlia is with her, she won't let anything happen to her. Plus Wallace is out there too. The air of Lava Ridge Town Gym reminded her friend of the missing trainer. With luck, they might run into each other when coming back to the city, Flannery said, giving him assurance that everything is going to be fine. Stephen looks at Flannery and then back at the window. He knew that Helena is a capable trainer, and with Curlia by her side, they can handle things for a while. You're right, I should put more faith in her. Flannery smirks, not wanting to skip this moment. Is it faith or is it something else? What do you mean? The steel-haired boy asked Flannery, giving him a look. Oh, you know, some feelings wait, isn't that them? Flannery saw a teal-haired boy and a black-haired girl rushing outside to the Pokemon Center next door. Stephen quickly shifts his head to the outside, seeing the two people Flannery saw. I think so, I'm going to check it out, he said to the red-haired girl. Flannery felt her hand slip from Stephen's shoulder as he heads to the sliding doors. Hey, wait for me. She followed Stephen out of the Pokemon Center's inn and see who those two are. Stephen ran across the center's field, entering the Pokemon Center's back door. Upon entering he saw Helena and Wallace standing at the front desk. Stephen's eyes witnessed Nurse Joy taking both Curlia and another Pokemon to the examination room. Wallace, Helena, Stephen called out to his friends who turned upon hearing his voice. He walks over to them, curious about what happened. What happened? Are you all right, Helena? He asked the former witch. Helena looks at the steel blue-haired trainer, surprised to see him up this late. Stephen, she greeted him. I'm fine, Curlia and Dratini are getting a checkup with Nurse Joy. She explains to him. Wait, Dratini. Stephen blinks, hearing a rare Pokemon is with them. Hey, I'm here too, you know. Wallace crosses his arms at his rival. The door opened as Flannery enters the scene. Flannery huffs, catching up with the future champion. Geez, I told you to wait up, Stephen. She huffs, looking up at Helena and Wallace. Hey, you two, what's with those faces? The red-haired girl asked. Wallace sighs, it's a long story. Something we can tell you while we wait for news from Nurse Joy, Helena said before moving her head, noticing the same name as the other Nurse Joy in Rustboro City. Nurse Joy. Wait, is this the last name or something? She whispers. The two trainers that entered looked at each other before looking at the two. We have time for a story, Stephen said to his friends. Everyone was seated in the waiting lounge. Both Helena and Wallace were about to explain what happened. So, what happened out there? How did you guys get a Dratini? Flannery asked the two, curious what transpired. Helena looks at Wallace, who nodded to tell their story. She looks back at their two friends waiting for an explanation. Well, when Curlia suddenly left, I followed her to the river near Petalburg Forest. Curlia soon found some guys hurting Dratini. We tried to stop them, but they were tough. She informed them. That when I showed up with Seal, Wallace said, stepping into the conversation. We managed to hold them off until Officer Jenny arrived with reinforcements. The champion continues after Helena. Stephen looks at the former witch, relieved that she was all right from those people. Actually, he was more impressed that she was able to hold off those people on her own. Helena, you were able to fend off two trainers on your own with Curlia? He asked. Helena blushes, nodding to Stephen's question. That's awesome. You're becoming quite a unique trainer, Helena. Stephen smiles brightly at the black-haired girl. Thank you, Stephen. Helena's cheeks blush at his compliment. Flannery smiles, leaning back on the couch. I have to say, being a rookie Pokemon trainer, you did something impressive. The red-haired girl added, most trainers were a bit more experienced to face those types of people. But you handled them like a pro, she smirks. Helena. Everyone turns around to the counter where Nurse Joy was standing in. In front of her was Curlia looking well and fit. Helena stands up from her seat, hearing her name from the nurse. Yes. Is everything all right? She asked. Nurse Joy smiles seeing the trainer walking up to her. I like to inform you that your Curlia is all healed up, the pink-haired woman informed the young trainer. Curlia stood from the tray, jumping into her trainer's arms. Curlia! She cried upon seeing her. Curlia, hey, you're looking a lot better. Helena smiles, happy to see her partner healthy. She looks up at Nurse Joy, appreciating her taking care of Curlia. Oh, and Nurse Joy. How's Dratini? I'm really worried about her. Wallace stood up, hearing Helena speaking about the dragon Pokemon. Wally, what's up? Flannery saw the teal-haired boy walking to the counter. Flannery, the red-haired girl looks at Stephen, motioning his head to follow Wallace. The three trainers headed to the counter, wanting to hear Dratini's condition. They stood behind Helena, awaiting the news from Nurse Joy. Dratini's doing just fine. She'll make a full recovery, Chansey is with her checking her vitals. Nurse Joy smiles, giving the good news to the Pokemon trainers worried for Dratini. Everyone smiles hearing the good news of Dratini's recovery. That's a relief, I was worried there for a second. Helena smiles, looking down at her partner. Right, Curlia? Helena asked her. The Emotions Pokemon nodded, Curlia. Wallace looks at Nurse Joy for further information. Nurse Joy, when will Dratini be well enough? The champion asked the nurse. By tomorrow morning, Wallace. However, for her to recover by then, she needs to rest. Nurse Joy said, happy to deliver the news. Oh, Helena frowns before looking at Stephen, standing next to her. Stephen placed his hand on Helena's shoulder, giving her a hopeful expression. Don't worry, Helena. We can visit Dratini tomorrow in the recovery room. The steel blue-haired boy looks at Nurse Joy, right, Nurse Joy? He asked. The pink-haired nurse nodded, confirming what Stephen said. Yes, you can visit Dratini tomorrow when she's fully healed. Nurse Joy informed the group. See? We can visit her tomorrow, Stephen smiles, hoping that this would cheer her up. He took a good look at Helena's appearance, seeing her fatigue surfacing. Besides, you look tired. I guess, Helena nodded, still rather happy that Dratini is not in serious trouble. Flannery agrees, yeah, you look like you need some rest. The red-haired girl smirks, already having a place where she can sleep. Roxanne prepared our rooms, also don't worry about pajamas. Nurse Joy always has some prepared for Pokemon trainers who forget to pack. Helena felt her hand being grabbed by her friend. Oh, okay Flannery pulled her arm, leading to the back door to where the center's in. Stephen and Wallace watched the two girls leaving the center's lobby and into the back courtyard. Well, that was something, Wallace commented on the girls' sudden rush. Right, Stevie? Stevie. He turns to Stephen wondering why he was silent. When Wallace looked at Stephen, he saw a soft look on his face. Stephen. The teal-haired boy sang his name. Are you in there? He leans closer to his ears, whispering inside. Are you crushing on Helena? That snapped Stephen from his daze. Turning to his rival, hearing what he just said. What do you mean? I don't have a crush on Helena. Stephen said with a raised voice. Wallace leans back, placing his hand on his cheek. Oh. Care to elaborate on that, Stephen? Because from my stance, it looks like you are staring awfully a lot at Helena. He points out the trainer's actions. Also, you're blushing a lot when you're near her. Stephen's face became redder upon hearing that from his rival. It's not like that, Wallace. I was just admiring Helena's dedication and heroism. He stated, why yeah that's it. Yeah keep telling yourself that. Wallace yawns, heading to the exit. Welp, I am beat. Time to hit the hay. The champion stops having one question for Stephen. Hey, do you know where our rooms are? In the inn, where the girls are in their room. Helena steps out of the bathroom in a yellow pajama. Today was tiring, I never walked, faced criminals, or sprinted to a Pokemon Center in one day. Helena walks to her bed where Curlia was sleeping. You better get used to it, Roxanne commented, combing through her hair. When you're a Pokemon trainer, you tend to travel all over the region just to collect gym badges or earn ribbons from contests. The brunette trainer informed her friend. Yeah, I have to walk all the way from Lavaridge Town to go to the trainer school. Flannery lay on her bed, arms behind her head. I am sorry, but you walked. Helena looks at her red-haired friend across from her bed. You mean to tell me that you walked from your hometown to the school? How long did you get there? She asked, shocked to find out that Flannery walked a long distance to go to school. Flannery looks up from her pillow, hearing her question. Of course, how else can get here? I mean there is the seaside cycling road that some trainers used, but I can't ride a bike. Oh, I don't know either. We're in the same boat then. Helena smiles. Flannery sat up, grinning at another fact about her friend. Yeah, no bike buddies. She cheered, turning to Roxanne giggling at the two. Oh wow, am I the only girl who can ride a bike here? Roxanne jokes with her two friends in the room. Pretty much. Both Flannery and Helena responded to the brunette question. There was silence in the room for a moment before the three girls laughed at their little play. They laughed for a good few minutes before moving on to the next topic of the night. Roxanne brought her legs onto her bed, so, time for girl talk. She looks at Helena, wanting to get to know her better. Helena, I'm going to be straight with you for this. The former witch tilts her head at her friend. What do you mean, Roxanne? Helena asked. Well, since it's girl talk, we're going to talk about the things going on. Such as boys. Roxanne explains to the rookie. She smiles, seeing the blush spreading on her cheeks. Flannery saw Helena's flustered cheeks. So there is someone that you like. The red-haired girl smirks, crossing her legs. Do we really need to talk about this? I mean we're young and dash. Flannery looks at Roxanne, seeing that Helena is pretty obvious and has a crush on someone. She definitely has a crush on someone, Roxy. The red-haired girl stated. Roxanne nodded, oh yes, Flannery. But who? She raised an eyebrow at their gullible friend. How about, Jackie? Flannery suggested. Flannery, Roxanne. Helena glares at the two. The brunette shook her head, no, maybe it's Wallace. Roxanne suggested. Helena covers her ears at her friends teasing her. I'm not listening to the both of you. She sang, ignoring their game. No, it's most likely Stev Dash. Hey. It's getting late and we have a busy day in the morning. Helena pulls her covers, hiding her blushing face from the two. Both Roxanne and Flannery looked at each other, smiling already knowing who their friend has feelings for. Definitely him, Roxy, Flannery commented. Of course, it's him, Roxanne yawns, stretching her arms. She reaches for the light switch before saying goodnight to Flannery, for tomorrow will be another adventure. CH-12 A new friend joins the team. It was morning in Petalburg City Pokemon Center. Helena put on her shoes on her bed. She got up from her bed and turns to Curlia. So. How do I look, Curlia? The former witch asked for her partner's opinion on her appearance. Curlia. The emotions Pokemon approved after having a good look at her. She stood up, walking over to the edge of the bed. You think so? I put on my clothes rather quicker than usual. Helena commented. The bathroom door opened and walking out was Roxanne after fixing her usual hairstyle. You look fine, Helena. Roxanne commented after hearing her conversation from the lavatory. You're one of a lucky few who rarely needs to get ready in the morning. She commented. Helena looks at her friend, checking her bag. Really? I do put some effort into my appearance. She said to Roxanne. Nah, you have that natural beauty. I do too, but my hair. No, Roxanne chuckles, placing her bag over her head. Oh yeah, you're going to see Dratini, right? The former witch nodded, wanting to see how the dragon Pokemon is doing. I can't stop thinking about her last night, Helena stated. Oh. Roxanne looks at her, thinking that wasn't the only thing she was thinking of last night. Are you sure? Helena groans at her friend teasing her once again. Yes, I'm sure, Roxanne. So please drop it, she begs for her to stop, embarrassed to even think of it. Roxanne giggles, walking over to the black-haired trainer. I'm just messing with you, Helena. She patted her back. This is what we do sometimes. The former witch spun around to her friend, hearing her words. And sometimes, you mean all the time, Helena smirks, noting the time they met in Petalburg Forest with Stephen. Roxanne shrugs, admitting that she was right on her end. Curlia walks over to her partner, climbing on her back and latching herself on her shoulders. Helena smiles and patted her little arms. I think Curlia disapproves of your teasing, she jokes with the brunette. Roxanne laughs, placing her hand on the dual-type's head. Don't worry, Curlia, we're not hurting her, she assures the worried Pokemon. Thank you for worrying about me, Curlia. Helena looks at her partner on her shoulder. But there's nothing to worry about. Curlia nodded, trusting Helena's words. Curlia. She responded. The door burst open to Flannery in a cheery mood. Hey, y'all finish packing? Everyone is waiting at the Pokemon Center for you too. Flannery informed her two girlfriends. Helena took Curlia from her shoulders and into her arms. We are, but I want to see if Dratini is doing well first before we leave. The former witch stated. I see, well Wallace too wants to check on Dratini too. Flannery turns back to the Pokemon Center, indicating that the champion was inside. He's currently at the front desk with Nurse Joy. Helena nodded, moving past her red-haired friend to the door of their room. She turns to her friends, watching her leave in a rush. You girls can go ahead of me in meeting the boys. She urges them. Flannery waved her hand at the former witch, fully understanding what she meant. Go, don't worry about us, Helena. She smiles at her. Go and see Dratini with Wallace, Roxanne added, seeing their friend smile at their consideration for her. They watched her run out of their room and into the Pokemon Center's courtyard. Helena entered the Pokemon Center where trainers crowd the lobby, then an almost empty center last night. Wow, speak about a crowd. We almost can't get to the counter. She sighs, noting the Pokemon trainers gathered in the center. Curlia agreed with her partner, also noticing the crowd of Pokemon and trainers. Curlia. The emotions Pokemon turns to the busy counter, sensing a familiar presence. Helena. The former witch heard her name being called by a familiar voice. Turning to the counter, both trainer and partner looked to find Wallace standing near the counter. Took you long enough to get here. Wallace greeted them. Helena smiles, walking over to the champion of the Hoenn region. Well, I do need to get ready, which takes a bit longer. The black-haired trainer stares at Wallace. Wallace laughs, seeing the look that Helena is giving her. Helena, sweetie. I need you to teach you how to stay ready, not to get ready. He jokes, seeing her rolling her eyes. Nurse Joy finished with the trainer she was with, and she soon moved to Helena and Wallace. I see that Helena's here, Wallace. She greeted the trainers from yesterday. Good morning, Nurse Joy. Helena greeted back the medical professional. Is Dradney feeling better this morning? She asked. Yes, the Dradney you two brought last night is all rested and at peak shape. The pink-haired nurse informed the concerned trainer. In fact, Wallace here was asking if he can visit her. Wallace looks to the side, scratching his cheeks. Well, it's a trainer's duty to see the Pokémon they bring into centers to see the outcome of their health. He stated the duty of Pokémon trainers. I see, so can we see her? Helena wants to see for herself if Dradney is truly alright. Nurse Joy nodded, happy to deliver the good news. Of course, please enter the doors to the right of you. She motions her hands for the two trainers to the entrance of the recovery room. They nodded. Wallace was the first, seeing that he was already near it. Helena and Curlia followed him, entering the recovery room. The two were greeted by a few trainers with their recovering Pokémon. Nurse Joy leads the two into the recovery room, showing where the dragon Pokémon is resting. Soon they arrived where Dradney was, curled up in an incubator. Here we are, Dradney's incubator. Nurse Joy motions to the incubator. I'll leave you two be with Dradney. Please call me if you have any help. The nurse walks away, tending to her other duties as Nurse Joy. We will, thank you, Nurse Joy. Wallace smiles, appreciating her helping Dradney like all others in the family. Helena couched down, seeing the dragon type closely through the glass. Curlia pops her head, seeing the Pokémon. Careful Curlia, we don't want to touch anything that might interrupt Dradney's healing process. Helena softly said to her partner, nodding to her statement. Wallace crouched next to Helena, smiling at Dradney looking healthy as ever. Seems like Dradney is doing alright after a night's rest. The champion stated, seeing Dradney lifting her head. The three watched as the dragon Pokémon shifts her head to them. She blinks at the Pokémon trainers, curious about them. Both Wallace and Helena smile at the curious Pokémon inside the incubator. Hey there Dradney. I'm Helena, you look great today. The former witch commented on her appearance. Dradney cries, meeting the trainer that saved her from those poachers. She looks over to Wallace, recognizing the young trainer. Ah, I see you remember me. The teal-haired champion greeted the Pokémon once under Drake's care. Don't worry, those poachers are now in jail, you're safe. He ensures the dragon type. Dradney nodded before looking at Helena, remembering a faint figure with a similar appearance when she was near the Petalburg forest. Wallace noticed that Dradney was looking at his friend. Ah, he got what the dragon Pokémon was thinking. Dradney, Helena here is my friend. She was the one first to prevent the poachers from taking you. The teal-haired boy explains to the dragon type. Helena nodded to the champion's statement, that's right, nice to meet you Dradney. Curlia taps her hands to introduce herself. Oh, and this is Curlia, my partner and friend. Curlia, the dual type calmly introduced herself to the dragon type. Dradney cries happily to meet the two that saved her. Soon she heard a ringing noise coming from Helena. Helena stood straight, taking out her Rotom phone. Oh, it's from Roxanne. She said, seeing the text message from her friend. What does it say? Wallace asked, curious what their brunette friend wants. The former witch read the text, getting familiar with the technology. She says that everyone is ready to head out to the Pokémon lab, Helena informed her friend. Wallace sighs at their short visit to the Pokémon they saved yesterday. Well, we should not keep the others waiting, Helena. The champion looks at Dradney, curious about what's going on between the two. He gave a sad smile to her that they were leaving this soon. Sorry to keep this short, Dradney, but our friends are waiting for us. The champion apologizes. Dradney's eyes widen, hearing that the trainer and champion are leaving. She cried like a puppy not wanting their owner to leave their side. Curlia noticed Dradony's distress about them leaving here at the center. She looks up at her partner and her friend. Kirill, Curlia. She cried, gaining their attention. What is it, Curlia? Helena looks at where the dual type was pointing, her eyes caught the glimpse of Dradony giving them puppy dog eyes. What's the matter, Dradony? Why are you giving us that look? She asked, a bit concerned for her. Wallace took notice of the dragon type's expression quickly. He smiles, knowing it's quite rare for Dradony to act this way. Interesting, it seems that Dradony wants to go with Helena. The champion thought. Ahem, I think Curlia is telling you that Dradony wants to come with you, Wallace informed his black-haired friend. Helena jumps, looking at the dragon Pokemon. Really, Dradony? She asked the Pokemon if she truly wants to come with her. The dragon type nodded, wanting to repay her for her deed. Wallace nodded, watching her movements. I see, I understand now. Wallace looks over to Helena with a smile. She wants to repay you for saving her. Curlia nodded that the champion got what Dradony said was right. Dradony nodded, she cries, expressing what she desires. Helena smiles, looking at Wallace for his approval. Is it all right for me to take Dradony on my journey, Wallace? I know that one of the Elite Four is taking care of her and Dash. Wallace shook his head, don't worry about that. I'll tell Drake that Dradony has found someone she can trust. He patted Helena's back like an older brother. Dradony was only in Drake's care until she finds a suitable trainer she can trust. He explains. You think I'm a trustworthy trainer, Dradony? Helena asked, seeing the dragon type nodding to her question. She smiles, feeling honored to have a dragon deeming her trustworthy. Well, I'm happy to have you as one of my partners, right, Curlia? Curlia smiles, agreeing with the former witch. Curlia. Wallace steps back, causing Helena to turn to him. I'll tell Nurse Joy that you'll be taking Dradony in your car, Dash. No need, Nurse Joy smiles, entering the recovery room. I had an inkling feeling from the moment you brought Dradony in. I believe letting her go with you will be beneficial for both you and Dradony. The pink-haired nurse stated, having faith in the young trainer. Wallace motions the former witch to proceed with capturing the dragon type. Remember, use a Pokeball to claim Dradony, he carefully instructed Helena. Helena nodded, taking out an empty Pokeball from her bag before opening the incubator to let Dradony out. She pressed the button, enlarging the Pokeball. Are you ready, Dradony? She looks at the dragon Pokemon. Dradony nodded, preparing for the Pokeball. Outside of the recovery room, where the others were waiting for both Helena and Wallace to come out. Steven stares at the recovery room entrance. Do you think that Dradony, Helena and Wallace found is alright? He asked the sky blue-haired trainer sitting next to him. I'm sure everything is alright, bro, Brawley stated, not having any negative thoughts about Dradony's recovery. Right, I'm sure everything is fine. Steven sighs, a bit worried for Helena if she got some bad news. Flannery looks at Steven, seeing him tapping his leg. Her eyes shift upon hearing the doors slide open to the right. The red-haired girl smirks, seeing two people coming from the recovery room. I don't think you need to worry about them anymore, Stevie. She points at the two people coming from the recovery room. Everyone looked up, Helena, Curlia, and Wallace walking out with bright smiles on their faces. Steven stood up along with Brawley. Everyone approached the two wanting to know Dradony's condition. Helena, how's that Dradony you brought in last night? The steel blue-haired boy asked. Is she well, Helena? Roxanne asked, concerned about the dragon Pokemon. Helena looks at everyone, she smirks, giving them the good news. Why don't you all see for yourselves? She took out a Pokeball. Dradony, come on out. She tosses the Pokeball, releasing a Pokemon. Dradony appeared on the floor, looking up at her new trainer's friends. She cries happily, greeting everyone around her. Aw! Everyone coos at the small dragon Pokemon. I can't believe it, you got yourself a Dratini. Brawley exclaims, seeing the rare Pokemon in Helena's care. There are few that can train a Dratini. Mainly dragon masters and trustworthy people, he said. Roxanne kneels down, smiling at Dratini. Seems like Dratini considers you to be a trustworthy trainer, Helena. She commented, impressed that her friend has the unique ability to befriend any Pokemon. Curlia nodded, agreeing with the brunette on that part. She does find her trainer trustworthy, keeping to the promises she makes. Wallace ruffles her raven hair, smirking as a brother figure would to a younger sibling figure. Yep, that's our Ellie for you all. He announced. What's with that nickname, Wallace? Helena looks at the teal-haired trainer, questioning him about the name he gave her. Oh, just giving you a fun little nickname for you. Wallace placed his hands behind his head, whistling casually. Helena rolled her eyes at the champion's reason for calling her that. You're not going to let this go, aren't you, Wally? She asked. Nope, never, Wallace smirks at the former witch, leaning away from her. Consider this as my little nickname. Helena groans, having that name haunt her for the rest of her life. The others laugh at Wallace's and Helena's interactions before they joined in the fray. Stephen smiles, seeing the black-haired girl giving a genuine laugh and smile. It was something he saw a few times before, but none with genuine joy. Just when he finally got an understanding of who she is, another mystery takes its place, something that is alluring and fascinating to him. The young trainer shook his head, having a clear mind. He waited until everyone is finished with their fun before getting to the thing they were supposed to get to. We should start heading to Little Root Town, I'm sure the professor's waiting for us, Stephen suggested. That's right, I almost forgot, Roxanne said, we better get when the getting is good. Everyone agreed. Once Helena returned Dratini to her Pokeball, the group continued their way to Professor Birch's lab. Little Root Town. A young youthful man in his early 20s and starting to grow a beard read the data his guest gave him. He sighs, scratching his head at what he read. I'm not too sure what I'm reading, Luzman, Caitlin. The young professor stated. I just read Ultra Wormhole Phenomenon, so I won't be any help here. I see, thank you, Professor Birch Dash. But I can tell you that this energy signature is a unique one. The young Professor Owen Britch informed the researchers from other regions. You can see from the wavelengths differ from each other, but it's similar, he points to the two different graphs. Caitlin nodded, seeing that for someone who just read the theory he's quite observant. Yes, now that you've mentioned it, it does look different. The powder blue-haired researcher saw what the young professor sees. Luzman smiles, finding this more intriguing than she previously thought. It seems that I have my work cut out for later. The blonde woman smiles, seeing there's more than what she initially knew about the phenomenon. Right, Caitlin? It's going to be an interesting thing to research, Luzman, Caitlin smirks, getting excited just from thinking of the mystery behind all this. Well, I'm more than happy to help in your research, you too. Professor Birch stated, this is a once-in-a-lifetime situation that any researcher only dreams about. The brown-haired man said, offering his assistance to the two. Luzman and Caitlin agree, the more people in this the closer they'll unravel the mystery. We're happy to have you on board, Owen. Professor Birch nodded before receiving a phone call on his Rotom phone. Hello. Oh, Headmaster, it's good to hear you, I see. No, I don't believe they arrived yet. Soon a young man around 16 with green hair and glasses. Professor, the students from the Pokemon Trainer School are outside the lab. The assistant informed the new head of the Pokemon lab. The researchers looked behind them at the green-haired assistant. The young professor nodded, hearing what his assistant said. Please welcome them in, Joshua. Make them feel comfortable until I finish with our guest here. He motions to the two females in the lab. Luzman waved her hand toward the young professor. Don't worry about us, Owen. We're not here for much other than your opinion. The blonde woman stated, looking at Caitlin, who agreed. We'll wait here until you finish with your other guest, Owen. The powder blue-haired woman added, gathering the research they showed him. Thank you, you too. The young professor heads to the front of the laboratory where students of his old teacher are sent over to meet. Outside the Pokemon lab in Little Root Town, 6 trainers stood before a white building with orange roofing. So this is the Pokemon lab that the headmaster wants us to visit. Brawly stated, placing his hands behind his head. I was expecting something rad. Like the Devon cooperation. Brawly smirks, joking with the appearance. Roxanne's crimson eyes glared at the sky-blue-haired trainer. She moves closely behind her surfer friend and kicked his leg for speaking that sentence. Gah! Roxanne! Why did you do that? Brawly exclaims, his leg buckled back from her kick. For what you just said, Brawly. Roxanne scolded her sky-blue-haired friend. That was a rude comment to say about the Pokemon lab, the brunette continues with his scolding. Brawly chuckled, getting another scolding from his kohai. Alright, Roxanne, I get it, Roxy. He shouted, still feeling Roxanne's foot kicking him. I'm got to side with Brawly here. Helena steps forward, taking a good look at the laboratory. I'm not judging, but I kinda expected a huge building too. Curlia nodded, feeling like this place more fits with a nursery. Steven crosses his arms, understands fully what his friends were saying. I get what you're saying, but don't judge a book from its cover. The steel blue-haired boy said, what may look bland from the outside dash. The insides are bound to be interesting, Ellie, Wallace commented, placing both his hands on his side. Helena nods, now curious about what is inside the lab. Now I'm curious. Well, if you're curious, then I welcome you to my laboratory. Everyone looks at the door where a brown-haired young man stood at the entrance. Flannery blinks, surprised to expect someone this young to be a professor. You're the professor? She asked. The brown-haired man nodded, seeing the teenagers before them. Yes, I'm Professor Owen Birch, the head Pokemon researcher of this lab. Welcome. Ch13. Helena's new interest. An orange chick-like Pokemon was pecking the ground. Torchic, the fire-type, cried. Mudkip. A blue water-type Pokemon splashed in the small pond, happily singing. The trees above the small yard rustled as something crawled from the tree. A small gecko Pokemon climbs down from the trunk. Trico. The grass-type greeted the other Pokemon in the yard. The other two came up to Trico. They were having a conversation before running off playing. Helena smiles, watching the starters playing in their little yard. Her eyes shift to the back where many more were doing their own thing or playing. Impressed? These Pokemon can only be found in this area of the Hoenn region. Steven informed the young trainer, observing the starters. Helena turns to the steel-haired boy, curious what he means by that. How come? She asked. Steven paused. That question was never asked before. It was common that the majority of trainers will get either Torchic, Mudkip, or Trico as their partner. I'm not sure, it's pretty common that you get those 3 from Pokemon Center and laboratories. He informed her of what others know. I can answer that. Professor Birch walks up to the two, smiling brightly. The two turn around to the young professor, hearing his voice. Though it's a trade secret. Professor, if this is a secret, then why are you telling us? Steven asked, curious why he would tell them. Helena nodded, knowing secrets were meant to be kept secret. Yeah, shouldn't you be careful on who you should tell this secret? She asked the young professor. The brown-haired professor opened his mouth only for someone else to speak. Oh. What's this secret? Wallace asked, entering the room with Flannery, Brawly, and Roxanne, leaving their Pokemon in the care of the professor's assistant, Joshua. Steven and Helena look at their friends joining them after they left their Pokemon. Something about the starter Pokemon and whatnot, Flannery said, hearing bits and pieces about it. Wait, is it their origins? She asked, now getting excited. Really? That's totally rad. Brawly smiles, excitedly in a fighting position. Alright, you two, calm down. Roxanne held her hands to the two eccentric people in their group. Wallace looks over to Professor Birch, unsure about this. More importantly, why tell them about the starter's origins? Professor, why tell us the origins of the starter Pokémon to us? The champion asked, knowing full well that the professor knows who he is. The brown-haired professor smiles, having a gut feeling his old mentor sent these people because they were special. Headmaster Keith sent you. He rarely sends anyone to learn about Pokémon far off from the school. Owen Birch explains, motioning his hands. He sees that you six are special, so as a treat he wanted me to tell you everything about Pokémon alike. From their origins to their secrets, something that he had me do when I was under his tutelage. Does this mean that the headmaster knows where the starters come from? Flannery asked, now thinking that the headmaster knew about them for a long time. I mean, there was a time where I found a group of Tricos at the back of the school. The headmaster said that I was imagining things. The red-haired girl explains her encounter with the old gym leader. Ah, that's because Headmaster Keith is one of a few like me who raised the starters to equal level for trainers. The young Professor Birch explained to the young trainer. Roxanne's eyes widen, catching what the young professor said. Wait, Headmaster Keith raises the starters? She asked, surprised by the revelation. Professor Birch nodded, looking at the brunette. Yes, the Pokémon League supplies every starters to the ones they hired to raise them. This is a kept secret that the League and their trusted colleagues. He explains to the trainers from the trainer school. Wallace nodded, pretending to understand what the new professor informed them. As the champion everything regarding Pokémon trainers and Pokémon. I see, no wonder the headmaster and some select staff disappeared during lunch breaks. The teal-haired boy commented, pretending to not know anything. They probably are checking up on the starter Pokémon in that small forest on campus. Helena assumes, seeing a few of the school's staff going into the forest behind while touring the school. I did too, Stephen added, seeing some teachers heading off to the same forest as Helena. I always wondered why they were going there. Now I know. The steel blue-haired boy admits, curious about where those teachers were going. Anyways, you're all here to learn about Pokémon. As you can see, the professor motions to the books in his small laboratory. Feel free to read any documents I have researched during my travels. Owen offered free rein in his lab. Flannery raised her fist in the air, yay, reading. She sarcastically celebrated the fact they were going to be reading. Hoo-hoo. Brawley sarcastically cheered as well, not too excited about reading books. Both he and Flannery are those types of trainers who learn from experience. Roxanne smiles at the two athletic people in their group. Come on you two, it won't be so bad. She urges them to read some research that the young professor offering. There's a lot of research here that'll bound to get your attention. I'm sure it will for me, Wallace smiles, walking to the shelves. Owen Birch smiles, seeing the young trainers reading his researcher. I hope you enjoy it. It's been 30 minutes since the professor offered his research for them to read. Wallace, Roxanne, Brawley, and Flannery read a few books but went elsewhere in the lab. While Professor Birch went to check on something, Stephen and Helena were the only ones in the small library. Helena was amazed by the research Professor Birch did on Pokémon. From their typing, their habitats, and to evolution, from what Headmaster Keith told them he was studying Pokémon evolution. Her eyes caught something that looked interesting, a book fell from the shelf. It's an old orange Eastern-looking book with old-looking writing. Did the professor drop this? She walks over to it, grabbing it to get a closer look. Upon looking up, even though blur, Helena wasn't sure but saw someone at the window. She couldn't tell, but the person she saw had a mop of white hair. She approached the window to see who could be possibly outside. Helena reached the window, trying to see who was outside. Who was? She looks down at the book she was holding, making out the title. The Ancient Region, The Legend of Hisui. She opens the book, turning the pages. She saw an image of a white deer with strange-looking horns. Wire deer, a normal psychic type. Helena turns to the next page to a large base-like Pokemon with two forms. One red with a fierce expression and the other blue with a depressed expression. Basculegion, a water ghost type. The next page was a strange rocky mantis Pokemon with axes for arms. Cleaver, a bug rock type. She went through many pages with old drawings of Pokemon, Voltorb, and Electrode. Growlithe and Arcanine, and many more. Helena then saw notes on the end of the page, assumed to be Professor Birch's notes. Through my travels in the Sinnoh region, I have learned a lot about Sinnoh's distant past. Helena read the notes on the page. From ancient books, from some strange blonde man claiming to be a researcher on the legends of Sinnoh's legendary Pokemon. I have found that most Pokemon we've known had previous forms that went extinct over time. Previous forms. Helena flips back to the old drawings of Pokemon. These drawings must be what the Pokemon used to look like in the past. She commented, continuing to read the notes inside the book. Though I only have a few days left in the Sinnoh to do my research, I have theorized what if the other regions have long extinct regional forms. Such as Unova, Kalos, Kanto, or even the region I live, Hoenn. Pokemon are mysterious and yet fascinating creatures. Helena finished reading the notes made by the professor. Professor Birch isn't done researching extinct regional forms, MMM. She ponders, turning to the shelves where the book she read was. Stephen walked around the shelf, looking through the evolution research. He remembered that the headmaster talked about something Pokemon going through another stage of their evolution line with some stone. Evolution, stone. Stephen looked closely at the titles that Professor Birch has regarding Pokemon evolution. He then came across a set of reports from the days when the professor was at Kalos. There it is, Evolution and Beyond. He picked the book from the shelf and started reading it. The steel blue hair boy opened the book, reading through the research in his hands. He saw personal notes made by the professor. Evolution, a process where a Pokemon changed form due to their power increasing or processed some sort of move or item. Stephen read the notes, already knew that about them. However, with my colleague I met on my first day in the Kalos region. Both he and I were studying the same subject at the time and decided to work together. Further studies and witness accounts said that Pokemon with a strong bond with their trainers achieved a phenomenon called Mega Evolution. Stephen smiles, finding what he's been looking for. So that's the name, he said to himself. Mega Evolution. Upon further investigations and research, we found out that there are at least 48 Pokemon can Mega Evolve. How do Pokemon Mega Evolve? When did they develop the skill? Our research led us to a conclusion that both trainers processed something called a Key Stone and Mega Stone. On which goes to which, my colleague believes that the Key Stone goes to the trainer and Mega Stones to the Pokemon. Stephen smiles, reading through the research. He was too inversed into it that he didn't notice that Helena was literally next to him reading. They read the researcher in their hands, smiling at the intriguing topic they're reading. So that's what the headmaster was talking about. Stephen smiles, closing the book in his hand. Stephen turns to his left, finally noticing Helena reading next to him. She was next to me the whole time. Stephen mentally exclaims, he paused seeing that she was invested in the book she has. Taking a closer look he saw the title was about Sinnoh's past when it was still called Hisui. Huh? Helena looked confused from what she read. Is something the matter, Helena? Stephen asked the black-haired girl. Helena quickly turns to her side, noticing that Stephen was next to her. Stephen, when did you get here? She asked, a small amount of blush appeared on her cheeks. Stephen scratches the back of his head, I didn't mean to spook you, I was following the letters to find what I was looking for. Which I did. He motions to the research in his hands. I see, sorry I was too engrossed with what was written in here. Helena showed the old Eastern book to the steel blue-haired boy. The Pokemon listed here is interesting, old extinct forms of Pokemon. It's fascinating, too bad they're all extinct. She sighs, a bit disappointed that she won't see any of them. Not exactly, the Galar region has some regional variants of some Pokemon. Oh, and Aloha too. Steven informed his friend, explaining regional variants to her. You might meet some during your journey. He said, having faith Helena would one day. Helena nodded, feeling confident that she'll meet them someday. Yeah, you're right. Steven smiles, now seeing Helena looking at the book once more. What a reading? He asked, curious why she was reading closely. Oh, sorry, it's just I can read fine, but this note that Professor Birch wrote, Helena explains to her friend, showing it to Steven. It's strange like he didn't write it himself. Let me see, maybe I can help. Steven offed, being handed the book to him. Helena nodded, be your guest, she said as she handed the book. Steven read the note, noticing the different handwriting. The top half looked like it was worn down due to the age it looked. Okay, now I see what you mean. The last time I saw hashtag was taken hashtag through the hashtag. I fear for the hashtag. Steven read the strange old-looking note. I figured to leave this hashtag in the capable hands of hashtag cost. He then noticed the strange part about the note, a random sentence then the smudged sentence. Just before hashtag gave me a vision. A prophecy, 2 children, one born like everyone else and the other power from a fallen world shall quell the lost lords. Steven read the strange note, unsure what it means. I can see what you mean, it doesn't make sense. The steel blue-haired trainer stated. I know, it's very vague and yet it's interesting. Helena exclaims, expressing her fascination with this mystery. The aspiring champion smiles at Helena, he was about to speak when somebody interrupted them. Oh, I didn't know the professor has young researchers in his lab. The two turned around, there stood a man. My name is Wiskin, the researcher introduced himself to the two. I'm a fellow researcher who's traveling with another researcher on ancient ruins. The man was in his early 20s or late teens. He has gray eyes, blonde hair tied in a messy bun, and some strands over his right eye. He wore a black turtle sweater and a gray-green overcoat, he has a red scarf around his neck, dark gray jeans, and black boots. Hanging down his neck was a tear-shaped necklace, and on his head was a blue cap. Helena smiles at the kind man. Hello, my name's Helena and this is Steven. We've come to visit Professor Birch's lab for our school. She explains to the researcher. Wiskin smiles, you must be the ones that Professor Birch was talking about. The blond man nodded, placing his hand on his chin. That's right, we're from the Pokemon Trainer School, Steven answers the older researcher. We're here with some of our friends with us too, they might be wandering around the laboratory. The blond man nodded, well there are other parts of the Pokemon lab that are a bit more interesting. Wiskin held up his finger. Like the lab ranch where Professor Birch has for researching Pokemon, or the medical bay for injured Pokemon, the researcher informed the two. Helena turns to Steven, maybe everyone checked it out. She assumes, having not seen their friends for a while. You might be right, Stephen ponders out loud, thinking the same thing. His eyes looked at the black-haired girl. Wanna see what they are up to? Yeah, we've been here for who knows how long. Helena jokes with her steel blue-haired friend. Stephen chuckles, finding what she said to be funny. I guess you're right, Helena. He looks at Whisken, happy to meet him. Sorry to make this short dash. No, it's fine. Whisken took off his hat. I'm happy to help. Stephen got a good look at Whisken, finding his face familiar. You look familiar, have I seen you before? He asked curiously. You vaguely look like someone I know. I do get that sometimes. Whisken chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. I happen to have those faces that remind people of someone. Stephen seems to accept this and moved on. I see, sorry for asking. Whisken waved his hand, not minding at all. Don't worry about it. He assures him. Anyways, thank you again, Whisken. Helena placed back the book on the shelf, as did Stephen with his. I hope we get to see each other sometimes. Whisken laughs, taking a liking to this strange kind girl. Oh, I'll be around. My fellow researchers and I will be sticking to Hoenn for a bit. The blonde man smiles, researching and other stuff. I see, well, see you around, Whisken. Both the young trainers left the bookshelves, leaving the researcher be. Whisken watches the two leave before approaching the book that Helena had. He hums with a smile, taking a look at the book before putting it back. Stephen and Helena walked around the small Pokemon lab in search of their friends. Where do you think they are, Stephen? Helena asked her friend. The young trainer looks around the area. He crosses his arm, thinking about where their friends might be. Stephen. Oh, sorry, I was thinking where everyone could possibly go, Stephen answered the former witch. He smiles, hearing the cheerful cries of Pokemon outside. And I know where they might be. Huh. Helena was about to ask when Stephen grabs her hand suddenly. Stephen, where? She looks at him, seeing the smile on his face. His blue eyes shift back to Helena, her cheeks blushed red. To meet with everyone, Stephen said charmingly, don't you hear the Pokemon laughing? He asked. Helena heard the laughter while Stephen held on to her. Yes, I do, but what does that got to dash? Her eyes widen, realizing what it means. Yeah, it means dash. Stephen opens the door to the ranch area of the lab outside where their Pokemon and friends gathered outside with two new people. I feel like I saw someone like her before. Helena stood behind Stephen, completely forgetting he was holding his hands. There stood a woman with powder blue hair speaking with their friends. She looked around 20 or so. She was also with another woman with long blonde hair. Stephen. She looks at him only to find him in bewilderment. That's Caitlin Dark, Stephen informed the former witch. Helena looks back at the powder blue woman, now recognizing her from when she first arrived at the trainer school. Ah, you're right. She jumps, remembering who she was. Everyone turns around, hearing Helena's voice. Oi. What took you two? Flannery waved at the two. I guess they were too invested with the research Professor Birch offered us. Wallace nudges his sky blue-haired friend. Brawley chuckled and noticed the small detail between the two. It seems that Reed research isn't the only thing they were doing. He pointed to their hands interlocking with each other. Oh ho. Now that's interesting. Wallace smiles. Stephen and Helena saw and heard what Brawley was talking about. They looked down at their hands still interlocking. The two's faces started to blush, both feeling hot all of a sudden. They quickly pulled their hands apart. Sorry, I didn't realize I've been holding your hand for this long. Stephen apologizes to Helena. It's alright. Helena held the hand that Stephen was holding. It was a surprise, but I don't mind. She blushed, looking away from the aspiring champion. Soon their Pokémon rushed at their trainers, distracting them from their embarrassing moment. Lileep. Beldum. Kirlia. Dratini cries happily, following both Kirlia, Lileep, and Beldum to their trainers. Helena kneels down, letting her partners into her arms. I see you two are doing fine. She smiles, hearing their cries of joy. Beldum, Lileep, how are doing buds? Stephen asked while petting both his partners' heads. They responded like Helena's partners did. The two looked forward, seeing Caitlin and the other woman approach them. So, you're Stephen and Helena. I heard a lot of things from your friends. Caitlin greeted the two. I hope it's good things, Stephen jokes, looking at their friends and smiling at them. Nothing too terrible. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't introduce us. Caitlin smiles, placing her hand on her chest. I'm Caitlin Dark, but I'm sure you heard of me. This here is Dash. I'm Luzamin, Caitlin's friend while studying to be researchers. The blonde woman introduced herself to the two children. It's nice to meet you two and your friends. You all are so unique. Helena smiles, being polite to the two women. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Say, I didn't know there was a party here. Everyone looked back to see Whiskin walking out of the lab. If I had known, I would bring something to lighten the mood better. Whiskin chuckled. Caitlin sighs, shaking her head. Sorry about my assistant. Whiskin can be eccentric at times. You and me both, Wallace can be like that too, Roxanne spoke up, walking behind them with everyone else. Wallace shrugs, not caring what she says. It's just how I was born, he admits. Whiskin laughs, seeing what a big group they made. Wow, speak about a big group. It's definitely like a party here. The blonde smiles. Yeah, you said it, brah. Brawley placed his hands at the back of his head. The large group laughs at the comment the young surfer stated. Say, why don't we get something to eat? Helena suggested to everyone, if we're all going to talk, why not do it while eating? Everyone found that idea to be inviting, and they agreed to what the former witch suggested. Yeah, that sounds a great idea, Helena. Flannery smiles. Sounds good to me. I think Owen won't mind if we eat out, Luzamin commented, wanting to know these people more. Oh, we were at a nice cafe nearby that is good. Let's go there. Cafe? That sounds fun, can I join? Professor Birch returned, hearing talk about a cafe. At the cafe, everyone was getting to know each other better. Helena smiles, eating a custard pie, something she was craving from the moment they saw the cafe. Say, Helena. Helena looks up, seeing Caitlin looking at her. Yes. She asked. I heard from my assistant, that you were reading a book about ancient regions. Caitlin leans forward, are you interested in that topic? She asked. The former witch nodded, a bit. I found it fascinating that Pokémon has old forms that went extinct long ago, Helena replied happily. It makes me wonder why they have gone extinct. She ponders. Now that's something that a researcher would ask. Professor Birch raised his hands. Helena, do you know what you want to be when you're an adult? He asked. Helena paused, never thought that far. I haven't yet, to be honest. I'm going to the trainer school so I can figure that out. She explains. Luzamin sighs, remembering when she was young and didn't know what to do. Ah, that reminds me of myself. I didn't know what to do until I read my father's research. The blonde commented. After reading a few of his research, I'm now more intrigued about ultra wormholes than ever. Ultra, wormholes? Helena tilts her head, listening to the young researcher. It's a long topic, maybe I will give you a copy of mine and my boyfriend's research for you to read. Luzamin offered, liking the vibe with this young trainer. Helena nodded, finding that interesting too. I might take you up on it later. Whiskin smiles, drinking his coffee. Helena, if you find the topic you found interesting, you should pursue it. The blonde man advised the young lady. It might take you somewhere you didn't expect, you might make a name for yourself. Caitlin nodded, take his advice, I find it helpful in my work too. You're just saying that, Professor. Wiskin chuckled. Helena smiles, finding their advice to be helpful in what she wants to do. However, she felt that she wants to see the world first. She looks to Professor Birch, finishing his treat. I might, but I want to go on my journey first. See what Hoenn is like. I see, there's nothing wrong with that, Luzeman commented, seeing her point of view. I know whatever you choose is something that you want to do. Here. Caitlin cheered. Helena chuckled, looking at the young professor. Professor Birch, if you don't mind, may I borrow that book? She asked. Professor Birch nodded, of course, I was going to research regional forms of old, but can't due to my work. He sighs, shaking his head. I'm curious where this might lead you, consider that book as your key to your future. Thank you, Professor. Stephen overheard what the researchers and Helena were talking about. He smiles when she was ecstatic upon receiving the book, something that is rare to see in most girls. Stephen turns to Roxanne talking about something, however, his eyes didn't fall too far from Helena, speaking more about research. Good for her, he smiles. CH14 School Festival. Alright, that's all for today. The teacher informed her class about Pokemon habitats. If you have a chance, go to the Petalburg Forest. From there, take your time to look around your surroundings, and see what the Pokemon's lifestyle they have. Once the teacher said that everyone closed their books for this class. The teacher was packing her own things before leaving the classroom. Man, that was a long class. Flannery places her hands behind her head. I thought I might fall asleep. Helena gave a bright smile, holding her hands up. Flannery, it wasn't too bad. She gave a light chuckle, you know I'm right, she playfully said. The red-haired girl's red eyes looked at the ceiling of their classroom. Yeah, you are right. Flannery sighs, though I prefer to know what Pokemon living in extreme climates. It makes me curious about how they even survive there. Didn't you say you caught your Slugma near empty chimney, Flannery? Roxanne popped her head between both Helena and the heir of Lavaridge Town's gym. Yeah, 2 actually. Meg and Mag, the 2 were just hanging out at the entrance to the mountain when I was heading to the school. I happened to have some extra Pokemon food on me for Torkoal, so I gave them some. Flannery told how she met her 2 Slugmas to her 2 friends. From there, they followed me up to the end of the route, and that is where I decided to take them with me. As the next Fire-type gym leader of my family's gym, I have a duty to train strong Fire-type Pokemon to challenge the trainers who challenge the gym, she said proudly. What a nice story, Helena smiles, happy to hear how her friend got their Pokemon. We pretty much treat Pokemon as our equals, Roxanne looked over to Helena. If we want to live together with Pokemon, we must treat them as another person. Helena agreed, always treating both Dratini and Kirlia like one of her friends. I totally agree with you, she commented. The 3 girls got up from their seats, heading to the exit. Say, you girls want to head out for lunch? I heard there's this new place that's serving this new sandwich. Flannery informed her friends. Didn't you eat a full brunch not too long ago? Helena asked her red-haired friend. It's only turned 2 o'clock. Yeah, but that's brunch. This is lunch, 2 completely different things. Flannery exclaimed happily. Roxanne sighs, placing her hand on the former witch's shoulder. Try not to question it, we've been trying to understand her, but it's much easier to nod and go with it. The brunette smiles. Helena giggles, finding it funny. I'll try, she smiles at her friend, and in return, Roxanne smiles back. Come on girls, let's go before the line gets to dash. ZZZ, attention all students, please make your way to the battlefield for an important assembly from the headmaster. ZZZ. Flannery groans, hearing one of the school's staff on the speaker. Really? Now? She pouts, feeling her stomach growling. Just when we're about to go to lunch. She whines, holding her stomach. I'm sure it'll be short, Flannery. Helena comforts her red-haired friend. Right after the headmaster's assembly, we can go to that place you wanted to go. She assures Flannery that they'll go right after this assembly. Flannery groans, but ultimately agreed with Helena. Who knows how long the assemble this one is? The last one is the welcoming assemble for new younger students in the beginners class, which were long. It was pretty much an orientation where the more experienced trainers like herself lead the students around the school. I guess you're right, Ellie. Flannery sighs, trying to ignore the hunger pain she's having. Her red eyes shift to Roxanne, pondering to herself. Roxanne, what's up? She asked. Is something on your mind? Helena asked her friend. The brunette looks at her two friends, seeing them with a curious expression. It's nothing serious, I just feel like there is something important that Headmaster Keith told me during my tutor session. Roxanne shrugs, already forgetting it. But I'm sure the headmaster will explain when we get to the battlefield. Helena nodded, I'm sure too. Okay, that's enough chatting girls, it's time we go. Flannery points to the end of the hallway, the quicker we head to the battlefield, the quicker we get food. The red-haired trainer rushed down the halls to get in first to the battlefield. Both Helena and Roxanne looked at each other as Flannery went ahead of them. They burst into laughter. Flannery's another outburst. That's Flannery for you, Roxanne smiles. Always in a rush, in a hungry mood, Helena continued, laughing at their friend's quirks. Let's catch up with her, you know what she would say if we're not there. The former witch started to walk down the halls. Now that isn't something I want to see in this state. Roxanne smiles, following her friend to the battlefield for the headmaster's assembly. Stephen sat with Brawley and Wallace. He looked around the battlefield, seeing every student have made it. Some students and staff are entering the battlefield, but it was pretty much packed already. What do you think this is about? He turns to Brawley, hearing his question. I heard it's something important from the teachers talking in the hall, Wallace answered, leaning forward to look at his friend. They were not good at talking quietly in the halls, he chuckles. Whatever it is, we all know Headmaster Keith deemed it important, Stephen commented on the topic. Helena. Over here. Stephen turns around, hearing Helena's name being called. He turned around, seeing the trainer that Brawley battled against a few weeks ago. The steel blue-haired boy looks to the side where Helena was with their friends. Helena heard her name and saw a familiar blonde boy standing across from her. Jackie was waving at her and her friends, indicating to sit where he was. Hello Jackie, she greeted her blonde friend. The former witch and her friend sat next to Jackie. It's been a while, Helena conversed with the young trainer. Oh, you know, studying Pokemon habitats, how to battle with them, basic stuff. Jackie waved his hand in the air. His green eyes looked at Helena. What about you? What have you been up to lately? The blonde boy asked his friend. Helena looked up at the ceiling. There was a lot she was doing since they got back from Professor Birch's lab. She was doing her thing while keeping up with her studies in school. Just keeping up with my studies and personal research. Jackie smiles, hearing what she was doing. That's good, and personal research. That sounds intriguing. The blonde boy commented on what she was doing. So, what kind of research? Didn't I say it's personal? Helena giggled, playfully glaring at him. Ah, well that's a shame. I was hoping to learn something from you. Jackie gave a charming smile at the rookie trainer, causing her to giggle. Flannery placed her head on Helena's shoulder, looking at the trainer who battled against Brawley. Say, Jackie, do you know what this assemble all about? The red-haired girl asked her fellow trainer. Jackie shook his head, having no clue what was going on. No clue, this is a mystery for me as well. The blonde responded. I guess we'll find out soon. Flannery hums, turning back to the battlefield. Arceus, what's taking so long? She groans, getting impatient with all this waiting around. Brawley chuckled beneath the girls, hearing their hot-headed friend complaining above them. Flannery, chill, good things will come for those who wait. The young surfer bends his head back, looking at her. Flannery scoffs, crossing her arms. Shut up, Brawley, she glares down at the sky-blue-haired beneath her. Brawley blinks, staring at the red-haired girl behind him. You just noticed we were here. The young surfer smirks at the air of Lavaridge Town's gym. TCH, of course, we knew you three are here. Flannery clicked her tongue, continuing to glare at him. It's hard to miss your hair colors from the entrance, she pointed out. Wait, you knew. Wallace looked at the girls. Roxanne nodded, it so happened that Jackie was sitting a seat away from you. She motions to the blonde boy speaking with their rookie friend. Wallace nodded, now noticing Jackie. Ah, I see, I guess we're preoccupied with what's happening to notice. He turns to his rival, still eyeing Jackie and talking with Jackie. He chuckled, seeing the small glare from his eyes. Wow, this is a rare sight. The teal-haired champion smiles, seeing something he never saw before from him. Seems like our little Stevie is jealous. Wallace chuckled softly so the others can't hear him. Helena. Stephen called her name. Helena paused, looking down at Stephen, hearing him calling her. Yes, Stephen. She smiles brightly at him. Stephen blushed, not sure why he called her. He opened his mouth only to be interrupted by a darkening room. Suddenly two spotlights shined on Keith and a man with dirty blonde hair, kept in a messy ponytail with one strand over his chocolate brown eyes. He has a golden choker around his neck and wore a black shirt inside a dark blue jacket. The man wore down jeans and black shoes that reach an inch away from his ankles. Helena blinks, seeing a new face next to their headmaster. Who is he? She leans to Brawley, sitting before her. I've never seen him before, she asked her friend. Brawley looks back at his black-haired friend. That's right, you haven't met him yet. His name is Adam Cedar. He's a Pokemon researcher here in the school and assistant to the headmaster. The young surfer explained to the new girl. He was at Empire researching the old ruins at the time you arrived, Helena. Flannery continued, hearing talk about him a while ago. He once lived in the Sinnoh region with his sister but moved here to learn about Hoenn legends and myths. Helena liked the sound of that class, Pokemon legends, and myths. If Hermione was here with her, she would properly blow a gasket with this class. She smiles knowing that she won't see one of her friends for a long time. The former witch shook her head, focusing on what was happening now. So he's an instructor here. Why didn't I see his name on the roster? She asked her friends. That's right, his classes were on hold until he got back from his research trip. Jackie snaps his fingers, remembering what he said before the day of his trip. The headmaster probably removed his course for the time being since he does come back in a week or a month. He informed the black-haired trainer. It depends on what kind of research the professor is doing, Stephen added, turning back to the battlefield and hearing the speakers turned on. Welcome to Bond Week. The two men announced to the entire student body. Everyone cheered, knowing what this week is. However, those who recently joined the trainer school do not. Keith steps forward, looking around the bleachers. Every month we have a week dedicated to yourselves and partners to develop a strong bond beside from battling. He looks over to Adam, smiling at him. But before I'll continue, I'd like to welcome back our Pokemon researcher, Professor Adam Cedar, from his researching trip. Adam smirks, hearing the welcome applause from the school. Wow, I didn't expect this warm of a welcome. He laughs, placing both his hands on his side. Hey everyone, it's great to be back at the trainer school. I missed this place, though it was just a month and a half. He chuckled. The messy-haired man cleared his throat, returning to the topic at hand. Ahem, now, Bond Week. Adam announced, as the headmaster stated, Bond Week is a way to bond with your Pokémon. Now each Bond Week has a theme to it. Last Bond Week theme was a night in Kalos, a ball for Pokémon and trainers. Adam said, reminding those of the last Bond Week. Like always, the Bond Week's theme will be different. Keith took over, smiling at his students. This week's theme is going to be, a grand celebration. The old gym leader announced to the entire audience. This theme revolves around the New Year festival at Lava Ridge Town to celebrate New Year. Everyone in the battlefield nodded, liking the sound of the theme for Bond Week. Adam looked around, picking up where the headmaster left off. For this Bond Week, you can choose your team or choose to work alone. Adam continued with the details. Remember, this is not a competition, it's a chance to bond with your Pokémon. Keith reminded the student body of the purpose of this event. Once you decided where to work and post it on the bulletin, a teacher will be sent to supervise your progress tomorrow. Adam raises his hand, and with that, I announce Bond Week begins, now. Everyone in the bleachers got up and searched for the people they want to work with for this event. Helena looked around, the sudden rush of everyone getting up from their seats. She was separated from her friends when everyone got out of the battlefield. She walked around, seeing her fellow students already found their group. A few students have decided to work solo for this event. Helena's head turned left and right, searching for her friends. Where could they be? Helena said to herself, walking around the hall. She jumps upon feeling someone's hand on her shoulder. Gah! Helena turns around to see whoever touched her from the back. Flannery was behind her, pulling back her arm. Yo, we've lost you there for a moment, Helena. The red-haired girl chuckled. Helena sighs in relief, Flannery, you scared me. She looks behind Flannery to see Roxanne, Jackie, and Wallace standing behind her looking at her. Sorry, Ellie, but we were looking for you in the crowd. Wallace waved at her, apologizing on the group's behalf for spooking her. Helena waved his hand at the group. It's all right, I was looking for all of you actually. She admits to the group. Really? Wow, what a coincidence. The red-haired trainer laughed, crossing her arms. Anyways, we wanted to know if you're working alone or with another group, Flannery asked. Steven and Brawley are working as a pair as always, Roxanne informed the former witch. Plus, we kinda need a fifth member of our group for our project. She added. And I suggested you join us, Jackie added to his group's statement. He held up his hand to her, indicating their project will be fun. You're going to like it, Helena. It's going to be fun for us. He exclaims with excitement. Helena blinks at them, curious about what they have in mind. Mind if I ask what you guys have planned? She asked politely. The next day wasn't like any other school day, the school day or rather a week is dedicated to the school's event. Helena's group met up in an empty classroom, everyone had their partners out. Wallace has his second partner Mudkip, Flannery has her Torkoal, Roxanne has her Nose Pass, and Jackie has his Lombra. Curlia was on her lap sitting with everyone else. Wallace slams his hands on the teacher's desk, all right everyone. Listen up. He announced. Mudkip jumps, hearing his trainer shout. Mudkip. Helena leans into Flannery, confused with this arrangement. I thought it was you who's leading the group. She whispers to her red-haired friend. Yeah, you may think that, but the last time was my turn. Flannery whispered back to the black-haired girl. She smiles, proud of what she did last month. It was a dunking booth where if you get 3 in a row you win a prize. She told her what they did last time. That sounds fun, Helena's eyes widen, hearing what they did last time during Bond Week. Right, Curlia? She looks down at her partner, who also heard the tale. Curlia nodded, finding it interesting. Curlia. Ahem, if I could have the room. Wallace cleared his throat at the group. The two girls jumped hearing the teal-haired champion cough. Sorry, Wally. Helena apologizes to their friend. I was just telling her what we did the last time for Bond Week. Flannery gave a light chuckle at the flamboyant teen. Wallace sighs, shaking her head, we don't have much time for reminiscing about the last Bond Week project. The champion stated, looking at his group. Wallace is right, we only have a week to pull this off. Roxanne supported Wallace's statement, the last time we were pretty close on the final day, she stated. Flannery groans, remembering that moment from the last Bond Week. We didn't even have anything to throw at the target, it was lucky that Steven thought of using Pokemon moves to hit the target. The red-haired trainer stated. Torkoal. The fire type agreed, remembering that problem. Jackie nodded, let's not try cutting that close like last time. The blonde looks over to Wallace, thinking he already has an idea. So, what idea do you have for this Bond Week? He asked the champion. The champion smirks, always wanting to do this since he arrived at the trainer school a few months back. We'll be setting up a cafe, a maid cafe. Wallace announced. After a few minutes of explanation from the champion of his plans, Helena stood from her seat. So, you want us to dress up as maids and butlers to serve guests that'll be coming? The former witch asked her teal-haired friend. Wallace proudly nodded, confirming that she repeated what he said to him. Yep. That's right. A maid cafe, and I already have the uniforms for it. Based on the Pokemon NDD from the Galar region. He announced. Roxanne sighs, finding this a bit off and yet intriguing. This has to owe with your fixation on maid cafes ever since we went to that cafe in Slateport City. The brunette stated. Nosepass agreed, being there for that moment. Nosepass. See, even Nosepass thinks this is a little too much for Bond Week, Roxanne argues with the champion. Wallace frowns, looking at everyone. Hey, didn't you guys want to work with me on this? The teal-haired boy asked, I even told you that we're going to serve food and drinks to everyone who's going to visit the school. Jackie crosses his arms, all you said is that not putting a maid cafe. The blonde trainer stated. Right Lombra? Lombra. You will not be seeing me in a maid outfit even if I get paid, Flannery frowns, not wanting to wear a long skirt or a headdress while serving refreshments to visitors. Wallace held his hands together, giving the group sad a puppy dog look. Please, you all went for Steven's idea for a dunking booth, and I spent money on the outfits already. He blinks a few fake tears, hoping this will snare them. Mudkip patted Wallace's leg, comforting his trainer on the rejection. Mudkip. Everyone saw the eyes, now feeling guilty about their rejection of his idea. They looked away from Wallace, not wanting to see his puppy dog eyes. Helena sighs, feeling bad for the rejection of Wallace's idea for Bond Week. Suddenly the door opened, causing everyone to look at the door. Well, it seems you all are already discussing what to do for Bond Week. There, leaning on the doorframe stood Adam Cedar, the professor for the school. Professor, you're the teacher that will be supervising us? Flannery asked the blue and blonde-haired professor. The young man chuckled, placing his hands on his side. Yep, I've been assigned to you guys. Adam smiles brightly at the students. I also overheard your conversation, as the teacher and your supervisor, I highly suggest that you all cooperate. Remember, this isn't only bonding with your Pokemon, but with your group too. He reminds everyone in the room. Helena nodded, turning to her Bond Week group. Professor Cedar is right. Curlia agreed, and so did everyone while standing next to her partner. Wallace, Helena turns to the champion, accepting his idea for their project. Can you continue with your explanation? She asked politely, genuinely wanting to know more. Wallace smiles, happy to share his idea with everyone, and so he did. Helena stands at the side, hearing Wallace explaining to everyone about the cafe plan he has once more with details. Curlia, she looks down at her partner, nodding at her. Thank you for that, Curlia. I knew this was the right thing to do. Helena picked up the dual type in her arms. Wallace is really passionate with his idea of his, and after him explaining it more, it really sounds like it's going to be fun. Curlia happily smiles, excited for the day when they're going to execute the idea. Helena giggles, hearing Curlia's excited cry. I see you're excited about it. I'm sure Dratany would be too, the former witch smiles. I'm glad that you were able to convince everyone to go with Wallace's plan for Bond Week. Adam stood beside the rookie trainer. It's nice to see people working together, it's also great to see people and Pokemon doing the same thing too. The blue and blonde man said. Yes, it's very nice, Professor. Helena agreed with him. Adam's brown eyes looked at Helena, leaning on the wall behind them. So, you must be Helena I've heard about from my colleagues. I must say, your interest in researching ancient Hisui and other regions is intriguing. Helena turned to the professor, hearing what he said. Well, it's interesting. It's something I do on the side from time to time. I see, well to tell you the truth I also research Pokemon that came from Hisui too, Adam explains to the young trainer. I do happen to be a descendant of the people who lived in Hisui before they changed the name to Sinnoh. My sister is too, but she's in Sinnoh researching with the champion of the region. The young man added. Really? You, a descendant? Helena asked, bewildered to meet someone from the Hisuian people. In fact, this guy kinda looked like the Diamond Clan leader she read further in her book. Helena smiles, actually meeting a descendant who happens to be an instructor in the school. That's amazing, it's an honor to meet you. Curlia greeted the professor too as a sign of respect and friendship. Adam smiles, feeling a bit of pride from her greeting. The honor is all mine, the blue and blonde hair man greeted back. Suddenly an idea came to mind after speaking with her. Say, since you're researching Hisui and possibly other ancient Pokemon regional forms, how do you like to be my apprentice? He offered Helena, seeing her potential clear as day. Helena froze, hearing the offer that the professor is giving to her. There are many ups and downs to this, one is learning about regional forms of Pokemon, both new and ancient. The downside is that it might get in the way of the journey she was on. So, what do you say? Want to be my apprentice, Helena? Adam asked again. Helena opened her mouth, about to respond to his offer. I